The Cats of Ulthar by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Mann. The Cats of Ulthar by H.P. Lovecraft. It is said that in Ulthar, which lies beyond the river Sky, no man may kill a cat, and this I can verily believe as I gaze upon him who sitteth purring before the fire, for the cat is cryptic and close to strange things which men cannot see. He is the soul of antique Egyptus, and bearer of tales from forgotten cities of marrow and offer. He is the kin of the jungle's lords, and heir to the secrets of hoary and sinister Africa. The Sphinx is his cousin, and he speaks her language, but he is more ancient than the Sphinx, and he remembers that which she hath forgotten. In Ulthar, before ever the burgesses forbade the killing of cats, there dwelt an old cotter and his wife, who delighted to trap and slay the cats of their neighbors. Why they did this I know not, save that many hate the voice of the cat in the night, and take it ill that cats should run stealthily about yards and gardens at twilight. But whatever the reason, this old man and woman took pleasure in trapping and slaying every cat which came near to their hovel, and from some of the sounds heard after dark, many villagers fancied that the manner of slaying was exceedingly peculiar. But the villagers did not discuss such things with the old man and his wife, because of the habitual expression on the withered faces of the two, and because their cottage was so small and so darkly hidden under spreading oaks at the back of a neglected yard. In truth, much as the owners of cats hated these odd folk, they feared them more, and instead of berating them as brutal assassins, merely took care that no cherished pet or mouser should stray too near the remote hovel under the dark trees. If through some unavoidable oversight a cat was missed and sounds heard after dark, the loser would lament impotently, or console himself by thanking fate that it was not one of his children who had thus vanished. For the people of Ulthar were simple and knew not whence it was that all cats first came. One day a caravan of strange wanderers from the south entered the narrow cobbled streets of Ulthar. Dark wanderers they were, and unlike the other roving folk who passed through the village twice every year. In the marketplace they told fortunes for silver and bought gay beads from the merchants. What was the land of these wanderers none could tell, but it was seen that they were given to strange prayers, and that they had painted on the sides of their wagons strange figures with human bodies and the heads of cats, hawks, rams, and lions. And the leader of the caravan wore a head-dress with two horns and a curious disc betwixt the horns. There was in this singular caravan a little boy with no father or mother, but only a tiny black kitten to cherish. The plague had not been kind to him, yet had left him this small furry thing to mitigate his sorrow. And when one is very young, one can find great relief in the lively antics of a black kitten. So the boy whom the dark people called Meanies smiled more often than he wept as he sat playing with his graceful kitten on the steps of an oddly painted wagon. On the third morning of the wanderer's stay in Ulthar, Meanies could not find his kitten, and as he sobbed aloud in the marketplace, certain villagers told him of the old man and his wife, and of sounds heard in the night. And when he heard these things, his sobbing gave place to meditation, and finally to prayer. He stretched out his arms toward the sun and prayed in a tongue no villager could understand, though indeed the villagers did not try very hard to understand, since their attention was mostly taken up by the sky and the odd shapes the clouds were assuming. It was very peculiar, but as the little boy uttered his petition, there seemed to form overhead the shadowy nebulous figures of exotic things, of hybrid creatures crowned with horn-flanked discs. Nature is full of such illusions to impress the imaginative. That night the wanderers left Ulthar and were never seen again, and the householders were troubled when they noticed that in all the village there was not a cat to be found. From each hearth the familiar cat had vanished. Cats large and small, black, gray, striped, yellow, and white. Old Cranen the Burgomaster swore that the dark folk had taken the cats away in revenge for the killing of Meanie's kitten, and cursed the caravan and the little boy. But Nith, the lean notary, declared that the old cotter and his wife were more likely persons to suspect, for their hatred of cats was notorious and increasingly bold. Still no one durst complain to the sinister couple. Even when little Atle, the innkeeper's son, vowed that he had at twilight seen all the cats of Ulthar in that accursed yard under the trees, pacing very slowly and solemnly in a circle around the cottage, two abreast, as if in performance of some unheard-of rite of beasts, the villagers did not know how much to believe from so small a boy. And though they feared that the evil pair had charmed the cats to their death, they preferred not to chide the old cotter till they met him outside his dark and repellent yard. So Ulthar went to sleep in vain anger, and when the people awakened at dawn, behold, every cat was back at its accustomed hearth, large and small, black, gray, striped, yellow, and white. None was missing. Very sleek and fat did the cats appear, and sonorous with purring content. The citizens talked with one another of the affair and marveled not a little. Old Cranen again insisted that it was the dark folk who had taken them, since cats did not return alive from the cottage of the ancient man and his wife. But all agreed on one thing, that the refusal of all the cats to eat their portions of meat or drink their saucers of milk was exceedingly curious. And for 2 whole days the sleek, lazy cats of Ulthar would touch no food, but only doze by the fire in the sun. It was fully a week before the villagers noticed that no lights were appearing at dusk in the windows of the cottage under the trees. Then the lean Nith remarked that no one had seen the old man or his wife since the night the cats were away. In another week the Burgomaster decided to overcome his fears and call at the strangely silent dwelling as a matter of duty, though in so doing he was careful to take with him Shang the blacksmith and Thal the cutter of stone as witnesses. And when they had broken down the frail door, they found only this: 2 cleanly picked human skeletons on the earthen floor, and a number of singular beetles crawling in the shadowy corners. There was subsequently much talk among the burgesses of Ulthar. Zath the coroner disputed at length with Nith the lean notary, and Cranen and Shang and Thal were overwhelmed with questions. Even little Atle, the innkeeper's son, was closely questioned and given a sweetmeat as a reward. They talked of the old cotter and his wife, of the caravan of dark wanderers, of small Meanies and his black kitten, of the prayer of Meanies and of the sky during that prayer, of the doings of the cats the night the caravan left, and what was later found in the cottage under the dark trees in the repellent yard. And in the end the burgesses passed that remarkable law which is told of by traders in Hathach and discussed by travellers in Nur, namely, that in Ulthar no man may kill a cat. End of The Cats of Ulthar by H.P. Lovecraft.
Dagon by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dagon by H.P. Lovecraft. I am writing this under an appreciable mental strain, since by tonight I shall be no more. Penniless, and at the end of my supply of the drug which alone makes life endurable, I can bear the torture no longer, and shall cast myself from this garret window into the squalid street below. Do not think from my slavery to morphine that I am a weakling or a degenerate. When you have read these hastily scrawled pages, you may guess, though never fully realize, why it is that I must have forgetfulness or death. It was in one of the most open and least frequented parts of the broad Pacific that the package of which I was supercargo fell victim to the German sea raider. The Great War was then at its very beginning, and the ocean forces of the Hun had not completely sunk to their later degradation, so that our vessel was made a legitimate prize, whilst we of the crew were treated with all the fairness and consideration due us as naval prisoners. So liberal, indeed, was the discipline of our captors, that 5 days after we were taken I managed to escape alone in a small boat with water and provisions for a good length of time. When I finally found myself adrift and free, I had but little idea of my surroundings. Never a competent navigator, I could only guess vaguely by the sun and stars that I was somewhat south of the equator. Of the longitude I knew nothing, and no island or coastline was in sight. The weather kept fair, and for uncounted days I drifted aimlessly beneath the scorching sun, waiting either for some passing ship or to be cast on the shores of some habitable land. But neither ship nor land appeared, and I began to despair in my solitude upon the heaving vastness of unbroken blue. The change happened whilst I slept. Its details I shall never know, for my slumber, though troubled and dream-infested, was continuous. When at last I awakened, it was to discover myself half-sucked into a slimy expanse of hellish black mire, which extended about me in monotonous undulations as far as I could see, and in which my boat lay grounded some distance away. Though one might well imagine that my first sensation would be of wonder at so prodigious and unexpected a transformation of scenery, I was in reality more horrified than astonished. For there was in the air and in the rotting soil a sinister quality which chilled me to the very core. The region was putrid with the carcasses of decaying fish, and of other less describable things which I saw protruding from the nasty mud of the unending plain. Perhaps I should not hope to convey in mere words the unutterable hideousness that can dwell in absolute silence and barren immensity. There was nothing within hearing, and nothing in sight save a vast reach of black slime. Yet the very completeness of the stillness and the homogeneity of the landscape oppressed me with a nauseating fear. The sun was blazing down from a sky which seemed to me almost black in its cloudless cruelty, as though reflecting the inky marsh beneath my feet. As I crawled into the stranded boat, I realized that only one theory could explain my position. Through some unprecedented volcanic upheaval, a portion of the ocean floor must have been thrown to the surface, exposing regions which for innumerable millions of years had lain hidden under unfathomable watery depths. So great was the extent of the new land which had risen beneath me, that I could not detect the faintest noise of the surging oceans, strain my ears as I might, nor were there any seafowl to prey upon the dead things. For several hours I sat thinking or brooding in the boat, which lay upon its side and afforded a slight shade as the sun moved across the heavens. As the day progressed, the ground lost some of its stickiness and seemed likely to dry sufficiently for traveling purposes in a short time. That night I slept but little, and the next day I made for myself a pack containing food and water, preparatory to an overland journey in search of the vanished sea and possible rescue. On the third morning I found the soil dry enough to walk upon with ease. The odor of the fish was maddening, but I was too much concerned with graver things to mind so slight an evil, and set out boldly for an unknown goal. All day I forged steadily westward, guided by a faraway hummock which rose higher than any other elevation on the rolling desert. That night I encamped, and on the following day still traveled toward the hummock, though that object seemed scarcely nearer than when I had first espied it. By the fourth evening I attained the base of the mound, which turned out to be much higher than it had appeared from a distance, an intervening valley setting it out in sharper relief from the general surface. Too weary to ascend, I slept in the shadow of the hill. I know not why my dreams were so wild that night, but ere the waning and fantastically gibbous moon had risen far above the eastern plain, I was awake in a cold perspiration, determined to sleep no more. Such visions as I had experienced were too much for me to endure again, and in the glow of the moon I saw how unwise I had been to travel by day. Without the glare of the parching sun, my journey would have cost me less energy. Indeed, I now felt quite able to perform the ascent which had deterred me at sunset. Picking up my pack, I started for the crest of the eminence. I have said that the unbroken monotony of the rolling plain was a source of vague horror to me. But I think my horror was greater when I gained the summit of the mound and looked down the other side into an immeasurable pit or canyon, whose black recesses the moon had not yet soared high enough to illumine. I felt myself on the edge of the world, peering over the rim into a fathomless chaos of eternal night. Through my terror ran curious reminiscences of Paradise Lost and Satan's hideous climb through the unfashioned realms of darkness. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, I began to see that the slopes of the valley were not quite so perpendicular as I had imagined. Ledges and outcroppings of rock afforded fairly easy footholds for a descent, whilst after a drop of a few hundred feet the declivity became very gradual. Urged on by an impulse which I cannot definitely analyze, I scrambled with difficulty down the rocks and stood on the gentler slope beneath, gazing into the Stygian deeps where no light had yet penetrated. All at once my attention was captured by a vast and singular object on the opposite slope, which rose steeply about 100 yards ahead of me, an object that gleamed whitely in the newly bestowed rays of the ascending moon. That it was merely a gigantic piece of stone, I soon assured myself, but I was conscious of a distinct impression that its contour and position were not altogether the work of nature. A closer scrutiny filled me with sensations I cannot express, for despite its enormous magnitude, and its position in the abyss which had yawned at the bottom of the sea since the world was young, I perceived beyond a doubt that the strange object was a well-shaped monolith, whose massive bulk had known the workmanship and perhaps the worship of living and thinking creatures. Dazed and frightened, yet not without a certain thrill of the scientist's or archaeologist's delight, I examined my surroundings more closely. The moon, now near the zenith, shone weirdly and vividly above the towering steeps that hemmed in the chasm, and revealed the fact that a far-flung body of water flowed at the bottom, winding out of sight in both directions, and almost lapping my feet as I stood on the slope. Across the chasm, the wavelets washed the base of the Cyclopean monolith, on whose surface I could now trace both inscriptions and crude sculptures. The writing was in a system of hieroglyphics unknown to me, and unlike anything I had ever seen in books, consisting for the most part of conventionalized aquatic symbols, such as fishes, eels, octopi, crustaceans, mollusks, whales, and the like. Several characters obviously represented marine things which are unknown to the modern world, but whose decomposing forms I had observed on the ocean-risen plain. It was the pictorial carving, however, that did most to hold me spellbound. Plainly visible across the intervening water on account of their enormous size was an array of bas-reliefs whose subject would have excited the envy of a door. I think that these things were supposed to depict men, at least, a certain sort of men, though the creatures were shown disporting like fishes in the waters of some marine grotto, or paying homage at some monolithic shrine which appeared to be under the waves as well. Of their faces and forms I dare not speak in detail, for the mere remembrance makes me grow faint. Grotesque beyond the imagination of a Poe or a Bulwer, they were damnably human in general outline, despite webbed hands and feet, shockingly wide and flabby lips, glassy, bulging eyes, and other features less pleasant to recall. Curiously enough, they seemed to have been chiseled badly out of proportion with their scenic background, for one of the creatures was shown in the act of killing a whale represented as but little larger than himself. I remarked, as I say, their grotesqueness and strange size, but in a moment decided that they were merely the imaginary gods of some primitive fishing or seafaring tribe, some tribe whose last descendant had perished eras before the first ancestor of the Piltdown or Neanderthal man was born. Awestruck at this unexpected glimpse into a past beyond the conception of the most daring anthropologist, I stood musing whilst the moon cast queer reflections on the silent channel before me. Then suddenly I saw it. With only a slight churning to mark its rise to the surface, the thing slid into view above the dark waters. Vast, Polyphemus-like and loathsome, it darted like a stupendous monster of nightmares to the monolith, about which it flung its gigantic scaly arms, the while it bowed its hideous head and gave vent to certain measured sounds. I think I went mad then. Of my frantic ascent of the slope and the cliff, and of my delirious journey back to the stranded boat, I remember little. I believe I sang a great deal, and laughed oddly when I was unable to sing. I have indistinct recollections of a great storm some time after I reached the boat. At any rate, I knew that I heard peals of thunder and other tones which nature utters only in her wildest moods. When I came out of the shadows, I was in a San Francisco hospital, brought thither by the captain of the American ship which had picked up my boat mid-ocean. In my delirium I had said much, but found that my words had been given scant attention. Of any land upheaval in the Pacific, my rescuers knew nothing, nor did I deem it necessary to insist upon a thing which I knew they could not believe. Once, I sought out a celebrated ethnologist, and amused him with peculiar questions regarding the ancient Philistine legend of Dagon, the fish god, but soon perceiving that he was hopelessly conventional, I did not press my inquiries. It is at night, especially when the moon is gibbous and waning, that I see the thing. I tried morphine, but the drug has given only transient surcease, and has drawn me into its clutches as a hopeless slave. So now I am to end it all, having written a full account for the information or the contemptuous amusement of my fellow men. Often I ask myself if it could not have all been a pure phantasm, a mere freak of fever as I lay sun-stricken and raving in the open boat after my escape from the German man-of-war. This I ask myself, but ever does there come before me a hideously vivid vision in reply. I cannot think of the deep sea without shuddering at the nameless things that may at this very moment be crawling and floundering on its slimy bed, worshipping their detestable stone idols, and carving their own detestable likenesses on submarine obelisks of water-soaked granite. I dream of a day when they may rise above the billows to drag down in their reeking talons the remnants of puny, war-exhausted mankind, of a day when the land shall sink, and the dark ocean floor shall ascend amidst universal pandemonium. The end is near. I hear a noise at the door, as of some immense slippery body lumbering against it. It shall not find me. God, that hand! The window! The window! End of Dagon.
The Lost Ghost by Mary Eleanor Wilkins Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A. Music. The Lost Ghost by Mary Eleanor Wilkins Freeman. Miss John Emerson, sitting with her needlework beside the window, looked out and saw Miss Rhoda Meserve coming down the street and knew at once by the trend of her steps and the cant of her head that she meditated turning in at her gate. She also knew by a certain something about her general carriage, a thrusting forward of the neck, a bustling hitch of the shoulders, that she had important news. Rhoda Meserve always had the news as soon as the news was in being, and generally, Miss John Emerson was the first to whom she imparted it. The two women had been friends ever since Miss Meserve had married Simon Meserve and come to the village to live. Miss Meserve was a pretty woman, moving with graceful flirts of ruffling skirts. Her clear-cut, nervous face, as delicately tinted as a shell, looked brightly from the plumy brim of a black hat at Miss Emerson in the window. Miss Emerson was glad to see her coming. She returned the greeting with enthusiasm, then rose hurriedly, ran into the cold parlor, and brought out one of the best rocking chairs. She was just in time, after drawing it up beside the opposite window, to greet her friend at the door. "Good afternoon," she said. "I declare, I'm real glad to see you. I've been alone all day. John went into the city this morning. I thought of coming over to your house this afternoon, but I couldn't bring my sewing very well. I'm putting the ruffles on my new black dress skirt." "Well, I didn't have a thing on hand except my crochet work," responded Miss Meserve, "and I thought I'd just run over a few minutes." "I'm real glad you did," repeated Miss Emerson. "Take your things right off. Here, I'll put them on my bed in the bedroom. Take the rocking chair." Miss Meserve settled herself in the parlor rocking chair, while Miss Emerson carried her shawl and hat into the little adjoining bedroom. When she returned, Miss Meserve was rocking peacefully and was already at work, hooking blue wool in and out. "That's real pretty," said Miss Emerson. "Yes, I think it's pretty," replied Miss Meserve. "I suppose it's for the church fair?" "Yes, I don't suppose it'll bring enough to pay for the worsted, let alone the work, but I suppose I've got to make something." "How much did that one you made for the fair last year bring?" 25 cents. "It's wicked, ain't it?" "I rather guess it is. It takes me a week every minute I can get to make one. I wish those that bought such things for 25 cents had to make them. Guess they'd sing another song. Well, I suppose I oughtn't complain as long as it is for the Lord, but sometimes it does seem as if the Lord didn't get much out of it. Well, it's pretty work, said Miss Emerson, sitting down at the opposite window and taking up her dress skirt. Yes, it is real pretty work. I just love to crochet. The two women rocked and sewed and crocheted in silence for 2 or 3 minutes. They were both waiting. Miss Meserve waited for the other's curiosity to develop in order for her news might have, as it were, a befitting stage entrance. Miss Emerson waited for the news. Finally, she could wait no longer. Well, what's the news? Said she. Well, I don't know as there's anything very particular, hedged the other woman, prolonging the situation. Yes, there is. You can't cheat me, replied Miss Emerson. Now, how do you know? By the way you look. Miss Meserve laughed consciously and rather vainly. Well, Simon says my face is so expressive I can't hide anything more than 5 minutes, no matter how hard I try, she said. Well, there is some news. Simon came home with it this noon. He heard it in South Dayton. He had some business over there this morning. The old Sargent place is let. Miss Emerson dropped her sewing and stared. You don't say so. Yes, it is. Who to? Why, some folks from Boston that moved to South Dayton last year. They haven't been satisfied with the house they had there. It wasn't large enough. The man has got considerable property and can afford to live pretty well. He's got a wife and his unmarried sister in the family. The sister's got money, too. He does business in Boston, and it's just as easy to get to Boston from here as from South Dayton. And so they're here. You know the old Sargent house is a splendid place. Yes, it's the handsomest house in town, but... Oh, Simon said they told him about that, and he just laughed. Said he wasn't afraid, and neither was his wife and sister. Said he'd risk ghosts rather than little tucked-up sleeping rooms without any sun like they've had in the Dayton house. Said he'd rather risk seeing ghosts than being ghosts themselves. Simon said he was a great hand to joke. Oh, well, said Miss Emerson, it is a beautiful house, and maybe there isn't anything in those stories. It never seemed to me they came very straight anyway. I never took too much stock in them. All I thought was, if his wife was nervous. Nothing in creation would hire me to go into a house that I'd ever heard a word against of that kind, declared Miss Meserve with emphasis. I wouldn't go into that house if they would give me the rent. I've seen enough of haunted houses to last me as long as I live. Miss Emerson's face acquired the expression of a hunting hound. Have you? She asked in an intense whisper. Yes, I have. I don't want any more of it. Before you came here? Yes, before I was married, when I was quite a girl. Miss Meserve had not married young. Miss Emerson had mental calculations when she heard that. Did you really live in a house that was... She whispered fearfully. Miss Meserve nodded solemnly. Did you ever really see anything? Miss Meserve nodded. You didn't see anything that did you any harm. No, I didn't see anything that did me harm looking at it in one way, but it don't do anybody in this world any good to see things they haven't any business to be seen. You never get over it. There was a moment's silence. Miss Emerson's features seemed to sharpen. Well, of course, I don't want to urge you, said she. If you don't feel like talking about it, but maybe it ought to do you good to tell it out, if it's on your mind worrying you. I try to put it out of my mind, said Miss Meserve. Well, it's just as you feel. I never told anybody but Simon, said Miss Meserve. I never felt if it was wise, perhaps. I didn't know what folks might think. So many don't believe in anything they can't understand that they might think my mind wasn't right. Simon advised me not to talk about it. He said he didn't believe it was anything supernatural, but he had to own up that he couldn't give any explanation for it to save his life. He had to own up that he didn't believe anybody could, Then he said he wouldn't talk about it. He said lots of folks would sooner tell folks my head wasn't right than to own up they couldn't see through it. I'm sure I wouldn't say so, returned Miss Emerson reproachfully. You know it better than that, I hope. Yes, I do, replied Miss Meserve. I know you wouldn't say so. And I wouldn't tell it to a soul if you didn't want me to. Well, I'd rather you wouldn't. I won't even speak of it to Mr. Emerson. I'd rather you wouldn't even to him. I won't. Miss Emerson took up her dress skirt again. Miss Meserve hooked up another loop of blue wool. Then she begun. Of course, said she, I ain't going to say positively that I believe or disbelieve in ghosts. But all I tell you is what I saw. I can't explain it. I don't pretend I can, for I can't. If you can, well and good, I shall be glad, for it will stop tormenting me as it has done and always will otherwise. There hasn't been a day or night since it happened that I haven't thought of it, and always I have felt the shivers go down my back when I did. That's an awful feeling, Miss Emerson said. Ain't it? Well, it happened before I was married, when I was a girl and lived in East Wilmington. It was the first year I lived there. You know my family all died 5 years before that, I told you. Miss Emerson nodded. Well, I went there to teach school, and I went to board with a Miss Amelia Dennison and her sister, Miss Bird. Abby, her name was. Abby Bird. She was a widow. She never had any children. She had a little money. Miss Dennison didn't have any. And she had come to East Wilmington and bought the house they lived in. It was a real pretty house, though it was very old and run down. It had cost Miss Bird a good deal to put it in order. I guess that was the reason they took me to board. I guess they thought it would help pay along a little. I guess what I paid for my board about kept us all in victuals. Miss Bird had enough to live on if they were careful, but she had spent so much fixing up the old house that they must have been a little pinched for a while. Anyhow, they took me to board, and I thought I was pretty lucky to get in there. I had a nice room, big and sunny and furnished pretty. The paper and paint all new, and everything was neat as wax. Miss Dennison was one of the best cooks I ever saw. And I had a little stove in my room, and there was always a nice fire there when I got home from school. I thought I hadn't been in such a nice place since I had lost my own home, until I had been there about 3 weeks. I had been there about 3 weeks before I found it out, though I guess it had been going on ever since they had been in the house, and that was most 4 months. They hadn't said anything about it, and I didn't wonder, for there they had just bought the house and been to so much expense and trouble fixing it up. Well, I went there in September. I begun my school the first Monday. I remember it was a real cold fall. There was a frost the middle of September, and I had to put on my winter coat. I remember when I came home that night, I began school on a Monday, and that was 2 weeks from the next Thursday. I took off my coat downstairs and laid it on the table in the front entry. It was a real nice coat, heavy black broadcloth trimmed with fur. I had had it in the winter before. Miss Bird called after me as I went upstairs that I ought not to leave it in the front entry, for fear somebody might come in and take it. But I only laughed and called back to her that I wasn't afraid. I was never much afraid of burglars. Well, though it was hardly the middle of September, it was a real cold night. I remember my room faced west, and the sun was getting low, and the sky was a pale yellow and purple, just as you see it sometimes in the winter when there's going to be a cold snap. I rather think that was the night the frost came the first time. I know Miss Dennison covered up some flowers she had in the front yard, anyhow. I remember looking out and seeing an old green plaid shawl of hers over the verbena bed. There was a fire in my little wood stove. Miss Bird made it, I know. She was a real motherly sort of woman. She always seemed to be the happiest when she was doing something to make other folks happy and comfortable. Miss Dennison told me she had always been so. She said she had coddled her husband within an inch of his life. "It's lucky Abby never had any children," she said, "for she would have spoiled them." Well, that night I sat down beside my nice little fire and ate an apple. There was a plate of nice apples on my table. Miss Bird put them there. I was always very fond of apples. Well, I sat down and ate an apple and was having a beautiful time and thinking how lucky I was to get to board in such a place with such nice folks, when I heard a queer little sound at my door. It was such a little hesitating sort of sound that it sounded more like a fumble than a knock, as if someone was very timid, with very little hands, was feeling along the door. For a minute I thought it was a mouse. But I waited and it came again. And then I made up my mind that it was a knock, but a very scared one. So I said, "Come in." But nobody came in. And then presently I heard the knock again. Then I got up and opened the door, thinking it was very queer, and I had a frightened feeling, without knowing why. Well, I opened the door, and the first thing I noticed was a draft of cold air, as if the front downstairs was open. But there was a strange, close smell about the cold draft. It smelled more like a cellar that had been shut up for years than out of doors. Then I saw something. I saw my coat first. The thing that held it was so small that I couldn't see much of anything else. Then I saw a little white face with eyes so scared and wishful that they seemed as if they might eat a hole in anybody's heart. It was a dreadful little face, with something about it which made it different from any other face on earth. But it was so pitiful that somehow it did away a good deal with the dreadfulness. And there were two little hands, spotted purple with the cold, holding up my winter coat. And a strange, faraway voice said, "I can't find my mother." "For heaven's sakes," I said, "who are you?" Then the little voice said again, "I can't find my mother." All the time I could smell the cold, and I saw it was about this child. The cold was clinging to her, as if she had come out of some deadly cold place. Well, I took my coat. I did not know what else to do, and the cold was clinging to that. It was as cold as if it had come off ice. When I had the coat, I could see the child more plainly. She was dressed in one little white garment, made very simply. It was a nightgown, only very long, quite covering her feet, and I could see dimly through it, her thin little body mottled purple with the cold. Her face did not look so cold. That was a clear waxen white. Her hair was dark, but it looked as if it might be dark only because it was so damp, almost wet, and might really be light hair. It clung very close to her forehead, which was round and white. She would have been very beautiful if she had not been so dreadful. "Who are you?" says I again, looking at her. She looked at me with her terrible pleading eyes and did not say anything. "What are you?" says I. Then she went away. She did not seem to run or walk like other children. She flitted, like one of those filmy white butterflies that don't seem like real ones, they are so light, and move as if they had no weight. But she looked back from the head of the stairs. "I can't find my mother," said she, and I had never heard such a voice. "Who is your mother?" says I. But she was gone. Well, I thought for a moment I should faint away. The room got dark and I heard a singing in my ears. Then I flung my coat onto the bed. My hands were as cold as ice from holding it, and I stood in my door and called first Miss Bird and then Miss Dennison. I didn't dare go down over the stairs where that thing had gone. It seemed to me I should go mad if I didn't see somebody or something like other folks on the face of the earth. I thought I should never make anybody hear, but I could hear them stepping downstairs, and I could smell biscuits baking for supper. Somehow, the smell of those biscuits seemed the only natural thing left to keep me in my right mind. I didn't dare go over those stairs. I just stood there and called. And finally, I heard the entry door open, and Miss Bird called back. "What is it? Did you call, Miss Arms?" Come up here as quick as you can, both of you," I screamed out. "Quick, quick, quick!" I heard Miss Bird tell Miss Dennison, "Come quick, Amelia. Something is the matter in Miss Arms's room." It struck me even then that she expressed herself rather queerly. And it struck me very queer indeed when they both got upstairs and I saw that they knew what had happened. Or that they knew of what nature the happening was. "What is it, dear?" asked Miss Bird, and her pretty, loving voice had a strange sound. I saw her look at Miss Dennison, and I saw Miss Dennison look back at her. "For God's sakes," says I, and I never spoke so before. "For God's sakes, what was it brought my coat upstairs?" "What was it like?" asked Miss Dennison in a sort of falling voice, and she looked at her sister again, and her sister looked back at her. "It was a child I have never seen here before. It looked like a child," says I, "but I never saw a child so dreadful. And it had on a nightgown, and she couldn't find her mother. Who was it? What was it?" I thought for a minute Miss Dennison was going to faint, but Miss Bird hung on to her and rubbed her hands and whispered in her ear. She had the cooingest kind of voice. And I ran and got her a glass of cold water. I tell you, it took considerable courage to go downstairs alone. But they had set a lamp on the entry table so I could see. I don't believe I could have spunked up enough to have gone downstairs in the dark, thinking every second that child might be close to me. The lamp and the smell of the biscuits baking seemed to keep my courage up. But I tell you, I didn't waste much time going down those stairs and out into the kitchen for a glass of water. I pumped as if the house was afire, and I grabbed the first thing I came across in the shape of a tumbler. It was a painted one that Miss Dennison's Sunday school class gave her, and it was meant for a flower vase. Well, I filled it and then ran upstairs. I felt every minute as if something would catch my feet. And I held the glass to Miss Dennison's lips while Miss Bird held her head up. And she took a good long swallow. Then she looked hard at the tumbler. "Yes," says I know I got this one, but I took the first one I came across, and it isn't hurt a mite." "Don't get the painted flowers wet," says Miss Dennison very feebly. "They'll wash off if you do." "I'll be real careful," says I. I knew she set a sight by that painted tumbler. The water seemed to do Miss Dennison good, for presently she pushed Miss Bird away and sat up. She had been laying down on my bed. "I'm all over it now," says she. But she was terribly white, and her eyes looked as if they saw something outside things. Miss Bird wasn't much better, but she always had a sort of settled, sweet, good look that nothing could disturb to any great extent. I knew I looked dreadful, for I'd caught a glimpse of myself in the glass, and I would hardly have known who it was. Miss Dennison, she slid off the bed and walked sort of tottery to a chair. "I was silly to give way so," says she. "No, you weren't silly, sister," says Miss Bird. "I don't know what this means any more than you do, but whatever it is, no one ought to be called silly for being overcome by anything so different from other things which we have known all of our lives." Miss Dennison looked at her sister. Then she looked at me, then back at her sister again, and Miss Bird spoke as if she had been asked a question. "Yes," says she, "I do think Miss Arms ought to be told. That is, I think she ought to be told all we know ourselves." "That isn't much," said Miss Dennison with a dying-away sort of sigh. She looked as if she might fade away again at any minute. She was a real delicate-looking woman, but it turned out she was a good deal stronger than poor Miss Bird. "No, there isn't much we do know," says Miss Bird. "But what little there is, she ought to know. I felt as if she ought when she first came here." "Well, I didn't feel quite right about it," said Miss Dennison. "But I kept hoping it might stop, and anyway, that it might never trouble her. You had put so much in the house, and we needed the money, and I didn't know, but she might be nervous and think she couldn't come, and I didn't want to take a man boarder. And aside from the money, we were very anxious to have you come, my dear," says Miss Bird. "Yes," says Miss Dennison. "We wanted the young company in the house. We were lonesome, and we both of us took a great liking to you the minute we set eyes on you." And I guess they meant what they said, both of them. They were beautiful women, and nobody could have been kinder than me than they were. And I never blamed them for not telling me before. And as they had said, there really wasn't much to tell. They hadn't any sooner fairly bought the house and moved into it. Then they began to hear and see things. Miss Bird said they were sitting together in the sitting room one evening when they heard it the first time. She said her sister was knitting lace. Miss Dennison made beautiful knitted lace. And she was reading the Missionary Herald. Miss Bird was very much interested in mission work. When all of a sudden they heard something. She heard it first, and she laid down her Missionary Herald and listened. And then Miss Dennison, she saw her listening, and she drops her lace. "What is it you're listening to, Abby?" says she. Then it came again, and they both heard. And the cold shivers went down their backs to hear it, though they didn't know why. "It's the cat, isn't it?" says Miss Bird. "It isn't any cat," says Miss Dennison. "Oh, I guess it must be the cat. Maybe she's got a mouse," says Miss Bird, real cheerful, to calm down Miss Dennison. For she saw she was most scared to death, and she was always afraid of her fainting away. Then she opens the door and calls, "Kitty, kitty, kitty." They had brought their cat with them in a basket when they came to East Wilmington to live. It was a real handsome tiger cat, a Tommy, and he knew a lot. Well, she called, "Kitty, kitty, kitty," and sure enough, the kitty came. And when he came in the door, he gave a big yowl that didn't sound unlike what they had heard. "There, sister, here he is. You see, it was the cat," says Miss Bird. "Poor kitty." But Miss Dennison, she eyed the cat, and she gave a great screech. "What's that? What's that?" says she. "What's what?" says Miss Bird, pretending to herself that she didn't see what her sister meant. "Something's got a hold of that cat's tail," said Miss Dennison. "Something's got hold of his tail. It's pulled straight out, and he can't get away. Just hear him yawl." "It isn't anything," says Miss Bird. But even as she said that, she could see a little hand holding fast to that cat's tail. And then the child seemed to sort of clear out of the dimness behind the hand, and the child was sort of laughing then, instead of looking sad. And she said that was a great deal worse. She said that laugh was the most awful and saddest thing she had ever heard. Well, she was so dumbfounded that she didn't know what to do, and she couldn't sense at first that it was anything supernatural. She thought it must have been one of the neighbors' children who had run away and was making free of their house and was teasing their cat, and that they must be just nervous to feel so upset by it. So she speaks up, sort of sharp. "Don't you know you mustn't pull the kitty's tail?" she said. "Don't you know you hurt the poor kitty and she'll scratch you if you don't take care? Poor kitty, you mustn't hurt her." And with that, she said the child stopped pulling the cat's tail and went to stroking her, just as soft and pitiful. And the cat put his back up and rubbed and purred as if he liked it. The cat never seemed a mite afraid, and that seemed quite queer, for I had always heard that animals were dreadfully afraid of ghosts. But then, That was a pretty harmless sort of ghost. Well, Miss Bird said the child stroked that cat while she and Miss Dennison stood watching it and holding on to each other, for no matter how hard they tried to think it was all right, it didn't look right. Finally, Miss Dennison, she spoke. "What's your name, little girl?" says she. Then the child looks up and stops stroking the cat, and she says she can't find her mother, just the way she said it to me. Then Miss Dennison, she gave such a gasp that Miss Bird thought she was going to faint away, but she didn't. "Well, who is your mother?" says she. But the child just says again, "I can't find my mother, I can't find my mother." "Where do you live, dear?" says Miss Bird. "I can't find my mother," says the child. Well, that was the way it was. Nothing happened. Those two women stood there, hanging on to each other, and the child stood in front of them, and they asked her questions, and everything she would say was, "I can't find my mother." Then Miss Bird tried to catch hold of the child, for she thought, in spite of what she saw, that perhaps she was nervous and it was a real child, only perhaps not quite right in its head and had run away in her little nightgown after she had been put to bed. She tried to catch that child. She had an idea of putting a shawl around it and going out. She was such a little thing she could have carried her easy enough, and anything to find out which of the neighbors she belonged. But the minute she moved toward the child, there wasn't any child there. There was only that little voice, seeming to come from nothing, saying, "I can't find my mother." And presently, that died away. Well, the same thing kept happening, or something very much the same. Once in a while, Miss Bird would be washing dishes, and all of a sudden the child would be standing beside her with a dish towel, wiping them. Of course, that was terrible. Miss Bird would wash the dishes all over. Sometimes she didn't tell Miss Dennison. It made her so nervous. Sometimes when they were making cake, they would find the raisins all picked over. And sometimes little sticks of kindling wood would be found laying beside the kitchen stove. They never knew when they would come across that child, and always she kept saying over and over that she couldn't find her mother. They never tried talking to her, except once in a while Miss Bird would get desperate and ask her something, but the child never seemed to hear it. She always kept right on saying that she couldn't find her mother. After they had told me all they had to tell about their experience with the child, they told me about the house and the people that had lived there before they did. It seemed something dreadful had happened in that house, and the land agent had never let on to them. I don't think they would have bought it if he had, no matter how cheap it was. For even if folks aren't really afraid of anything, they don't want to live in houses where such dreadful things have happened that keep you thinking about them. I know after they told me I should never have stayed there another night. If I hadn't thought so much of them, no matter how comfortable I was made, and I never was nervous either, but I stayed. Of course, it didn't happen in my room. If it had, I could not have stayed. "What was it?" asked Miss Emerson in an odd voice. It was an awful thing. That child had lived in the house with her father and mother 2 years before. They had come, or the father had, from a real good family. He had a good situation. He was a drummer for a big leather house in the city, and they lived real pretty, with plenty to do with. But the mother was a real wicked woman. She was as handsome as a picture, and they said she came from good sort of people enough in Boston, but she was bad clean through, though she was real pretty spoken, and most everybody liked her. She used to dress out and make a great show, and she never seemed to take much interest in the child, and folks began to say she wasn't treated right. The woman had a hard time keeping a girl. For some reason, one wouldn't stay. They would leave and then talk about her awfully, telling all kinds of things. People didn't believe it at first. Then they began to. They said that the woman made that little thing, though she wasn't much over 5 years old, and small and babyish for her age, do most of the work, what there was done. They said the house used to look like a pigsty when she didn't have help. They said the little thing used to stand on a chair and wash dishes, and they'd seen her carrying in sticks of wood most as big as she was many a time, and they'd hear her mother scolding her. The woman was a fine singer, and she had a voice like a screech owl when she scolded. The father was away most of the time, and when that happened, he had been away out west for some weeks. There had been a married man hanging about the mother for some time, and folks had talked some, but they weren't sure there was anything wrong. And he was a man very high up with money, so they kept pretty still for fear he would hear of it and make trouble for them. And of course, nobody was sure, though folks did say afterward that the father of the child had ought to have been told. But that was very easy to say. It wouldn't have been so easy to find anybody who would have been willing to tell him such things as that, especially when they weren't any too sure. He'd set his eyes by his wife, too. They said all he seemed to think about was to earn money to buy her things to deck her out in, and he about worshipped the child, too. They said he was a real nice man. The men that are treated so bad mostly are real nice men. I've always noticed that. Well, one morning, that man that there had been whispers about was missing. He had been gone quite a while, though, before they really knew that he was missing, because he had gone away and told his wife that he had to go to New York on business and might be gone a week, and not to worry if he didn't get home, and not to worry if he didn't write, because he should be thinking from day to day that he might take the next train home, and there wouldn't be no use in writing. So the wife waited, and she tried not to worry until it was 2 days over the week. Then she run into a neighbor's and fainted dead away on the floor. And then they made inquiries and found out that he had skipped, with some money that didn't belong to him, too. Then folks began to ask where was that woman, and they found out by comparing notes that nobody had seen her since the man went away. But 3 or 4 women remembered that she had told them she thought of taking the child and going to Boston to visit her folks. So when they hadn't seen her around and the house shut, they jumped to the conclusion that was where she was. They were the neighbors that lived right around her, but they didn't have much to do with her, and she'd gone out of her way to tell them about her Boston plan, and they didn't make much reply when she did. Well, there was this house shut up, and the man and woman missing, and the child. Then all of a sudden, one of the women that lived the nearest remembered something. She remembered that she had waked up 3 nights running, thinking she had heard a child crying somewhere. And once she waked her husband, but he said it must be the Bisbee's little girl, and she thought it must be. The child wasn't well and was always crying. He used to have colic spells, especially at night. So she didn't think any more about it until this came up. Then all of a sudden she did think of it. She told what she'd heard, and finally folks began to think that they'd better enter that house and see if there was anything wrong. Well, they did enter it, and they found that child dead, locked in one of the rooms. Miss Dennison and Miss Bird never used that room. It was a back bedroom on the 2nd floor. Yes, they found that poor child there, starved to death and frozen, though they weren't sure she had frozen to death, for she was in bed with clothes enough to keep her pretty warm when she was alive. But she had been there a week, and she was nothing but skin and bone. It looked as if the mother had locked her into the house when she went away and told her not to make any noise for fear the neighbors would hear her and find out that she herself had gone. Miss Dennison said she couldn't really believe that woman had meant to have her own child starved to death. Probably she thought the little thing would raise somebody, or folks would try and get in the house and find her. Well, whatever she thought, there was the child, dead. But that wasn't all. The father came home right in the midst of it. The child was just buried, and he was beside himself. And he went on the track of his wife, and he found her, and he shot her dead. It was in all the newspapers at the time. Then he disappeared. Nothing has been seen of him since. Miss Dennison said she had thought he had either made way with himself or got out of the country. Nobody knew. But they did know there was something wrong with the house. I knew folks acted queer when they asked me how I liked it when we first came here, says Miss Dennison, but I never dreamed why till we saw the child that night. I never heard anything like it in my life, says Miss Emerson, staring at the other woman with awestruck eyes. I thought you'd say so, said Miss Meserve. You don't wonder that I ain't disposed to speak light when I hear there is anything queer about a house, do you? No, I don't, after that, Miss Emerson said. But that ain't all, said Miss Meserve. Did you see it again? Miss Emerson asked. Yes, I saw it a number of times before the last time. I was lucky I wasn't so nervous, or I never could have stayed there. Much as I liked the place and as much as I thought of those two women, they were beautiful women, and make no mistake, I loved those women. I hope Miss Dennison will come and see me sometime. Well, I stayed, and I never knew when I'd see that child. I was very careful to bring everything of mine upstairs, and not leave any little thing in my room that needed done, for fear she would come lugging up my coat, or hat, or gloves, or I'd find things done when there'd been no live being in the room to do them. I can't tell you how I dreaded seeing her. And worse than seeing her was hearing her say, I can't find my mother. It was enough to make your blood run cold. I never heard a living child cry for its mother that was anything so pitiful as that dead one. It was enough to break your heart. She used to come and say that to Miss Bird oftener than to anyone else. Once I heard Miss Bird say, she wondered if it was possible that the poor little thing couldn't really find her mother in the other world. She had been such a wicked woman. But Miss Dennison told her she didn't think she ought to speak so, nor even think so, and Miss Bird said she shouldn't wonder if she was right. Miss Bird was always very easy to put in the wrong. She was a good woman, and one that couldn't do things enough for other folks. It seemed as if that was what she lived on. I don't think she was ever so scared by the poor little ghost, as much as she pitied it, and she was most heartbroken because she couldn't do anything for it, as she could have done for a live child. It seems to me as if I should die if I can't get that awful little white robe off that child and get her in some clothes and feed her and stop her looking for her mother, I heard her say once, and she was in earnest. She cried when she said it. That wasn't long before she died. Now, I am coming to the strangest part of it all. Miss Bird died very sudden. One morning, it was a Saturday, and there wasn't any school. I went downstairs to breakfast, and Miss Bird wasn't there. There was nobody but Miss Dennison. She was pouring out the coffee when I came in. Why, where's Miss Bird? Says I. Abby ain't feeling very well this morning, says she. There isn't much the matter, I guess, but she didn't sleep very well, and her head aches, and she's sort of chilly, and I told her I thought she better stay in bed till the house gets warm. It was a very cold morning. Maybe she's got cold, says I. Yes, I guess she has, says Miss Dennison. I guess she's got cold. She'll be up before long. Abby ain't one to stay in bed a minute longer than she can help. Well, we went on eating our breakfast, and all at once, a shadow flickered across the wall of the room and over the ceiling, the way a shadow will sometimes when somebody passes the window outside. Miss Dennison and I both looked up out of the window. Then Miss Dennison, she gives a scream. Why, Abby's crazy, says she. There she is out in the bitter cold morning and... She didn't finish, but she meant the child, for we were both looking out, and we saw, as plain as we ever saw anything in our lives, Miss Abby Bird walking off over the white snow path with that child holding fast to her hand, nestling close to her as if she had found her own mother. She's dead, says Miss Dennison, clutching hold of me hard. She's dead. My sister is dead. She was. We hurried upstairs as fast as we could go, and she was dead in her bed, and smiling as if she was dreaming. and one arm and hand was stretched out as if something had hold of it, and it couldn't be straightened even at the last. It lay out over her casket at the funeral. "Was the child ever seen again?" asked Miss Emerson in a shaking voice. "No," replied Miss Meserve. "That child was never seen again after she went out of the yard with Miss Bird." End of The Lost Ghost. Recording by Music.
Memory by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Mann. Memory by H.P. Lovecraft. In the valley of Nis, the accursed waning moon shines thinly, tearing a path for its light with feeble horns through the lethal foliage of a great upas tree. And in the depths of the valley, where the light reaches not, move forms not meant to be beheld. Rank is the herbage on each slope, where evil vines and creeping plants crawl amidst the stones of ruined palaces, twining tightly about broken columns and strange monoliths, and heaving up marble pavements laid by forgotten hands. And in trees that grow gigantic in crumbling courtyards leap little apes, while in and out of deep treasure vaults writhe poisoned serpents and scaly things without a name. Vast are the stones which sleep beneath coverlets of dank moss, and mighty were the walls from which they fell. For all time did their builders erect them, and in sooth they yet serve nobly, for beneath them the grey toad makes his habitation. At the very bottom of the valley lies the river Zann, whose waters are slimy and filled with weeds. From hidden springs it rises, and to subterranean grottos it flows, so that the demon of the valley knows not why its waters are red or whither they are bound. The genie that haunts the moonbeams spake to the demon of the valley, saying, "I am old and forget much. Tell me of the deeds and aspect and name of them who built these things of stone." And the demon replied, "I am Memory, and am wise in lore of the past, but I too am old. Those beings were like the waters of the river Zann, not to be understood. Their deeds I recall not, for they were but of the moment. Their aspect I recall dimly, for it was like to the little apes in the trees. Their name I recall clearly, for it rhymed with that of the river. These beings of yesterday were called Mann." So the genie flew back to the thin-horned moon, and the demon looked intently at a little ape in a tree that grew in a crumbling courtyard. End of Memory by H.P. Lovecraft.
The Monkey's Paw by W. Jacobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Luke Garvic. The Monkey's Paw by W. Jacobs. Without, the night was cold and wet, but in the small parlor of Laburnum Villa, the blinds were drawn and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were at chess. The former, who possessed ideas about the game involving radical changes, putting his king to such sharp and unnecessary perils that it even provoked comment from the white-haired old lady knitting placidly by the fire. "Hark at the wind," said Mr. White, who, having seen a fatal mistake after it was too late, was ambitiously desirous of preventing his son from seeing it. "I'm listening," said the latter, grimly surveying the board as he stretched out his hand. "Check." "I should hardly think that he'd come tonight," said his father, with his hand poised over the board. "Mate," replied the son. "That's the worst of living so far out," bawled Mr. White, with sudden and unlooked-for violence. "Of all the beastly, slushy, and out-of-the-way places to live in. This is the worst. Pathways a bog and the road's a torrent. I don't know what people are thinking about. I suppose because only 2 houses in a road are let, they think it doesn't matter. Never mind, dear, said his wife soothingly. Perhaps you'll in the next one. Mr. White looked up sharply, just in time to intercept a knowing glance between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he held a guilty grin in his thin, gray beard. There he is, said Herbert White, as the gate banged too loudly and heavy footsteps came towards the door. The old man rose with hospitable haste, and opening the door, was heard condoling with the new arrival. The new arrival also condoled with himself, but that Mrs. White said, "Tut, tut," and coughed gently as her husband entered the room, followed by a tall, burly man, beardy of eye and rubicund of visage. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing him. The Sergeant Major shook hands, and taking the proffered seat by the fire, watched contentedly while his host got out whiskey in tumblers and stood a small copper kettle on the fire. At the third glass, his eyes got brighter, and he began to talk, this little family circle regarding with eager interest this visitor from the distant parts, as he squared his broad shoulders in the chair and spoke of wild scenes and doughty deeds, of wars and plagues and strange peoples. 21 years of it, said Mr. White, nodding at his wife and son. When he went away, he was just a slip of a youth in the warehouse. Now look at him. He doesn't look to have taken much harm, said Mrs. White politely. I'd like to go to India myself, said the old man. Just look around a bit, you know. Better where you are, said the Sergeant Major, shaking his head. He put down the empty glass and silently shook it again. I should like to see those old temples and factors and jugglers, said the old man. What was that you started telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something, Morris? Nothing, said the soldier hastily. Leastways, nothing worth hearing. Monkey's paw? Said Mrs. White curiously. Well, it's just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps, said the Sergeant Major offhandedly. His 3 listeners leaned forward eagerly. The visitor absent-mindedly put his empty glass to his lips and then set it down again. His host filled it for him. To look at, said the Sergeant Major, fumbling in his pocket. It's just an ordinary little paw, dried to a mummy. He took something out of his pocket and proffered it. Mrs. White drew back with a grimace, but her son, taking it, examined it curiously. And what is there special about it? Inquired Mr. White, as he took it from his son, and having examined it, placed it upon the table. It had a spell put on it by an old farker, said the Sergeant Major. A very holy man. He wanted to show that fate ruled people's lives, and that those who interfered with it did so to their own sorrow. So he put a spell on it so that 3 separate men could each have 3 wishes from it. His manner was so impressive that his hearers were conscious that their light laughter jarred somewhat. Well, why don't you have 3, sir? Said Herbert White cleverly. The soldier regarded him in the way that middle age is wont to regard presumptuous youth. I have, he said quietly, and his blotchy face whitened. And did you really have the 3 wishes granted? Asked Mrs. White. I did, said the Sergeant Major, and his glass tapped against his strong teeth. And has anybody else wished? Persisted the old lady. The first man had 3 wishes, yes, was the reply. I don't know what the first 2 were, but the third was for death. That's how I got the paw. His tones were so grave that a hush fell upon the group. If you've had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now then, Morris, said the old man at last. What do you keep it for? The soldier shook his head. Fancy, I suppose, he said slowly. I did have some idea of selling it, but I don't think I will. It has caused enough mischief already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's a fairy tale, some of them. And those who do think any of it want to try it first and pay me afterward. If you could have another 3 wishes, said the old man, eyeing him keenly, what would you have them? I don't know, said the other. I don't know. He took the paw and, dangling it between his forefinger and thumb, suddenly threw it upon the fire. White, with a slight cry, stooped down and snatched it off. Better let it burn, said the soldier solemnly. If you don't want it, Morris, said the other, give it to me. I won't, said his friend doggedly. I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it on the fire again like a sensible man. The other shook his head and examined his new possession closely. How do you do it? He inquired. Hold it up in your right hand and wish aloud, said the sergeant major, but I warn you of the consequences. Sounds like the Arabian Nights, said Mrs. White, as she rose and began to set the supper. Don't you think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands for me? His husband drew the talisman from his pocket, and then all 3 burst into laughter as the sergeant major, with a look of alarm on his face, caught him by the arm. If you must wish, he said gruffly, wish for something sensible. Mr. White dropped it back in his pocket, and placing chairs, motioned his friend to the table. In the business of supper, the talisman was partly forgotten, and afterward the 3 sat listening in an enthralled fashion to a second installment of the Soldiers' Adventures in India. If the tale about the monkey's paw is not more truthful than those he has been telling us, said Herbert as the door closed behind their guest, just in time for him to catch the last train, we shan't make much out of it. Did you give him anything for it, father? Inquired Mrs. White, regarding her husband closely. A trifle, he said, coloring slightly. He didn't want it, but I made him take it, and he pressed me to throw it away again. Likely, said Herbert, with pretended horror. Why, we're going to be rich and famous and happy. Wish to be an emperor, father to begin with. Then you can't be henpecked. He darted round the table, pursued by the maligned Mrs. White, armed with an anti-commissar. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and nodded dubiously. I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact, he said slowly. It seems to me I've got all I want. If only you cleared the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you? Said Herbert with his hand on his shoulder. Well, wish for £200, then. That ought to do it. His father, smiling shamefacedly at his own credulity, held the talisman as his son, with solemn pace, somewhat marred by a wink at his mother, sat down at the piano and struck a few impressive chords. I wish for £200, said the old man distinctively. A fine crash from the piano greeted the words, interrupted by a shuddering cry from the old man. His wife and son ran toward him. It moves, he cried, with a glance of disgust at the object as it lay on the floor. As I wished, it twisted in my hand like a snake. Well, I don't see the money, said his son as he picked it up and placed it on the table. I bet I never shall. It must have been your fancy, father, said his wife, regarding him anxiously. He shook his head. Never mind, though, there's no harm done, but it gave me a shock all the same. They sat down by the fire again, while the 2 men finished their pipes. Outside, the wind was higher than ever, and the old man started nervously at the sound of a door banging upstairs. A silence unusual and depressing settled upon all 3, which lasted until the old couple rose to retire for the night. I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed, said Herbert, as he bade them good night, and something horrible squatting upon the top of the wardrobe, watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten gains. He sat alone in the darkness, gazing at the dying fire and seeing faces in it. The last face was so horrible and silent man that he gazed at it in amazement. It got so vivid that with a little uneasy laugh, he felt on the table for a glass containing a little water to throw over it. His hand grasped the monkey's paw, and with a little shiver, he wiped his hand on his coat and went up to bed. In the brightness of the wintry sun next morning, as it streamed over the breakfast table, he laughed at his fears. There was an air of prosthetic wholesomeness about the room, which it had lacked on the previous night, and the dirty, shriveled little paw was pitched on the sideboard with a carelessness which betokened no great belief in its virtues. "I suppose all soldiers are the same," said Mrs. White. "The idea of our listening to such nonsense! How could wishes be granted in these days? And if they could, how could 200 pounds hurt you, father?" "Might drop on his head from the sky," said the frivolous Herbert. "Morris said the things happened so naturally," said his father, "that you might, if you so wished, attribute it to coincidence." "Well, don't break into the money before I come back," said Herbert, as he rose from the table. "I'm afraid I'll turn you into a mean, avaricious man, and we shall have to disown you." His mother laughed, and following him to the door, watched him down the road, and returning to the breakfast table, was very happy at the expense of her husband's credulity, all of which did not prevent her from scurrying to the door at the postman's knock, nor preventing her from referring somewhat shortly to the retired sergeant major's of bibulous habits when she found that the post brought a tailor's bill. "Herbert loves some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home," she said as they sat at dinner. "I dare say," said Mr. White, pouring himself out some beer, "but for all that, the thing moved into my hand. That I'll swear to." "You pause it did," the old lady said soothingly. "I say it did," replied the other. "There was no thought about it. I had just— What's the matter?" His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside, who, praying in an undecided fashion at the house, appeared to be trying to make up his mind to enter. In mental connection with the 200 pounds, she noticed that the stranger was well dressed, and wore a silk hat of glossy newness. 3 times he paused at the gate, and then walked on again. The 4th time he stood with his hand upon it, and then with a sudden resolution flung it open and walked up the path. Mrs. White at the same moment placed her hands behind her, and hurriedly unfastening the strings of her apron, put that useful article of apparel beneath the cushion of her chair. She brought the stranger, who seemed ill at ease, into the room. He gazed at her furtively, and listened in a preoccupied fashion as the old lady apologized for the appearance of the room in her husband's coat, a garment which he usually reserved for the garden. She then waited patiently as her sex would permit, for him to broach his business, but he was at first strangely silent. "I was asked to call," he said at last, and stooped and picked a piece of cotton from his trousers. "I come from Ma and Megan's." The old lady started. "Is anything the matter?" she asked breathlessly. "Has anything happened to Herbert? What is it? What is it?" Her husband interposed. There, mother," he said hastily. "Sit down and don't jump to conclusions. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir," and he eyed her wistfully. "I'm sorry," began the visitor. "Is he hurt?" demanded the mother wildly. The visitor bowed in assent. "Badly hurt," he said quietly, "but he is not in any pain." "Oh, thank God!" said the old woman, clasping her hands. "Thank God for that! Thank—" She broke off suddenly, as the sinister meaning of the assurance dawned upon her, and she saw the awful confirmation of her fears in the other's averted face. She caught her breath, and turning to her slower-witted husband, laid her trembling old hand upon his. There was a long silence. "He was caught in the machinery," said the visitor at length in a low voice. "Caught in the machinery," replied Mr. White, in a dazed fashion. "Yes." He sat staring blankly out the window, and taking his wife's hand between his own, pressed it as if he had been wont to do in their old courting days nearly 40 years before. "He was the only one left to us," he said, turning gently to the visitor. "It is hard." The other coughed, and rising, walked slowly to the window. "The firm wished me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss," he said without looking around. "I beg that you will understand I am only their servant, and merely obeying orders." There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes staring, and her breath inaudible. On the husband's face was a look such as his friend Sergeant might have carried into his first action. I was to say that Ma and Megan's disclaim all responsibility, continued the other. They admit no liability at all, but in consideration of your son's services, they wish to present you with a certain sum as compensation. Mr. White dropped his wife's hand, and rising to his feet, gazed with a look of horror at his visitor. His dry lips shaped the words. How much? 200 pounds, was the answer. Unconscious of his wife's shriek, the old man smiled faintly, put out his hands like a sightless man, and dropped, a senseless heap, to the floor. In the huge new cemetery, some 2 miles distant, the old people buried their dead, and came back to a house steeped in shadow and silence. It was all over so quickly that at first they could hardly realize it, and remained in a state of expectation as though something else to happen. Something else which was to lighten this load, too heavy for old hearts to bear. But the days passed, and the expectation gave place to resignation, the hopeless resignation of the old, sometimes miscalled apathy. Sometimes they hardly exchanged a word, for now they had nothing to talk about, and their days were long to weariness. It was about a week after that the old man, walking suddenly into the night, stretched out his hand and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of subdued weeping came from the window. He raised himself in bed and listened. Come back, he said tenderly. You will be cold. It is colder for my son, said the old woman, and wept afresh. The sound of her sobs died away on his ears. The bed was warm and his eyes heavy with sleep. He dozed fitfully, and then slept until a sudden wild cry from his wife awoke him with a start. The paw! She cried wildly. The monkey's paw! He started up in alarm. Where? Where is it? What's the matter? He came stumbling across the room toward him. I want it, she said, quietly. You've not destroyed it? It's in the parlor, on the bracket, he replied, marveling. Why? She cried and laughed together, and bending over, kissed his cheek. I only just thought of it, she said hysterically. Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it? Think of what? He questioned. The other 2 wishes, she replied rapidly. We've only had one. Was that not enough? He demanded fiercely. No, she replied triumphantly. We'll have one more. Go down and get it quickly, and wish our boy alive again. The man sat up in bed and flung the bedclothes against his quaking limbs. Good God! You are mad, he cried aghast. Get it, she panted. Get it quickly, and wish. Oh, my boy, my boy. Her husband struck a match and lit a candle. Go back to bed, he said unsteadily. You don't know what you are saying. We had the first wish granted, said the old woman, feverishly. Why not the second? A coincidence, stammered the old man. Go get it and wish, cried his wife, quivering with excitement. The old man turned and regarded her, and his voice shook. He has been dead 10 days, and besides, I will not tell you else, but I could only recognize him by his clothing. If he was too terrible for you to see then, how now? Bring him back, cried the old woman, and dragged him toward the door. Do you think I heard a child I have nursed? He went down in the darkness, and felt his way to the parlor, and then to the mantelpiece. The talisman was in its place, and a horrible fear that the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son before him ere he could escape from the room seized upon him, and he caught his breath as he found that he had lost the direction of the door. His brow cold with sweat, he felt his way around the table, and groped along the wall until he found himself in a small passage with an unwholesome thing in his hand. Even his wife's face seemed changed as he entered the room. It was white and expectant, and to his fears seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid of her. Wish! She cried in a strong voice. It is foolish and wicked, he faltered. Wish, repeated his wife. He raised his hand. I wish my son alive again. The tailless man fell to the floor, and he regarded it fearfully. Then he sank trembling into a chair as the old woman, with burning eyes, walked to the window and raised the blind. He sat until he was chilled with the cold, glancing occasionally at the figure of the old woman peering through the window. The candle end, which had burned below the rim of the china candlestick, was throwing pulsating shadows on the ceiling and walls, until, with a flicker larger than the rest, it expired. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, crept back to his bed, and a minute or two afterward, the old woman came silently and apathetically beside him. Neither spoke, but lay silently listening to the ticking of the clock. A stair creaked, and a squeaky mouse scurried nervously through the wall. The darkness was oppressive, and after lying for some time screwing up his courage, he took the box of matches, and striking one, went downstairs for a candle. At the foot of the stairs, the match went out, and he paused to strike another, and at the same moment a knock, so quiet and stealthy as to be scarcely audible, sounded on the front door. The matches fell from his hand, and spilled in the passage. He stood motionless, his breath suspended until the knock was repeated. Then he turned and fled swiftly back to his room, and closed the door behind him. A third knock sounded through the house. What's that? Cried the old woman, starting up. A rat, said the old man in shaking tones. A rat. It passed me on the stairs. His wife sat up in bed listening. A loud knock resounded through the house. It's Herbert! She screamed. It's Herbert! She ran to the door, but her husband was before her, and catching her by the arm, held her tightly. What are you going to do? He whispered hoarsely. It's my boy. It's Herbert, she cried, struggling mechanically. I forgot it was 2 miles away. What are you holding me for? Let go. I must open the door. For God's sake, don't let it in, cried the old man, trembling. You're afraid of your own son, she cried, struggling. Let me go. I'm coming, Herbert, I'm coming. There was another knock, and another. The old woman, with a sudden wrench, broke free and ran from the room. Her husband followed to the landing, and called after her appealingly as she hurried downstairs. He heard the chain rattle, and the bottom bolt drawn slowly and stiffly from the socket. Then the old woman's voice, strained and panting. The bolt, she cried loudly. Come down, I can't reach it. But her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw, if he could only find it before the thing outside got in. A perfect fusillade of knocks reverberated throughout the house, and he heard the scraping of a chair as his wife put it down in the passage against the door. He heard the creaking of the bolt as it came slowly back, and at the same moment he found the monkey's paw, and frantically breathed his third and last wish. The knocking ceased suddenly, although the echoes of it were still in the house. He heard the chair drawn back and the door open. A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and a long, loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife gave him courage to run down to her side, and then to the gate beyond. The street lamp flickering opposite shone on a quiet and deserted road. End of The Monkey's Paw. Recording by Luke Garvic.
The Mummy's Foot by Théophile Gautier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by EMarieBoyd. The Mummy's Foot by Théophile Gautier. I had entered, in an idle mood, the shop of one of those curiosity vendors who are called marchands de bric-a-brac in that Parisian argot which is so perfectly unintelligible elsewhere in France. You have doubtless glanced occasionally through the windows of some of these shops, which have become so numerous now that it is fashionable to buy antiquated furniture, and that every petty stockbroker thinks he must have his chambre à moyen âge. There is one thing there which clings alike to the shop of the dealer in old iron, the wareroom of the tapestry maker, the laboratory of the chemist, and the studio of the painter. In all those gloomy dens where a furtive daylight filters in through the window shutters, the most manifestly ancient thing is dust. The cobwebs are more authentic than the gimplaces, and the old pear-tree furniture on exhibition is actually younger than the mahogany which arrived but yesterday from America. The warehouse of my bric-a-brac dealer was a veritable Capharnaum. All ages and all nations seemed to have made their rendezvous there. An Etruscan lamp of red clay stood upon a buhl cabinet, with ebony panels, brightly striped by lines of inlaid brass. A duchess of the court of Louis XV nonchalantly extended her fawn-like feet under a massive table of the time of Louis VIII, with heavy spiral supports of oak and carven designs of chimeras and foliage intermingled. Upon the denticulated shelves of several sideboards glittered immense Japanese dishes with red and blue designs relieved by gilded hatching, side by side with enameled works by Bernard Palissy, representing serpents, frogs, and lizards in relief. From disemboweled cabinets escaped cascades of silver lustrous Chinese silks and waves of tinsels which an oblique sunbeam shot through with luminous beads, while portraits of every era, in frames more or less tarnished, smiled through their yellow varnish. The striped breastplate of a damascened suit of Milanese armor glittered in one corner. Loves and nymphs of porcelain, Chinese grotesques, vases of celadon and crackleware, Saxon and old Sèvres cups encumbered the shelves and nooks of the apartment. The dealer followed me closely through the tortuous way contrived between the piles of furniture, warding off with his hand the hazardous sweep of my coat skirts, watching my elbows with the uneasy attention of an antiquarian and a usurer. It was a singular face, that of the merchant, an immense skull, polished like a knee, and surrounded by a thin aureole of white hair, which brought out the clear salmon tint of his complexion all the more strikingly, lent him a false aspect of patriarchal bonhomie, counteracted, however, by the scintillation of two little yellow eyes which trembled in their orbits like two louis d'or upon quicksilver. The curve of his nose presented an aquiline silhouette which suggested the Oriental or Jewish type. His hands, thin, slender, full of nerves which projected like strings upon the fingerboard of a violin, and armed with claws like those on the termination of a bat's wings, shook with senile trembling. But those convulsively agitated hands became firmer than steel pincers or lobster claws when they lifted any precious article, an onyx cup, a Venetian glass, or a dish of Bohemian crystal. This strange old man had an aspect so thoroughly rabbinical and cabalistic that he would have been burnt on the mere testimony of his face 3 centuries ago. "Will you not buy something from me today, sir? Here is a Malay crease with a blade undulating like a flame. Look at those grooves contrived for the blood to run along, those teeth set backwards so as to tear out the entrails in withdrawing the weapon. It is a fine character of ferocious arm and will look well in your collection. This 2-handed sword is very beautiful. It is the work of Giuseppe della Hera, and this colishmard with its fenestrated guard. What a superb specimen of handicraft! No, I have quite enough weapons and instruments of carnage. I want a small figure, something which will suit me as a paperweight, for I cannot endure those trumpery bronzes which the stationers sell, and which may be found on everybody's desk." The old gnome foraged among his ancient wares, and finally arranged before me some antique bronzes, so called at least, fragments of malachite, little Hindu or Chinese idols, a kind of pusa toys in jade stone, representing the incarnations of Brahma or Vishnu, and wonderfully appropriate to the very undivine office of holding papers and letters in place. I was hesitating between a porcelain dragon, all constellated with warts, its mouth formidable with bristling tusks and ranges of teeth, and an abominable little Mexican fetish, representing the god Huitzilopochtli, au naturel, when I caught sight of a charming foot, which at first I took for a fragment of some antique Venus. It had those beautiful ruddy and tawny tints that lend to Florentine bronze that warm living look, so much preferable to the gray-green aspect of common bronzes, which might easily be mistaken for statues in a state of putrefaction. Satiny gleams played over its rounded forms, doubtless polished by the amorous kisses of 20 centuries, for it seemed a Corinthian bronze, a work of the best era of art, perhaps molded by Lysippus himself. "That foot will be my choice," I said to the merchant, who regarded me with an ironical and saturnine air, and held out the object desired, that I might examine it more fully. I was surprised at its lightness. It was not a foot of metal, but in sooth a foot of flesh, an embalmed foot, a mummy's foot. On examining it still more closely, the very grain of the skin, and the almost imperceptible lines impressed upon it by the texture of the bandages, became perceptible. The toes were slender and delicate, and terminated by perfectly formed nails, pure and transparent as agates. The great toe, slightly separated from the rest, afforded a happy contrast, in the antique style, to the position of the other toes, and lent it an aerial lightness, the grace of a bird's foot. The sole, scarcely streaked by a few almost imperceptible cross lines, afforded evidence that it had never touched the bare ground, and had only come in contact with the finest matting of Nile rushes and the softest carpets of panther skin. "Ha ha! You want the foot of the Princess Hermonthis?" exclaimed the merchant, with a strange giggle, fixing his owlish eyes upon me. "Ha ha! For a paperweight! An original idea! An artistic idea! Old Pharaoh would certainly have been surprised had someone told him that the foot of his adored daughter would be used for a paperweight, after he had had a mountain of granite hollowed out as a receptacle for the triple coffin, painted and gilded, covered with hieroglyphics and beautiful paintings of the judgment of souls," continued the queer little merchant, half audibly, as though talking to himself. "How much will you charge me for this mummy fragment?" "Ah, the highest price I can get, for it is a superb piece. If I had the match of it, you could not have it for less than 500 francs. The daughter of a pharaoh! Nothing is more rare." "Assuredly that is not a common article, but still, how much do you want? In the first place, let me warn you that all my wealth consists of just 5 louis. I can buy anything that costs 5 louis, but nothing dearer. You might search my vest pockets and most secret drawers without even finding one poor 5-franc piece more." 5 louis for the foot of Princess Hermonthis? That is very little indeed. 'Tis an authentic foot," muttered the merchant, shaking his head and imparting a peculiar rotary motion to his eyes. "Well, take it, and I will give you the bandages into the bargain," he added, wrapping the foot in an ancient damask rag. "Very fine, real damask, Indian damask, which has never been re-dyed. It is strong, and yet it is soft," he mumbled, stroking the frayed tissue with his fingers through the trade-acquired habit which moved him to praise even an object of such little value that he himself deemed it only worth the giving away. He poured the gold coins into a sort of medieval alms purse hanging at his belt, repeating, "The foot of Princess Hermonthis to be used for a paperweight." Then, turning his phosphorescent eyes upon me, he exclaimed in a voice strident as the crying of a cat which has swallowed a fishbone, "Old Pharaoh will not be well pleased. He loved his daughter, the dear man." "You speak as if you were a contemporary of his. You are old enough, goodness knows, but you do not date back to the pyramids of Egypt," I answered laughingly from the threshold. I went home, delighted with my acquisition. With the idea of putting it to profitable use as soon as possible, I placed the foot of the divine Princess Hermonthis upon a heap of papers scribbled over with verses, in themselves an indecipherable mosaic work of erasures, articles freshly begun, letters forgotten, and posted in the table drawer instead of the letter box, an error to which absent-minded people are peculiarly liable. The effect was charming, bizarre, and romantic. Well satisfied with this embellishment, I went out with the gravity and pride becoming one who feels that he has the ineffable advantage over all the passers-by whom he elbows of possessing a piece of the Princess Hermonthis, daughter of Pharaoh. I looked upon all who did not possess, like myself, a paperweight so authentically Egyptian as very ridiculous people, and it seemed to me that the proper occupation of every sensible man should consist in the mere fact of having a mummy's foot upon his desk. Happily, I met some friends, whose presence distracted me in my infatuation with this new acquisition. I went to dinner with them, for I could not very well have dined with myself. When I came back that evening, with my brain slightly confused by a few glasses of wine, a vague whiff of oriental perfume delicately titillated my olfactory nerves. The heat of the room had warmed the natron, bitumen, and myrrh in which the pair beasties had cut open the bodies of the dead, had bathed the corpse of the princess. It was a perfume at once sweet and penetrating, a perfume that 4,000 years had not been able to dissipate. The dream of Egypt was eternity. Her odors have the solidity of granite and endure as long. I soon drank deeply from the black cup of sleep. For a few hours all remained opaque to me. Oblivion and nothingness inundated me with their somber waves. Yet light gradually dawned upon the darkness of my mind. Dreams commenced to touch me softly in their silent flight. The eyes of my soul were opened, and I beheld my chamber as it actually was. I might have believed myself awake but for a vague consciousness which assured me that I slept, and that something fantastic was about to take place. The odor of the myrrh had augmented in intensity, and I felt a slight headache, which I very naturally attributed to several glasses of champagne that we had drunk to the unknown gods and our future fortunes. I peered through my room with a feeling of expectation, which I saw nothing to justify. Every article of furniture was in its proper place. The lamp, softly shaded by its globe of ground crystal, burned upon its bracket. The watercolor sketches shone under their bohemian glass. The curtains hung down languidly. Everything wore an aspect of tranquil slumber. After a few moments, however, all this calm interior appeared to become disturbed. The woodwork cracked stealthily, the ash-covered log suddenly emitted a jet of blue flame, and the discs of the pateras seemed like great metallic eyes, watching, like myself, for the things which were about to happen. My eyes accidentally fell upon the desk where I had placed the foot of the Princess Hermonthis. Instead of remaining quiet, as behooved a foot which had been embalmed for 4,000 years, it commenced to act in a nervous manner, contracted itself, and leaped over the papers like a startled frog. One would have imagined that it had suddenly been brought into contact with a galvanic battery. I could distinctly hear the dry sound made by its little heel, hard as the hoof of a gazelle. I became rather discontented with my acquisition, inasmuch as I wished my paperweights to be of a sedentary disposition, and thought it very unnatural that feet should walk about without legs. Then I commenced to experience a feeling closely akin to fear. Suddenly, I saw the folds of my bed curtains stir, and heard a bumping sound, like that caused by some person hopping on one foot across the floor. I must confess I became alternately hot and cold, that I felt a strange wind chill my back, and that my suddenly rising hair caused my nightcap to execute a leap of several yards. The bed curtains opened, and I beheld the strangest figure imaginable before me. It was a young girl of a very deep coffee-brown complexion, like the Beadir Amani, and possessing the purest Egyptian type of perfect beauty. Her eyes were almond-shaped and oblique, with eyebrows so black that they seemed blue. Her nose was exquisitely chiseled, almost Greek in its delicacy of outline, and she might indeed have been taken for a Corinthian statue of bronze, but for the prominence of her cheekbones and the slightly African fullness of her lips, which compelled one to recognize her as belonging beyond all doubt to the hieroglyphic race which dwelt upon the banks of the Nile. Her arms, slender and spindle-shaped, like those of very young girls, were encircled by a peculiar kind of metal bands and bracelets of glass beads. Her hair was all twisted into little cords, and she wore upon her bosom a little idol figure of green paste, bearing a whip with 7 lashes, which proved it to be an image of Isis. Her brow was adorned with a shining plate of gold, and a few traces of paint relieved the coppery tint of her cheeks. As for her costume, it was very odd indeed. Fancy a panier or skirt, all formed of little strips of material, bedizened with red and black hieroglyphics, stiffened with bitumen, and apparently belonging to a freshly unbandaged mummy. In one of those sudden flights of thought so common in dreams, I heard the hoarse falsetto of the bric-a-brac dealer repeating like a monotonous refrain the phrase he had uttered in his shop with so enigmatical an intonation. "Old Pharaoh will not be well pleased. He loved his daughter, the dear man." One strange circumstance, which was not at all calculated to restore my equanimity, was that the apparition had but 1 foot. The other was broken off at the ankle. She approached the table where the foot was starting and fidgeting about more than ever, and there supported herself upon the edge of the desk. I saw her eyes fill with pearly, gleaming tears. Although she had not as yet spoken, I fully comprehended the thoughts which agitated her. She looked at her foot, for it was indeed her own, with an exquisitely graceful expression of coquettish sadness, but the foot leaped and ran hither and thither, as though impelled on steel springs. Twice or thrice she extended her hand to seize it, but could not succeed. Then commenced between the Princess Hermonthis and her foot, which appeared to be endowed with a special life of its own, a very fantastic dialogue in a most ancient Coptic tongue, such as might have been spoken 30 centuries ago in the syrinxes of the land of Starr. Luckily, I understood Coptic perfectly well that night. The Princess Hermonthis cried, in a voice sweet and vibrant as the tones of a crystal bell, "Well, my dear little foot, you always flee from me, yet I always took good care of you. I bathed you with perfumed water in a bowl of alabaster. I smoothed your heel with pumice stone mixed with palm oil. Your nails were cut with golden scissors and polished with a hippopotamus tooth. I was careful to select tatbebs for you, painted and embroidered and turned up at the toes, which were the envy of all the young girls in Egypt. You wore on your great toe rings bearing the device of the sacred Scarabaeus, and you supported one of the lightest bodies that a lazy foot could sustain." The foot replied in a pouting and chagrined tone, "You know well that I do not belong to myself any longer. I have been bought and paid for. The old merchant knew what he was about. He bore you a grudge for having refused to espouse him. This is an ill turn which he has done you. The Arab who violated your royal coffin in the subterranean pits of the necropolis of Thebes was sent thither by him. He desired to prevent you from being present at the reunion of the shadowy nations in the cities below. Have you 5 pieces of gold for my ransom?" "Alas, no! My jewels, my rings, my purses of gold and silver were all stolen from me," answered the Princess Hermonthis with a sob. "Princess," I then exclaimed, "I never retained anybody's foot unjustly. Even though you have not got the 5 louis which it cost me, I present it to you gladly. I should feel unutterably wretched to think that I were the cause of so amiable a person as the Princess Hermonthis being lame." I delivered this discourse in a royally gallant, troubadour tone, which must have astonished the beautiful Egyptian girl. She turned a look of deepest gratitude upon me, and her eyes shone with the bluish gleams of light. She took her foot, which surrendered itself willingly this time, like a woman about to put on her little shoe, and adjusted it to her leg with much skill. This operation over, she took a few steps about the room, as though to assure herself that she really was no longer lame. "Ah, how pleased my father will be! He who was so unhappy because of my mutilation, and who from the moment of my birth set a whole nation at work to hollow me out a tomb so deep that he might preserve me intact until that last day, when souls must be weighed in the balance of Amenthi. Come with me to my father. He will receive you kindly, for you have given me back my foot." I thought this proposition natural enough, I arrayed myself in a dressing gown of large flowered pattern, which lent me a very pharaonic aspect, hurriedly put on a pair of Turkish slippers, and informed the Princess Hermonthis that I was ready to follow her. Before starting, Hermonthis took from her neck the little idol of green paste, and laid it on the scattered sheets of paper which covered the table. "It is only fair," she observed, smiling, "that I should replace your paperweight." She gave me her hand, which felt soft and cold, like the skin of a serpent, and we departed. We passed for some time with the velocity of an arrow through a fluid and grayish expanse, in which half-formed silhouettes flitted swiftly by us, to right and left. For an instant we saw only sky and sea. A few moments later, obelisks commenced to tower in the distance. Pylons and vast flights of steps guarded by sphinxes became clearly outlined against the horizon. We had reached our destination. The princess conducted me to a mountain of rose-colored granite, in the face of which appeared an opening so narrow and low that it would have been difficult to distinguish it from the fissures in the rock, had not its location been marked by 2 stelae wrought with sculptures. Hermonthis kindled a torch and led the way before me. We traversed corridors hewn through the living rock. These walls, covered with hieroglyphics and paintings of allegorical processions, might well have occupied thousands of arms for thousands of years in their formation. These corridors of interminable length opened into square chambers, in the midst of which pits had been contrived, through which we descended by cramp irons on spiral stairways. These pits again conducted us into other chambers, opening into other corridors, likewise decorated with painted sparrowhawks, serpents coiled in circles, the symbols of the Tau and Pedum, prodigious works of art which no living eye can ever examine, interminable legends of granite which only the dead have time to read through all eternity. At last, we found ourselves in a hall so vast, so enormous, so immeasurable, that the eye could not reach its limits. Files of monstrous columns stretched far out of sight on every side, between which twinkled livid stars of yellowish flame, points of light which revealed further depths, incalculable in the darkness beyond. The Princess Hermonthis still held my hand, and graciously saluted the mummies of her acquaintance. My eyes became accustomed to the dim twilight, and objects became discernible. I beheld the kings of the subterranean races seated upon thrones, grand old men, though dry, withered, wrinkled like parchment, and blackened with naphtha and bitumen, all wearing shents of gold and breastplates and gorgets glittering with precious stones, their eyes immovably fixed like the eyes of sphinxes, and their long beards whitened by the snow of centuries. Behind them stood their peoples, in the stiff and constrained posture enjoined by Egyptian art, all eternally preserving the attitude prescribed by the hieratic code. Behind these nations, the cats, ibexes, and crocodiles contemporary with them, rendered monstrous of aspect by their swathing bands, mewed, flapped their wings, or extended their jaws in a saurian giggle. All the pharaohs were there, Cheops, Chephrenes, Psammetichus, Sesostris, Amenhotep, all the dark rulers of the pyramids and sphinxes. On yet higher thrones sat Kronos and Xixouthros, who was contemporary with the deluge, and Tubal-Cain, who reigned before it. The beard of King Xixouthros had grown 7 times around the granite table upon which he leaned, lost in deep reverie and buried in dreams. Farther back through a dusty cloud, I beheld dimly the 72 pre-Adamite kings with their 72 peoples, forever passed away. After permitting me to gaze upon this bewildering spectacle a few moments, the Princess Hermonthis presented me to her father Pharaoh, who favored me with a most gracious nod. "I have found my foot again! I have found my foot!" cried the princess, clapping her little hands together with every sign of frantic joy. "It was this gentleman who restored it to me." The races of Chemi, the races of Nahasi, all the black, bronzed, and copper-colored nations repeated in chorus, "The Princess Hermonthis has found her foot again." Even Xixouthros himself was visibly affected. He raised his heavy eyelids, stroked his mustache with his fingers, and turned upon me a glance weighty with centuries. "By Oms, the dog of hell, and Tmei, daughter of the sun and of truth, this is a brave and worthy lad," exclaimed Pharaoh, pointing to me with his scepter, which was terminated with a lotus flower. "What recompense do you desire?" Filled with that daring, inspired by dreams in which nothing seems impossible, I asked him for the hand of the Princess Hermonthis. The hand seemed to me a very proper antithetic recompense for the foot. Pharaoh opened wide his great eyes of glass in astonishment at my witty request. "What country do you come from? What is your age?" "I'm a Frenchman, and I'm 27 years old, venerable Pharaoh." 27 years old, and he wishes to espouse the Princess Hermonthis, who is 30 centuries old, cried out at once all the thrones and all the circles of nations. Only Hermonthis herself did not seem to think my request unreasonable. "If you were even only 2,000 years old," replied the king, "I would willingly give you the princess, but the disproportion is too great, and besides, we must give our daughters husbands who will last well. You do not know how to preserve yourselves any longer. Even those who died only 15 centuries ago are already no more than a handful of dust. Behold, my flesh is solid as basalt, my bones are bones of steel. I will be present on the last day of the world with the same body and the same features which I had during my lifetime. My daughter Hermonthis will last longer than a statue of bronze. Then the last particles of your dust will have been scattered abroad by the winds, and even Isis herself, who was able to find the atoms of Osiris, would scarce be able to recompense your being. See how vigorous I yet remain, and how mighty is my grasp," he added, shaking my hand in the English fashion, with a strength that buried my rings in the flesh of my fingers. He squeezed me so hard that I awoke, and found my friend Alfred shaking me by the arm to make me get up. "Oh, you everlasting sleeper! Must I have you carried out in the middle of the street and fireworks exploded in your ears? It is afternoon. Don't you recollect your promise to take me with you to see M. Aguado's Spanish pictures?" "God! I forgot all about it," I answered, dressing myself hurriedly. "We will go there at once. I have the permit lying there on my desk." I started to find it, but fancy my astonishment when I beheld, instead of the mummy's foot I had purchased the evening before, the little green paste idol left in its place by the Princess Hermonthis. End of The Mummy's Foot. Recording by EMarieBoyd.
The Music of Erich Zann by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Music of Erich Zann by H.P. Lovecraft. I have examined maps of the city with the greatest care, yet have never again found the Rue d'Orsay. These maps have not been modern maps alone, for I know that names change. I have, on the contrary, delved deeply into all the antiquities of the place, and have personally explored every region of whatever name which could possibly answer to the street I knew as the Rue d'Orsay. But despite all I have done, it remains a humiliating fact that I cannot find the house, the street, or even the locality where, during the last months of my impoverished life as a student of metaphysics at the university, I heard the music of Erich Zann. That my memory is broken, I do not wonder, for my health, physical and mental, was gravely disturbed throughout the period of my residence in the Rue d'Orsay, and I recall that I took none of my few acquaintances there. But that I cannot find the place again is both singular and perplexing, for it was within a half-hour's walk of the university, and was distinguished by peculiarities which could hardly be forgotten by anyone who had been there. I have never met a person who has seen the Rue d'Orsay. The Rue d'Orsay lay across a dark river bordered by precipitous brick blear-windowed warehouses, and spanned by a ponderous bridge of dark stone. It was always shadowy along that river, as if the smoke of neighboring factories shut out the sun perpetually. The river was also odorous with evil stenches which I have never smelled elsewhere, and which may someday help me to find it, since I should recognize them at once. Beyond the bridge were narrow cobbled streets with rails, and then came the ascent, at first gradual, but incredibly steep as the Rue d'Azay was reached. I have never seen another street as narrow and steep as the Rue d'Azay. It was almost a cliff, closed to all vehicles, consisting in several places of flights of steps, and ending at the top in a lofty ivied wall. Its paving was irregular, sometimes stone slabs, sometimes cobblestones, and sometimes bare earth struggling with greenish-gray vegetation. The houses were tall, peaked-roofed, incredibly old, and crazily leaning backward, forward, and sidewise. Occasionally, an opposite pair, both leaning forward, almost met across the street like an arch, and certainly they kept most of the light from the ground below. There were a few overhead bridges from house to house across the street. The inhabitants of that street impressed me peculiarly. At first I thought it was because they were all silent and reticent, but later decided it was because they were all very old. I do not know how I came to live on such a street, but I was not myself when I moved there. I had been living in many poor places, always evicted for want of money, until at last I came upon that tottering house in the Rue d'Azay kept by the paralytic Blandot. It was the third house from the top of the street, and by far the tallest of them all. My room was on the 5th story, the only inhabited room there, since the house was almost empty. On the night I arrived, I heard strange music from the peaked garret overhead, and the next day asked old Blandot about it. He told me it was an old German viol player, a strange, dumb man who signed his name as Erich Zann, and who played evenings in a cheap theater orchestra. Adding that Zann's desire to play in the night after his return from the theater was the reason he had chosen this lofty and isolated garret room, whose single gable window was the only point on the street from which one could look over the terminating wall at the declivity and panorama beyond. Thereafter I heard Zann every night, and although he kept me awake, I was haunted by the weirdness of his music. Knowing little of the art myself, I was yet certain that none of his harmonies had any relation to music I had heard before, and concluded that he was a composer of highly original genius. The longer I listened, the more I was fascinated, until after a week I resolved to make the old man's acquaintance. One night, as he was returning from his work, I intercepted Zann in the hallway and told him that I would like to know him and be with him when he played. He was a small, lean, bent person with shabby clothes, blue eyes, a grotesque satyr-like face, and nearly bald head, and at my first word seemed both angered and frightened. My obvious friendliness, however, finally melted him, and he grudgingly motioned to me to follow him up the dark, creaking, and rickety attic stairs. His room, one of only 2 in the steeply pitched garret, was on the west side, toward the high wall that formed the upper end of the street. Its size was very great, and seemed the greater because of its extraordinary bareness and neglect. Of furniture there was only a narrow iron bedstead, a dingy washstand, a small table, a large bookcase, an iron music rack, and 3 old-fashioned chairs. Sheets of music were piled in disorder about the floor. The walls were of bare boards, and had probably never known plaster, whilst the abundance of dust and cobwebs made the place seem more deserted than inhabited. Evidently, Erich Zann's world of beauty lay in some far cosmos of the imagination. Motioning me to sit down, the dumb man closed the door, turned the large wooden bolts, and lighted a candle to augment the one he had brought with him. He now removed his viol from its moth-eaten covering, and taking it, seated himself in the least uncomfortable of the chairs. He did not employ the music rack, but, offering no choice in playing from memory, enchanted me for over an hour with strains I had never heard before, strains which must have been of his own devising. To describe their exact nature is impossible for one unversed in music. They were a kind of fugue, with recurrent passages of the most captivating quality, but to me were notable for the absence of any of the weird notes I had overheard from my room below on other occasions. Those haunting notes I had remembered, and had often hummed and whistled inaccurately to myself. So when the player at length laid down his bow, I asked him if he would render some of them. As I began my request, the wrinkled satyr-like face lost the bored placidity it had possessed during the playing, and seemed to show the same curious mixture of anger and fright which I had noticed when first I accosted the old man. For a moment I was inclined to use persuasion, regarding rather lightly the whims of senility, and even tried to awaken my host's weirder mood by whistling a few of the strains to which I had listened the night before. But I did not pursue this course for more than a moment, for when the dumb musician recognized the whistled air, his face grew suddenly distorted with an expression wholly beyond analysis, and his long, cold, bony right hand reached out to stop my mouth and silence the crude imitation. As he did this, he further demonstrated his eccentricity by casting a startled glance toward the lone curtained window, as if fearful of some intruder. A glance doubly absurd, since the garret stood high and inaccessible above all the adjacent roofs, this window being the only point on the steep street, as the concierge had told me, from which one could see over the wall at the summit. The old man's glance brought Blandot's remark to my mind, and with a certain capriciousness I felt a wish to look out over the wide and dizzying panorama of moonlit roofs and city lights beyond the hilltop, which of all the dwellers in the Rue d'Azay, only this crabbed musician could see. I moved toward the window and would have drawn aside the nondescript curtains, when, with a frightened rage even greater than before, the dumb lodger was upon me again, this time motioning with his head toward the door as he nervously strove to drag me thither with both hands. Now thoroughly disgusted with my host, I ordered him to release me, and told him I would go at once. His clutch relaxed, and as he saw my disgust and offense, his own anger seemed to subside. He tightened his relaxing grip, but this time in a friendly manner, forcing me into a chair, then with an appearance of wistfulness crossing to the littered table, where he wrote many words with a pencil, in the labored French of a foreigner. The note which he finally handed me was an appeal for tolerance and forgiveness. Zann said that he was old, lonely, and afflicted with strange fears and nervous disorders connected with his music and other things. He had enjoyed my listening to his music, and wished I would come again and not mind his eccentricities. But he could not play to another his weird harmonies, and could not bear hearing them from another, nor could he bear having anything in his room touched by another. He had not known until our hallway conversation that I could overhear his playing in my room, and now asked me if I would arrange with Blandot to take a lower room where I could not hear him in the night. He would, he wrote, defray the difference in rent. As I sat deciphering the execrable French, I felt more lenient toward the old man. He was a victim of physical and nervous suffering, as was I, and my metaphysical studies had taught me kindness. In the silence there came a slight sound from the window. The shutter must have rattled slightly in the wind, and for some reason I started almost as violently as did Erich Zann. So when I had finished reading, I shook my host by the hand, and departed as a friend. The next day, Blandot gave me a more expensive room on the 3rd floor, between the apartments of an aged moneylender and the room of a respectable upholsterer. There was no one on the 4th floor. It was not long before I found that Zann's eagerness for my company was not as great as it had seemed while he was persuading me to move down from the 5th story. He did not ask me to call on him, and when I did call, he appeared uneasy and played listlessly. This was always at night. In the day he slept and would admit no one. My liking for him did not grow, though the attic room and the weird music seemed to hold an odd fascination for me. I had a curious desire to look out of that window, over the wall and down the unseen slope at the glittering roofs and spires which must lie outspread there. Once I went up to the garret during theater hours, when Zann was away, but the door was locked. What I did succeed in doing was to overhear the nocturnal playing of the dumb old man. At first I would tiptoe up to my old 5th floor. Then I grew bold enough to climb the last creaking staircase to the peaked garret. There in the narrow hall, outside the bolted door with the covered keyhole, I often heard sounds which filled me with an indefinable dread, the dread of vague wonder and brooding mystery. It was not that the sounds were hideous, for they were not, but that they held vibrations suggesting nothing on this globe of earth, and that at certain intervals they assumed a symphonic quality which I could hardly conceive as produced by one player. Certainly, Erich Zann was a genius of wild power. As the weeks passed, the playing grew wilder, whilst the old musician acquired an increasing haggardness and furtiveness pitiful to behold. He now refused to admit me at any time, and shunned me whenever we met on the stairs. Then one night as I listened at the door, I heard the shrieking vial swell into a chaotic babble of sound, a pandemonium which would have led me to doubt my own shaking sanity, had there not come from behind that barred portal a piteous proof that the horror was real. The awful, inarticulate cry which only a mute can utter, and which rises only in the moments of the most terrible fear or anguish. I knocked repeatedly at the door, but received no response. Afterward I waited in the black hallway, shivering with cold and fear, till I heard the poor musician's feeble effort to rise from the floor by the aid of a chair. Believing him just conscious after a fainting fit, I renewed my rapping, at the same time calling out my name reassuringly. I heard Zann stumble to the window and close both shutter and sash, then stumble to the door, which he falteringly unfastened to admit me. This time his delight at having me present was real, for his distorted face gleamed with relief, while he clutched at my coat, as a child clutches at its mother's skirts. Shaking pathetically, the old man forced me into a chair whilst he sank into another, beside which his vial and bow lay carelessly on the floor. He sat for some time inactive, nodding oddly, but having a paradoxical suggestion of intense and frightened listening. Subsequently, he seemed to be satisfied, and crossing to a chair by the table, wrote a brief note, handed it to me, and returned to the table, where he began to write rapidly and incessantly. The note implored me in the name of mercy and for the sake of my own curiosity to wait where I was while he prepared a full account in German of all the marvels and terrors which beset him. I waited, and the dumb man's pencil flew. It was perhaps an hour later, while I still waited, and while the old musician's feverishly written sheets still continued to pile up, that I saw Zann start as from the hint of a horrible shock. Unmistakably, he was looking at the curtained window and listening shudderingly. Then I half fancied I heard a sound myself, though it was not a horrible sound, but rather an exquisitely low and infinitely distant musical note, suggesting a player in one of the neighboring houses, or in some abode beyond the lofty wall over which I had never been able to look. Upon Zann the effect was terrible, for, dropping his pencil, suddenly he rose, seized his vial, and commenced to rend the night with the wildest playing I had ever heard from his bow, save when listening at the barred door. It would be useless to describe the playing of Erich Zann on that dreadful night. It was more horrible than anything I had ever overheard, because I could now see the expression of his face, and could realize that this time the motive was stark fear. He was trying to make a noise, to ward something off or drown something out. What? I could not imagine, awesome though I felt it must be. The playing grew fantastic, diffuse, and hysterical, yet kept to the last the qualities of supreme genius which I knew this strange old man possessed. I recognized the air. It was a wild Hungarian dance popular in the theaters, and I reflected for a moment that this was the first time I had ever heard Zann play the work of another composer. Louder and louder, wilder and wilder, mounted the shrieking and whining of that desperate viol. The player was dripping with an uncanny perspiration and twisted like a monkey, always looking frantically at the curtained window. In his frenzied strains I could almost see shadowy satyrs and bacchanals dancing and whirling insanely through seething abysses of clouds and smoke and lightning. And then I thought I heard a shriller, steadier note that was not from the viol, a calm, deliberate, purposeful mocking note from far away in the west. At this juncture the shutter began to rattle in a howling night wind, which had sprung up outside as if in answer to the mad playing within. Zann's screaming viol now outdid itself, emitting sounds I had never thought a viol could emit. The shutter rattled more loudly, unfastened, and commenced slamming against the window. Then the glass broke shiveringly under the persistent impacts, and the chill wind rushed in, making the candles sputter and rustling the sheets of paper on the table where Zann had begun to write out his horrible secret. I looked at Zann and saw that he was past conscious observation. His blue eyes were bulging, glassy, and sightless, and the frantic playing had become a blind, mechanical, unrecognizable orgy that no pen could even suggest. A sudden gust, stronger than the others, caught up the manuscript and bore it toward the window. I followed the flying sheets in desperation, but they were gone before I reached the demolished panes. Then I remembered my old wish to gaze from this window, the only window in the Rue d'Azay from which one might see the slope beyond the wall, and the city outspread beneath. It was very dark, but the city's lights always burned, and I expected to see them there amidst the rain and wind. Yet when I looked from that highest of all gable windows, looked while the candles sputtered and the insane vial howled with the night wind, I saw no cities spread below, and no friendly lights gleamed from remembered streets, but only the blackness of space illimitable, unimagined space alive with motion and music, and having no semblance of anything on earth. And as I stood there looking in terror, the wind blew out both the candles in that ancient peaked garret, leaving me in savage and impenetrable darkness with chaos and pandemonium before me, and the demon madness of that night-bang vial behind me. I staggered back in the dark, without the means of striking a light, crashing against the table, overturning a chair, and finally groping my way to the place where the blackness screamed with shocking music. To save myself and Erich Zann, I could at least try, whatever the powers opposed to me. Once I thought some chill thing brushed me, and I screamed, but my scream could not be heard above that hideous vial. Suddenly, out of the blackness, that madly sawing bow struck me, and I knew I was close to the player. I felt ahead, touched the back of Zann's chair, and then found and shook his shoulder in an effort to bring him to his senses. He did not respond, and still the vial shrieked on without slackening. I moved my hand to his head, whose mechanical nodding I was able to stop, and shouted in his ear that we must both flee from the unknown things of the night. But he neither answered me, nor abated the frenzy of his unutterable music, while all through the garret strange currents of wind seemed to dance in the darkness and babble. When my hand touched his ear, I shuddered, though I knew not why till I felt the still face, the ice-cold, stiffened, unbreathing face whose glassy eyes bulged uselessly into the void. And then, by some miracle, finding the door and the large wooden bolt, I plunged wildly away from that glassy-eyed thing in the dark, and from the ghoulish howling of that accursed vial, whose fury increased even as I plunged. Leaping, floating, flying down those endless stairs through the dark house, racing mindlessly out into the narrow, steep, and ancient street of steps and tottering houses, clattering down steps and over cobbles to the lower streets, and the putrid, canyon-walled river, panting across the great dark bridge to the broader, healthier streets and boulevards we know. All these are terrible impressions that linger with me, and I recall that there was no wind, and that the moon was out, and that all the lights of the city twinkled. Despite my most careful searches and investigations, I have never since been able to find the Rue d'Azay, but I am not wholly sorry, either for this or for the loss in undreamable abysses of the closely written sheets which alone could have explained the music of Erich Zann. End of The Music of Erich Zann.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dean Delp. The Nameless City by H.P. Lovecraft. When I drew nigh the Nameless City, I knew it was accursed. I was traveling in a parched and terrible valley under the moon, and afar I saw it protruding uncannily above the sands, as parts of a corpse may protrude from an ill-made grave. Fear spoke from the age-worn stones of this hoary survivor of the deluge, this great-grandfather of the eldest pyramid, and a viewless aura repelled me, and bade me retreat from antique and sinister secrets that no man should see, and no man else had dared to see. Remote in the desert of Araby lies the Nameless City, crumbling and inarticulate, its low walls nearly hidden by the sands of uncounted ages. It must have been thus before the first stones of Memphis were laid, and while the bricks of Babylon were yet unbaked. There is no legend so old as to give it a name, or to recall that it was ever alive. But it is told of in whispers around campfires, and muttered about by grandams in the tents of sheiks, so that all the tribes shun it without wholly knowing why. It was of this place that Abdul al-Hazred, the mad poet, dreamed of the night before he sang his unexplained couplet. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. I should have known that the Arabs had good reason for shunning the Nameless City, the city told of in strange tales but seen by no living man. Yet I defied them, and went into the untrodden waste with my camel. I alone have seen it, and that is why no other face bears such hideous lines of fear as mine, why no other man shivers so horribly when the night wind rattles the windows. When I came upon it in the ghastly stillness of unending sleep, it looked at me, chilly from the rays of a cold moon amidst the desert's heat. And as I returned its look, I forgot my triumph at finding it, and stopped still with my camel to wait for the dawn. For hours I waited, till the east grew gray, and the stars faded, and the gray turned to roseate light edged with gold. I heard a moaning, and saw a storm of sand stirring among the antique stones, though the sky was clear, and the vast reaches of the desert still. Then suddenly, above the desert's far rim came the blazing edge of the sun, seen through the tiny sandstorm which was passing away. And in my fevered state I fancied that from some remote depth there came a crash of musical metal to hail the fiery disk, as Memnon hails it from the banks of the Nile. My ears rang, and my imagination seethed as I led my camel slowly across the sand to that unvocal place, that place which I alone of living men had seen. In and out amongst the shapeless foundations of houses and places I wandered, finding never a carving or inscription to tell of these men, if men they were, who built this city and dwelt therein so long ago. The antiquity of the spot was unwholesome, and I longed to encounter some sign or device to prove that the city was indeed fashioned by mankind. There were certain proportions and dimensions in the ruins which I did not like. I had with me many tools and dug much within the walls of the obliterated edifices, but progress was slow, and nothing significant was revealed. When night and the moon returned, I felt a chill wind which brought new fear, so that I did not dare to remain in the city. And as I went outside the antique walls to sleep, a small sighing sandstorm gathered behind me, blowing over the gray stones, though the moon was bright and most of the desert still. I awakened just at dawn from a pageant of horrible dreams, my ears ringing as from some metallic peal. I saw the sun peering redly through the last gusts of a little sandstorm that hovered over the Nameless City, and marked the quietness of the rest of the landscape. Once more, I ventured within those brooding ruins that swelled beneath the sand like an ogre under a coverlet, and again dug vainly for relics of the forgotten race. At noon I rested, and in the afternoon I spent much time tracing the walls and bygone streets and the outlines of the nearly vanished buildings. I saw that the city had been mighty indeed, and wondered at the sources of its greatness. To myself I pictured all the splendor of an age so distant that Chaldea could not recall it, and thought of Sarnath the Doomed that stood in the land of Manar when mankind was young, and of Ib that was carven of grey stone before mankind existed. All at once I came upon a place where the bedrock rose stark through the sand and formed a low cliff, and here I saw with joy what seemed to promise further traces of the antediluvian people. Hewn rudely on the face of the cliff were the unmistakable facades of several small, squat rock houses or temples, whose interiors might preserve many secrets of ages too remote for calculation. Those sandstorms had long effaced any carvings which may have been outside. Very low and sand-choked were all the dark apertures near me, but I cleared one with my spade and crawled through it, carrying a torch to reveal whatever mysteries it might hold. When I was inside, I saw that the cavern was indeed a temple, and beheld plain signs of the race that had lived and worshipped before the desert was a desert. Primitive altars, pillars, and niches, all curiously low, were not absent, and though I saw no sculptures or frescoes, there were many singular stones clearly shaped into symbols by artificial means. The lowness of the chiseled chamber was very strange, for I could hardly kneel upright, but the area was so great that my torch showed only part of it at a time. I shuddered oddly in some of the far corners, for certain altars and stones suggested forgotten rites of terrible, revolting, and inexplicable nature, and made me wonder what manner of men could have made and frequented such a temple. When I had seen all that the place contained, I crawled out again, avid to find what the temples might yield. Night had now approached, yet the tangible things I had seen made curiosity stronger than fear, so that I did not flee from the long, moon-cast shadows that had daunted me when first I saw the Nameless City. In the twilight, I cleared another aperture, and with a new torch crawled into it, finding more vague stones and symbols, though nothing more definite than the other temple had contained. The room was just as low, but much less broad, ending in a very narrow passage crowded with obscure and cryptical shrines. About these shrines I was prying, when the noise of a wind and my camel outside broke through the stillness, and drew me forth to see what could have frightened the beast. The moon was gleaming vividly over the primitive ruins, lighting a dense cloud of sand that seemed blown by a strong but decreasing wind from some point along the cliff ahead of me. I knew it was this chilly, sandy wind which had disturbed the camel, and was about to lead him to a place of better shelter, when I chanced to glance up, and saw that there was no wind atop the cliff. This astonished me, and made me fearful again. But I immediately recalled the sudden local winds that I had seen and heard at sunrise and sunset, and judged it was a normal thing. I decided it came from some rock fissure leading to a cave, and watched the troubled sand to trace it to its source, soon perceiving that it came from the black orifice of a temple a long distance south of me, almost out of sight. Against the choking sand cloud I plodded towards this temple, which, as I neared it, loomed larger than the rest, and showed a doorway far less clogged with caked sand. I would have entered had not the terrific force of the icy wind almost quenched my torch. It poured madly out of the dark door, sighing uncannily as it ruffled the sand and spread among the weird ruins. Soon it grew fainter, and the sand grew more and more still, till finally all was at rest again. But a presence seemed stalking among the spectral stones of the city, and when I glanced at the moon it seemed to quiver, as though mirrored in unquiet waters. I was more afraid than I could explain, but not enough to dull my thirst for wonder, so as soon as the wind was quite gone I crossed into the dark chamber from which it had come. This temple, as I had fancied from the outside, was larger than either of those I had visited before, and was presumably a natural cavern, since it bore winds from some region beyond. Here I could stand quite upright, but saw that the stones and altars were as low as those in the other temples. On the walls and roof I beheld for the first time some traces of the pictorial art of the ancient race, curious curling streaks of paint that had almost faded or crumbled away, and on two of the altars I saw with rising excitement a maze of well-fashioned curvilinear carvings. As I held my torch aloft, it seemed to me that the shape of the roof was too regular to be natural, and I wondered what the prehistoric cutters of stone had first worked upon. Their engineering skill must have been vast. Then a brighter flare of the fantastic flame showed me that form which I had been seeking, the opening to those remoter abysses whence the sudden wind had blown, and I grew faint when I saw that it was a small and plainly artificial door chiseled in the solid rock. I thrust my torch within, beholding a black tunnel with the roof arching low over a rough flight of very small, numerous and steeply descending steps. I shall always see those steps in my dreams, for I came to learn what they meant. At the time I hardly knew whether to call them steps or mere footholds in a precipitous descent. My mind was whirling with mad thoughts, and the words and warning of Arab prophets seemed to float across the desert from the land that men know to the nameless city that men dare not know. Yet I hesitated only for a moment before advancing through the portal and commencing to climb cautiously down the steep passage feet first, as though on a ladder. It is only in the terrible phantasm of drugs or delirium that any other man can have such a descent as mine. The narrow passage led infinitely down like some hideous haunted well, and the torch I held above my head could not light the unknown depths toward which I was crawling. I lost track of the hours and forgot to consult my watch, though I was frightened when I thought of the distance I must be traversing. There were changes of direction and of steepness, and once I came to a long, low, level passage where I had to wriggle my feet first along the rocky floor, holding my torch at arm's length beyond my head. The place was not high enough for kneeling. After that were more of the steep steps, and I was still scrambling down interminably when my failing torch died out. I do not think I noticed it at the time, for when I did notice it, I was still holding it above me as if it were ablaze. I was quite unbalanced with that instinct for the strange and the unknown which had made me a wanderer upon earth, and a haunter of far, ancient, and forbidden places. In the dark there flashed before my mind fragments of my cherished treasury of demonic lore, sentences from Alhazred the Mad Arab, paragraphs from the apocryphal nightmares of Damascus, and infamous lines from the delirious Images du Monde of Gauthier de Metz. I repeated queer extracts and muttered of Afrasiab, and the demons that floated with him down the Oxus. later chanting over and over again a phrase from one of Lord Dunsany's tales, the unreverberate blackness of the abyss. Once, when the descent grew amazingly steep, I recited something in sing-song from Thomas More until I feared to recite more. A reservoir of blackness, black as witches' cauldrons are when filled, with moon drugs and the eclipse distilled. Leaning to look if foot might pass, down through that chasm I saw beneath, as far as vision could explore, the jetty sides as smooth as glass, looking as if just varnished ore, with that dark pitch the seed of death throws out upon its slimy shore. Time had quite ceased to exist, when my feet again felt a level floor, and I found myself in a place slightly higher than the rooms in the two smaller temples now so incalculably far above my head. I could not quite stand, but could kneel upright, and in the dark I shuffled and crept hither and thither at random. I soon knew that I was in a narrow passage whose walls were lined with cases of wood, having glass fronts. As in that Paleozoic and abysmal place, I felt of such things as polished wood and glass. I shuddered at the possible implications. The cases were apparently ranged along each side of the passage at regular intervals, and were oblong and horizontal, hideously like coffins in shape and size. When I tried to move 2 or 3 for further examination, I found that they were firmly fastened. I saw that the passage was a long one, so floundered ahead rapidly in a creeping run that would have seemed horrible had any eye watched me in the blackness, crossing from side to side, occasionally to feel my surroundings and be sure the walls and rows of cases still stretched on. Man is so used to thinking visually that I almost forgot the darkness and pictured the endless corridor of wood and glass and its low-studied monotony as though I saw it. And then, in a moment of indescribable emotion, I did see it. Just when my fancy merged into real sight, I cannot tell, but there came a gradual glow ahead, and all at once I knew that I saw the dim outlines of a corridor and the cases, revealed by some unknown subterranean phosphorescence. For a little while, all was exactly as I had imagined it, since the glow was very faint, but as I mechanically kept stumbling ahead into the stronger light, I realized that my fancy had been but feeble. This hall was no relic of crudity, like the temples in the city above, but a monument of the most magnificent and exotic art. Rich, vivid, and daringly fantastic designs and pictures formed a continuous scheme of mural paintings, whose lines and colors were beyond description. The cases were of a strange golden wood, with fronts of exquisite glass, and containing the mummified forms of creatures outreaching in grotesqueness the most chaotic dreams of man. To convey any idea of these monstrosities is impossible. They were of the reptile kind, with body lines suggesting sometimes the crocodile, sometimes the seal, but more often nothing of which either the naturalist or the paleontologist ever heard. In size, they approximated a small man, and their forelegs bore delicate and evident feet, curiously like human hands and fingers. But strangest of all were their heads, which presented a contour violating all known biological principles. To nothing can such things be well compared. In one flash, I thought of comparisons as varied as the cat, the bullfrog, the mythic satyr, and the human being. Not Jove himself had so colossal and protuberant a forehead, yet the horns and the noselessness and the alligator-like jaw placed things outside all established categories. I debated for a time on the reality of the mummies, half suspecting they were artificial idols, but soon decided they were indeed some Paleogean species which had lived when the Nameless City was alive. To crown their grotesqueness, most of them were gorgeously enrobed in the costliest of fabrics, and lavishly laden with ornaments of gold, jewels, and unknown shining metals. The importance of these crawling creatures must have been vast, for they held first place among the wild designs on the frescoed walls and ceiling. With matchless skill had the artists drawn them in a world of their own, wherein they had cities and gardens fashioned to suit their dimensions, and I could not help but think that their pictured history was allegorical, perhaps showing the progress of the race that worshipped them. These creatures, I said to myself, were to men of the Nameless City what the she-wolf was to Rome, or some totem beast is to a tribe of Indians. Holding this view, I could trace roughly a wonderful epic of the Nameless City, the tale of a mighty seacoast metropolis that ruled the world before Africa rose out of the waves, and of its struggles as the sea shrank away and the desert crept into the fertile valley that held it. I saw its wars and triumphs, its troubles and defeats, and afterwards its terrible fight against the desert when thousands of its people, here represented in allegory by the grotesque reptiles, were driven to chisel their way down through the rocks in some marvelous manner to another world whereof their prophets had told them. It was all vividly weird and realistic, and its connection with the awesome descent I had made was unmistakable. I even recognized the passages. As I crept along the corridor towards the brighter light, I saw later stages of the painted epic. The leave-taking of the race that had dwelt in the Nameless City and the valley around for 10 million years. The race whose souls shrank from quitting scenes their bodies had known so long, where they had settled as nomads in the earth's youth, hewing in the virgin rock those primal shrines at which they had never ceased to worship. Now that the light was better, I studied the pictures more closely, and remembering that the strange reptiles must represent the unknown men, pondered upon the customs of the Nameless City. Many things were peculiar and inexplicable. The civilization, which included a written alphabet, had seemingly risen to a higher order than those immeasurably later civilizations of Egypt and Chaldea. Yet there were curious omissions. I could, for example, find no pictures to represent deaths or funeral customs, save such as were related to wars, violence, and plagues. And I wondered at the reticence shown concerning natural death. It was as though an ideal of immortality had been fostered as a cheering illusion. Still nearer the edge of the passage was painted scenes of the most utmost picturesqueness and extravagance, contrasted views of the Nameless City and its desertion and growing ruin, and of the strange new realm of paradise to which the race had hewed its way through the stone. In these views, the city and the desert valley were shown always by moonlight, golden nimbus hovering over the fallen walls, and half revealing the splendid perfection of former times, shown spectrally and elusively by the artist. The paradisal scenes were almost too extravagant to be believed, portraying a hidden world of eternal day filled with glorious cities and ethereal hills and valleys. At the very last, I thought I saw signs of an artistic anticlimax. The paintings were less skillful and much more bizarre than even the wildest of the earlier scenes. They seemed to record a slow decadence of the ancient stock, coupled with a growing ferocity towards the outside world from which it was driven by the desert. The forms of the people, always represented by the sacred reptiles, appeared to be gradually wasting away, though their spirit, as shown hovering above the ruins by moonlight, gained in proportion. Emaciated priests displayed as reptiles in ornate robes cursed the upper air and all who breathed it. And one terrible final scene showed a primitive-looking man, perhaps a pioneer of ancient Irem, the City of Pillars, torn to pieces by members of the Elder race. I remembered how the Arabs fear the Nameless City, and was glad that beyond this place the grey walls and ceiling were bare. As I viewed the pageant of mural history, I had approached very closely to the end of the low sealed hall, and was aware of a gate through which came all of the illuminating phosphorescence. Creeping up to it, I cried aloud in transcendent amazement at what lay beyond, for instead of other and brighter chambers there was only an illimitable void of uniform radiance, such one might fancy when gazing down from the peak of Mount Everest upon a sea of sunlit mist. Behind me was a passage so cramped that I could not stand upright in it. Before me was an infinity of subterranean effulgence. Reaching down from the passage into the abyss was the head of a steep flight of steps, small, numerous steps like those of the black passages I had traversed. But after a few feet, the glowing vapors concealed everything. Swung back open against the left-hand wall of the passage was a massive door of brass, incredibly thick and decorated with fantastic bas-reliefs, which could, if closed, shut the whole inner world of light away from the vaults and passages of rock. I looked at the steps and, for the nonce, dared not try them. I touched the open brass door and could not move it. Then I sank prone to the stone floor, my mind aflame with prodigious reflections which even a death-like exhaustion could not banish. As I still lay with closed eyes, free to ponder, many things I had lightly noted in the frescoes came back to me with new and terrible significance. Scenes representing the Nameless City in its heyday, the vegetations of the valley around it and the distant lands which its merchants traded, The allegory of the crawling creatures puzzled me by its universal prominence, and I wondered that it would be so closely followed in a pictured history of such importance. In the frescoes, the Nameless City had been shown in proportions fitted to the reptiles. I wondered what its real proportions and magnificence had been, and reflected a moment on certain oddities I had noticed in the ruins. I thought curiously of the lowness of the primal temples and of the underground corridor, which were doubtless hewn thus out of deference to the reptile deities there honored, though it perforce reduced the worshippers to crawling. Perhaps the very rites here involved crawling in imitation of the creatures. No religious theory, however, could easily explain why the level passages in that awesome descent should be as low as the temples, or lower, since one could not even kneel in it. As I thought of the crawling creatures whose hideous mummified forms were so close to me, I felt a new throb of fear. Mental associations are curious, and I shrank from the idea that except for the poor, primitive man torn to pieces in the last painting, mine was the only human form amidst the many relics and symbols of the primordial life. But, as always in my strange and roving existence, wonder soon drove out fear, for the luminous abyss and what it might contain presented a problem worthy of the greatest explorer. That a weird world of mystery lay far down that flight of peculiarly small steps, I could not doubt, and I hoped to find there those human memorials which the painted corridor had failed to give. The frescoes had pictured unbelievable cities and valleys in this lower realm, and my fancy dwelt on the rich and colossal ruins that awaited me. My fears indeed concerned the past rather than the future. Not even the physical horror of my position in that cramped corridor of dead reptiles and antediluvian frescoes miles below the world I knew and faced by another world of eerie light and mist could match the lethal dread I felt at the abysmal antiquity of the scene and its soul. An ancientness so vast that measurement is feeble seemed to leer down from the primal stones and rock-hewn temples of the Nameless City, while the very latest of the astounding maps in the frescoes showed oceans and continents that man has forgotten, with only here and there some vaguely familiar outlines. Of what could have happened in the geological ages since the painting ceased and the death-hating race resentfully succumbed to decay, no man might say. Life had once teemed in these caverns, and in the luminous realm beyond. Now I was alone with the vivid relics, and I trembled to think of the countless ages through which these relics had kept a silent, deserted vigil. Suddenly there came another burst of that acute fear which had intermittently seized me ever since I first saw the terrible valley and the Nameless City under a cold moon. And despite my exhaustion, I found myself starting frantically to a sitting posture and gazing back along the black corridor towards the tunnels that rose to the outer world. My sensations were like those which had made me shun the Nameless City at night, and were as inexplicable as they were poignant. In another moment, however, I received a still greater shock in the form of a definite sound, the first which had broken the utter silence of these tomb-like depths. It was a deep, low moaning as of a distant throng of condemned spirits, and came from the direction in which I was staring. Its volume rapidly grew till it reverberated frightfully through the low passage, and at the same time I became conscious of an increasing draught of cold air, likewise flowing from the tunnel and city above. The touch of this air seemed to restore my balance, for I instantly recalled the sudden gusts which had risen around the mouth of the abyss each sunset and sunrise, one of which had indeed revealed the hidden tunnels to me. I looked at my watch and saw that sunrise was near, so braced myself to resist the gale that was sweeping down to its cavern home as it had swept forth at evening. My fear again waned low, since a natural phenomenon tends to dispel broodings over the unknown. More and more madly poured the shrieking, moaning night wind into the gulf of the inner earth. I dropped prone again and clutched vainly at the floor for fear of being swept bodily through the open gate into the phosphorescent abyss. Such fury I had not expected, and as I grew aware of an actual slipping of my form towards the abyss, I was beset by 1,000 new terrors of apprehension and imagination. The malignancy of the blast awakened incredible fancies. Once more I compared myself shudderingly to the only human image in that frightful corridor, the man who was torn to pieces by the nameless race, for in the fiendish clawing of the swirling currents there seemed to abide a vindictive rage, all the stronger because it was largely impotent. I think I screamed frantically near the last. I was almost mad. But if I did so, my cries were lost in the hell-born babble of the howling wind-wraiths. I tried to crawl against the murderous invisible torrent, but I could not even hold my own as I was pushed slowly and inexorably toward the unknown world. Finally, reason must have wholly snapped, for I fell to babbling over and over that unexplainable couplet of the mad Arab Alhazred, who dreamed of that nameless city that is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. Only the grim, brooding desert gods know what really took place, what indescribable struggles and scrambles in the dark I endured, or what Abaddon guided me back to life, where I must always remember and shiver in the night wind till oblivion, or worse, claims me. Monstrous, unnatural, colossal was the thing, too far beyond all the ideas of man to be believed except in the silent, damnable small hours of the morning when one cannot sleep. I have said that the fury of the rushing blast was infernal, cacodemoniacal, and that its voices were hideous with the pent-up viciousness of desolate eternities. Presently, these voices, while still chaotic before me, seemed to my beating brain to take articulate form behind me, and down there in the grave of unnumbered eon-dead antiquities, leagues below the dawn-lit world of men, I heard the ghastly cursing and snarling of strange-tongued fiends. Turning, I saw outlined against the luminous aether of the abyss what could not be seen against the dusk of the corridor. A nightmare horde of rushing devils, hate-distorted, grotesquely panoplied, half-transparent devils of a race no man might mistake. The crawling reptiles of the Nameless City. As the wind died away, I was plunged into the ghoul-pooled darkness of Earth's bowels, for behind the last of the creatures the great brazen door clanged shut, with a deafening peal of metallic music whose reverberations swelled out to the distant world to hail the rising of the sun, as Memnon hails it from the banks of the Nile. End of The Nameless City by H.P. Lovecraft. Recording by Dean Delp.
Negotium Perambulans by E. F. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe Ball. Negotium Perambulans by E. F. Benson. The casual tourist in West Cornwall may just possibly have noticed, as he bowled along over the bare high plateau between Penzance and Land's End, a dilapidated signpost pointing down a steep lane and bearing on its battered finger the faded inscription, Polarn, 2 miles. But probably very few have had the curiosity to traverse those 2 miles in order to see a place to which their guidebooks award so cursory a notice. It is described there, in a couple of unattractive lines, as a small fishing village with a church of no particular interest, except for certain carved and painted wood panels, originally belonging to an earlier edifice, which form an altar rail. But the church at St. Crede, the tourist is reminded, has a similar decoration far superior in point of preservation and interest, and thus even the ecclesiastically disposed are not lured to Polarn. So meagre a bait is scarce worth swallowing, and a glance at the very steep lane which in dry weather presents a carpet of sharp-pointed stones, and after rain a muddy watercourse, will almost certainly decide him not to expose his motor or his bicycle to risks like these in so sparsely populated a district. Hardly a house has met his eye since he left Penzance, and the possible trundling of a punctured bicycle for 6 weary miles seems a high price to pay for the sight of a few painted panels. Polarn, therefore, even in the high noon of the tourist season, is little liable to invasion, and for the rest of the year I do not suppose that a couple of folk a day traverse those 2 miles, long ones at that, of steep and stony gradient. I am not forgetting the postman in this exiguous estimate, for the days are few when, leaving his pony and cart at the top of the hill, he goes as far as the village, since but a few 100 yards down the lane there stands a large white box, like a sea trunk, by the side of the road, with a slit for letters and a locked door,
Should he have in his wallet a registered letter, or be the bearer of a parcel too large for insertion in the square lips of the sea trunk, he must needs trudge down the hill and deliver the troublesome missive, leaving it in person on the owner, and receiving some small reward of coin or refreshment for his kindness. But such occasions are rare, and his general routine is to take out of the box such letters as may have been deposited there, and insert in their place such letters as he has brought. These will be called for, perhaps that day, or perhaps the next, by an emissary from the Polarn post office. As for the fishermen of the place, who, in their export trade, constitute the chief link of movement between Polarn and the outside world, they would not dream of taking their catch up the steep lane and so, with 6 miles farther of travel, to the market at Penzance. The sea route is shorter and easier, and they deliver their wares to the pierhead. Thus, though the sole industry of Polarn is sea fishing, you will get no fish there unless you have bespoken your requirements to one of the fishermen. Back come the trawlers as empty as a haunted house, while their spoils are in the fish train that is speeding to London. Such isolation of a little community, continued, as it has been, for centuries, produces isolation in the individual as well, and nowhere will you find greater independence of character than among the people of Polarn. But they are linked together, so it has always seemed to me, by some mysterious comprehension. It is as if they had all been initiated into some ancient rite, inspired and framed by forces visible and invisible. The winter storms that batter the coast, the vernal spell of the spring, the hot, still summers, the season of rains and autumnal decay, have made a spell which, line by line, has been communicated to them, concerning the powers, evil and good, that rule the world, and manifest themselves in ways benignant or terrible. I came to Polarn first at the age of 10, a small boy, weak and sickly, and threatened with pulmonary trouble. My father's business kept him in London, while for me abundance of fresh air and a mild climate were considered essential conditions if I was to grow to manhood. His sister had married the vicar of Polarn, Richard Bolitho, himself native to the place, and so it came about that I spent 3 years, as a paying guest, with my relations. Richard Bolitho owned a fine house in the place, which he inhabited in preference to the vicarage, which he let to a young artist, John Evans, on whom the spell of Polarn had fallen, for from year's beginning to year's end he never left it. There was a solid roofed shelter, open on one side to the air, built for me in the garden, and here I lived and slept, passing scarcely 1 hour out of 24 behind walls and windows. I was out on the bay with the fisherfolk, or wandering along the gorse-clad cliffs that climbed steeply to right and left of the deep combe where the village lay, or pottering about on the pierhead, or birds nesting in the bushes with the boys of the village. Except on Sunday and for the few daily hours of my lessons, I might do what I pleased, so long as I remained in the open air. About the lessons there was nothing formidable. My uncle conducted me through flowering bypaths among the thickets of arithmetic, and made pleasant excursions into the elements of Latin grammar, and above all, he made me daily give him an account, in clear and grammatical sentences, of what had been occupying my mind or my movements. Should I select to tell him about a walk along the cliffs, my speech must be orderly, not vague, slipshod notes of what I had observed. In this way, too, he trained my observation, for he would bid me tell him what flowers were in bloom, and what birds hovered fishing over the sea, or were building in the bushes. For that I owe him a perennial gratitude, for to observe and to express my thoughts in the clear spoken word became my life's profession. But far more formidable than my weekday tasks was the prescribed routine for Sunday. Some dark embers compounded of Calvinism and mysticism smouldered in my uncle's soul, and made it a day of terror. His sermon in the morning scorched us with a foretaste of the eternal fires reserved for unrepentant sinners, and he was hardly less terrifying at the children's service in the afternoon. Well do I remember his exposition of the doctrine of guardian angels. A child, he said, might think himself secure in such angelic care, but let him beware of committing any of those numerous offences which would cause his guardian to turn his face from him. For as sure as there were angels to protect us, there were also evil and awful presences which were ready to pounce, and on them he dwelt with peculiar gusto. Well, too, do I remember in the morning sermon his commentary on the carved panels of the altar rails to which I have already alluded. There was the angel of the Annunciation there, and the angel of the resurrection, but not less was there the Witch of Endor, and, on the fourth panel, a scene that concerned me most of all. This fourth panel, he came down from his pulpit to trace its time-worn features, represented the lich gate of the churchyard at Polarn itself, and indeed the resemblance when thus pointed out was remarkable. In the entry stood the figure of a robed priest holding up a cross with which he faced a terrible creature like a gigantic slug that reared itself up in front of him. That, so ran my uncle's interpretation, was some evil agency, such as he had spoken about to us children, of almost infinite malignity and power, which could alone be combated by firm faith and a pure heart. Below ran the legend, Negotium Perambulans in Tenebris, from the 91st Psalm. We should find it translated there, the pestilence that walketh in darkness, which but feebly rendered the Latin. It was more deadly to the soul than any pestilence that can only kill the body. It was the thing, the creature, the business that trafficked in the outer darkness, a minister of God's wrath on the unrighteous. I could see, as he spoke, the looks which the congregation exchanged with each other, and knew that his words were evoking a surmise, a remembrance. Nods and whispers passed between them. They understood to what he alluded, and with the inquisitiveness of boyhood, I could not rest till I had wormed the story out of my friends among the fisher boys, as, next morning, we sat basking and naked in the sun after our bathe. One knew one bit of it, one another, but it pieced together into a truly alarming legend. In bald outline, it was as follows. A church far more ancient than that in which my uncle terrified us every Sunday had once stood not 300 yards away on the shelf of level ground below the quarry from which its stones were hewn. The owner of the land had pulled this down, and erected for himself a house on the same site out of these materials, keeping, in a very ecstasy of wickedness, the altar, and on this he dined and played dice afterwards. But as he grew old, some black melancholy seized him, and he would have lights burning there all night, for he had deadly fear of the darkness. On one winter evening there sprang up such a gale as was never known before, which broke in the windows of the room where he had supped and extinguished the lamps. Yells of terror brought in his servants, who found him lying on the floor with the blood streaming from his throat. As they entered, some huge black shadow seemed to move away from him, crawled across the floor and up the wall and out of the broken window. "There he lay a-dying," said the last of my informants, "and him that had been a great burly man was withered to a bag o' skin, for the critter had drained all the blood from him. His last breath was a scream, and he hollered out the same words as passin' read off the screen. Negotium Perambulans in Tenebris, I suggested eagerly. Thereabouts. Latin anyhow. And after that? I asked. Nobody would go near the place, and the old house rotted and fell into ruins till 3 years ago, when along comes Mr. Doolis from Penzance and built the half of it up again. But he don't care much about such critters, nor about Latin neither. He takes his bottle of whisky a day and gets drunk as a lord in the evening. I'm gwine home to my dinner. Whatever the authenticity of the legend, I had certainly heard the truth about Mr. Doolis from Penzance, who from that day became an object of keen curiosity on my part, the more so because the quarry house adjoined my uncle's garden. The thing that walked in the dark failed to stir my imagination, and already I was so used to sleeping alone in my shelter that the night had no terrors for me. But it would be intensely exciting to wake at some timeless hour and hear Mr. Doolis yelling, and conjecture that the thing had got him. But by degrees the whole story faded from my mind, overscored by the more vivid interests of the day, and for the last 2 years of my outdoor life in the vicarage garden, I seldom thought about Mr. Doolis and the possible fate that might await him for his temerity in living in the place where that thing of darkness had done business. Occasionally I saw him over the garden fence, a great yellow lump of a man, with slow and staggering gait, but never did I set eyes on him outside his gate, either in the village street or down on the beach. He interfered with none, and no one interfered with him. If he wanted to run the risk of being the prey of the legendary nocturnal monster, or quietly drink himself to death, it was his affair. My uncle, so I gathered, had made several attempts to see him when first he came to live at Polarn, but Mr. Doolis appeared to have no use for parsons, but said he was not at home, and never returned the call. After 3 years of sun, wind, and rain, I had completely outgrown my early symptoms and had become a tough, strapping youngster of 13. I was sent to Eton and Cambridge, and in due course ate my dinners and became a barrister. In 20 years from that time, I was earning a yearly income of 5 figures, and had already laid by in sound securities a sum that brought me dividends which would, for one of my simple tastes and frugal habits, supply me with all the material comforts I needed on this side of the grave. The great prizes of my profession were already within my reach, but I had no ambition beckoning me on, nor did I want a wife and children, being, I must suppose, a natural celibate. In fact, there was only one ambition which through these busy years had held the lure of blue and far-off hills to me, and that was to get back to Polarn, and live once more isolated from the world, with the sea and the gorse-clad hills for playfellows, and the secrets that lurked there for exploration. The spell of it had been woven about my heart, and I can truly say that there had hardly passed a day in all those years in which the thought of it and the desire for it had been wholly absent from my mind. Though I had been in frequent communication with my uncle there during his lifetime, and, after his death, with his widow who still lived there, I had never been back to it since I embarked on my profession, for I knew that if I went there, it would be a wrench beyond my power to tear myself away again. But I had made up my mind that when once I had provided for my own independence, I would go back there not to leave it again. And yet I did leave it again, and now nothing in the world would induce me to turn down the lane from the road that leads from Penzance to the Land's End, and see the sides of the combe rise steep above the roofs of the village, and hear the gulls chiding as they fish in the bay. One of the things invisible, of the dark powers, leaped into light, and I saw it with my eyes. The house where I had spent those 3 years of boyhood had been left for life to my aunt, and when I made known to her my intention of coming back to Polarn, she suggested that, till I found a suitable house, or found her proposal unsuitable, I should come to live with her. "The house is too big for a lone old woman," she wrote, "and I have often thought of quitting and taking a little cottage sufficient for me and my requirements. But come and share it, my dear, and if you find me troublesome, you or I can go. You may want solitude, most people in Polarn do, and will leave me. Or else I will leave you. One of the main reasons of my stopping here all these years was a feeling that I must not let the old house starve. Houses starve, you know, if they are not lived in. They die a lingering death. The spirit in them grows weaker and weaker, and at last fades out of them. Isn't this nonsense to your London notions?" Naturally, I accepted with warmth this tentative arrangement, and on an evening in June found myself at the head of the lane leading down to Polarn, and once more I descended into the steep valley between the hills. Time had stood still apparently for the comb. The dilapidated signpost, or its successor, pointed a rickety finger down the lane, and a few 100 yards farther on was the white box for the exchange of letters. Point after remembered point met my eye, and what I saw was not shrunk, as is often the case with the revisited scenes of childhood, into a smaller scale. There stood the post office, and there the church, and close beside it the vicarage, and beyond, the tall shrubberies which separated the house for which I was bound from the road, and beyond that again the grey roofs of the quarry house, damp and shining with the moist evening wind from the sea. All was exactly as I remembered it, and, above all, that sense of seclusion and isolation. Somewhere above the tree-tops climbed the lane which joined the main road to Penzance, but all that had become immeasurably distant. The years that had passed since last I turned in at the well-known gate faded like a frosty breath, and vanished in this warm, soft air. There were law courts somewhere in memory's dull book which, if I cared to turn the pages, would tell me that I had made a name and a great income there. But the dull book was closed now, for I was back in Polarn, and the spell was woven around me again. And if Polarn was unchanged, so too was Aunt Hester, who met me at the door. Dainty and china white she had always been, and the years had not aged but only refined her. As we sat and talked after dinner, she spoke of all that had happened in Polarn in that score of years, and yet somehow the changes of which she spoke seemed but to confirm the immutability of it all. As the recollection of names came back to me, I asked her about the quarry house and Mr. Doolis, and her face gloomed a little, as with the shadow of a cloud on a spring day. "Yes, Mr. Doolis," she said. "Poor Mr. Doolis. How well I remember him, though it must be 10 years and more since he died. I never wrote you about it, for it was all very dreadful, my dear, and I did not want to darken your memories of Polarn. Your uncle always thought that something of the sort might happen if he went on in his wicked, drunken ways, and worse than that, and though nobody knew exactly what took place, it was the sort of thing which might have been anticipated." "But what more or less happened, Aunt Hester?" I asked. "Well, of course I can't tell you everything, for no one knew it. But he was a very sinful man, and the scandal about him at New Lynn was shocking. And then he lived, too, in the quarry house. I wonder if by any chance you remember a sermon of your uncle's when he got out of the pulpit and explained that panel at the altar rails, the one, I mean, with the horrible creature rearing itself up outside the lich gate?" "Yes, "I remember perfectly," said I. "Ah, it made an impression on you, I suppose, and so it did on all who heard him, and that impression got stamped and branded on us all when the catastrophe occurred. Somehow Mr. Doolis got to hear about your uncle's sermon, and in some drunken fit he broke into the church and smashed the panel to atoms. He seems to have thought that there was some magic in it, and that if he destroyed that, he would get rid of the terrible fate that was threatening him. For I must tell you that before he committed that dreadful sacrilege, he had been a haunted man. He hated and feared darkness, for he thought that the creature on the panel was on his track, but that as long as he kept lights burning, it could not touch him. But the panel, to his disordered mind, was the root of his terror, and so, as I said, he broke into the church and attempted, you will see why I said attempted, to destroy it. It certainly was found in splinters next morning, when your uncle went into church for matins, and knowing Mr. Doolis's fear of the panel, he went across to the quarry house afterwards and taxed him with its destruction. The man never denied it. He boasted of what he had done. There he sat, though it was early morning, drinking his whisky. "I settled your thing for you," he said, "and your sermon too. A fig for such superstitions." Your uncle left him without answering his blasphemy, meaning to go straight into Penzance and give information to the police about this outrage to the church. But on his way back from the quarry house, he went into the church again, in order to be able to give details about the damage, and there in the screen was the panel, untouched and uninjured. And yet he had himself seen it smashed, and Mr. Doolis had confessed that the destruction of it was his work. But there it was, and whether the power of God had mended it, or some other power, who knows? This was Polarn indeed, and it was the spirit of Polarn that made me accept all Aunt Hester was telling me as a tested fact. It had happened like that. She went on in her quiet voice. Your uncle recognized that some power beyond police was at work, and he did not go to Penzance or give information about the outrage, for the evidence of it had vanished. A sudden spate of scepticism swept over me. "There must have been some mistake," I said. "It hadn't been broken." She smiled. "Yes, my dear, but you have been in London so long," she said. "Let me, anyhow, tell you the rest of my story. That night, for some reason, I could not sleep. It was very hot and airless. I dare say you will think that the sultry conditions accounted for my wakefulness. Once and again, as I went to the window to see if I could not admit more air, I could see it from the quarry house, and I noticed the first time that I left my bed that it was blazing with lights. But the second time I saw that it was all in darkness, and as I wondered at that, I heard a terrible scream, and the moment afterwards the steps of someone coming at full speed down the road outside the gate. He yelled as he ran. 'Light! Light!' he called out. 'Give me light, or it will catch me!' It was very terrible to hear that, and I went to rouse my husband, who was sleeping in the dressing-room across the passage. He wasted no time, but by now the whole village was aroused by the screams, and when he got down to the pier, he found that all was over. The tide was low, and on the rocks at his foot was lying the body of Mr. Doolis. He must have cut some artery when he fell on those sharp edges of stone, for he had bled to death, they thought, and though he was a big burly man, his corpse was but skin and bones. Yet there was no pool of blood round him, such as you would have expected, just skin and bones, as if every drop of blood in his body had been sucked out of him. She leaned forward. "You and I, my dear, know what happened," she said, "or at least can guess. God has his instruments of vengeance on those who bring wickedness into places that have been holy. Dark and mysterious are his ways. Now, what I should have thought of such a story if it had been told to me in London, I can easily imagine. There was such an obvious explanation. The man in question had been a drunkard. What wonder if the demons of delirium pursued him? But here in Polarn it was different. "And who is in the quarry house now?" I asked. "Years ago the fisher boys told me the story of the man who first built it and of his horrible end. And now again it has happened. Surely no one has ventured to inhabit it once more." I saw in her face, even before I asked that question, that somebody had done so. "Yes, it is lived in again," said she, "for there is no end to the blindness. I don't know if you remember him. He was a tenant of the vicarage many years ago." "John Evans," said I. "Yes, such a nice fellow he was too. Your uncle was pleased to get so good a tenant, and now—" She rose. "Aunt Hester, you shouldn't leave your sentences unfinished," I said. She shook her head. "My dear, that sentence will finish itself," she said. "But what a time of night! I must go to bed, and you too, or they will think we have to keep lights burning here through the dark hours." Before getting into bed, I drew my curtains wide and opened all the windows to the warm tide of the sea air that flowed softly in. Looking out into the garden, I could see in the moonlight the roof of the shelter, in which for 3 years I had lived, gleaming with dew. That, as much as anything, brought back the old days to which I had now returned, and they seemed of one piece with the present, as if no gap of more than 20 years sundered them. The two flowed into one, like globules of mercury uniting into a softly shining globe of mysterious lights and reflections. Then, raising my eyes a little, I saw against the black hillside the windows of the quarry house still alight. Morning, as is so often the case, brought no shattering of my illusion. As I began to regain consciousness, I fancied that I was a boy again, waking up in the shelter in the garden. And though, as I grew more widely awake, I smiled at the impression, that on which it was based I found to be indeed true. It was sufficient now as then to be here, to wander again on the cliffs, and hear the popping of the ripened seed pods on the gorse bushes, to stray along the shore to the bathing cove, to float and drift and swim in the warm tide, and bask on the sand, and watch the gulls fishing, to lounge on the pierhead with the fisher folk, to see in their eyes and hear in their quiet speech the evidence of secret things, not so much known to them as part of their instincts and their very being. There were powers and presences about me. The white poplars that stood by the stream that babbled down the valley knew of them, and showed a glimpse of their knowledge sometimes, like the gleam of their white underleaves. The very cobbles that paved the street were soaked in it. All that I wanted was to lie there and grow soaked in it too. Unconsciously, as a boy, I had done that, but now the process must be conscious. I must know what stir of forces, fruitful and mysterious, seethed along the hillside at noon and sparkled at night on the sea. They could be known. They could even be controlled by those who were masters of the spell, but never could they be spoken of, for they were dwellers in the innermost, grafted into the eternal life of the world. There were dark secrets as well as these clear, kindly powers, and to these no doubt belonged the Negotium Perambulans in Tenebris, which, though of deadly malignity, might be regarded not only as evil, but as the avenger of sacrilegious and impious deeds. All this was part of the spell of Polarn, of which the seeds had long lain dormant in me. But now they were sprouting, and who knew what strange flower would unfold on their stems? It was not long before I came across John Evans. One morning, as I lay on the beach, there came shambling across the sand a man stout and middle-aged, with the face of Silenus. He paused as he drew near, and regarded me from narrow eyes. "Why, you're the little chap that used to live in the parson's garden," he said. "Don't you recognise me?" I saw who it was when he spoke. His voice, I think, instructed me, and recognising it, I could see the features of the strong, alert young man in this gross caricature. "Yes, you're John Evans," I said. "You used to be very kind to me. You used to draw pictures for me." "So I did, and I'll draw you some more. Been bathing? That's a risky performance. You never know what lives in the sea, nor what lives on the land for that matter. Not that I heed them. I stick to work and whiskey. God, I've learned to paint since I saw you, and drink too, for that matter. I live in the quarry house, you know, and it's a powerful thirsty place. Come and have a look at my things, if you're passing. Staying with your aunt, are you? I could do a wonderful portrait of her. Interesting face. She knows a lot. People who live at Polarn get to know a lot, though I don't take much stock in that sort of knowledge myself. I do not know when I have been at once so repelled and interested. Behind the mere grossness of his face there lurked something which, while it appalled, yet fascinated me. His thick, lisping speech had the same quality. And his paintings, what would they be like? "I was just going home," I said. "I'll gladly come in, if you'll allow me." He took me through the untended and overgrown garden into the house which I had never yet entered. A great grey cat was sunning itself in the window, and an old woman was laying lunch in a corner of the cool hall into which the door opened. It was built of stone, and the carved mouldings let into the walls, the fragments of gargoyles and sculptured images, bore testimony to the truth of its having been built out of the demolished church. In one corner was an oblong and carved wooden table, littered with a painter's apparatus, and stacks of canvases leaned against the walls. He jerked his thumb towards a head of an angel that was built into the mantelpiece, and giggled. "Quite a sanctified air," he said. "So we tone it down for the purposes of ordinary life by a different sort of art. Have a drink? No? Well, turn over some of my pictures while I put myself to rights." He was justified in his own estimate of his skill. He could paint, and apparently he could paint anything, but never have I seen pictures so inexplicably hellish. There were exquisite studies of trees, and you knew that something lurked in the flickering shadows. There was a drawing of his cat sunning itself in the window, even as I had just now seen it, and yet it was no cat, but some beast of awful malignity. There was a boy stretched naked on the sands. not human, but some evil thing which had come out of the sea. Above all, there were pictures of his garden, overgrown and jungle-like, and you knew that in the bushes were presences ready to spring out on you. "Well, do you like my style?" he said as he came up, glass in hand. The tumbler of spirits that he held had not been diluted. "I try to paint the essence of what I see, not the mere husk and skin of it, but its nature, where it comes from and what gave it birth. There's much in common between a cat and a fuchsia bush if you look at them closely enough. Everything came out of the slime of the pit, and it's all going back there. I should like to do a picture of you some day. I'd hold the mirror up to nature, as that old lunatic said." After this first meeting, I saw him occasionally throughout the months of that wonderful summer. Often he kept to his house and his painting for days together, and then perhaps some evening I would find him lounging on the pier, always alone, and every time we met thus, the repulsion and interest grew, for every time he seemed to have gone farther along a path of secret knowledge towards some evil shrine where complete initiation awaited him. And then suddenly the end came. I had met him thus one evening on the cliffs, while the October sunset still burned in the sky, but over it with amazing rapidity there spread from the west a great blackness of cloud such as I have never seen for denseness. The light was sucked from the sky, the dusk fell in ever thicker layers. He suddenly became conscious of this. "I must get back as quick as I can," he said. "It will be dark in a few minutes, and my servant is out. The lamps will not be lit." He stepped out with extraordinary briskness for one who shambled and could scarcely lift his feet, and soon broke out into a stumbling run. In the gathering darkness I could see that his face was moist with the dew of some unspoken terror. "You must come with me," he panted, "for so we can get the lights burning the sooner. I cannot do without light." I had to exert myself to the full to keep up with him, for terror winged him, and even so I fell behind, so that when I came to the garden gate he was already halfway up the path to the house. I saw him enter, leaving the door wide, and found him fumbling with matches. But his hand so trembled that he could not transfer the light of the wick to the lamp. "But what's the hurry about?" I asked. Suddenly his eyes focused themselves on the open door behind me, and he jumped from his seat beside the table which had once been the altar of God with a gasp and a scream. "No, no," he cried. "Keep it off." I turned and saw what he had seen. The thing had entered and now was swiftly sliding across the floor towards him like some gigantic caterpillar. A stale phosphorescent light came from it, for though the dusk had grown to blackness outside, I could see it quite distinctly in the awful light of its own presence. From it too there came an odour of corruption and decay, as from slime that has long lain below water. It seemed to have no head, but on the front of it was an orifice of puckered skin, which opened and shut and slavered at the edges. It was hairless and slug-like in shape and texture. As it advanced, its forepart reared itself from the ground like a snake about to strike, and it fastened on him. At that sight, and with the yells of his agony in my ears, the panic which had struck me relaxed into a hopeless courage, and with palsied, impotent hands I tried to lay hold of the thing. but I could not. Though something material was there, it was impossible to grasp it. My hands sunk in it as in thick mud. It was like wrestling with a nightmare. I think that but a few seconds elapsed before all was over. The screams of the wretched man sank to moans and mutterings as the thing fell on him. He panted once or twice, and was still. For a moment longer there came gurglings and sucking noises, and then it slid out even as it had entered. I lit the lamp which he had fumbled with, and there on the floor he lay, no more than a rind of skin in loose folds over projecting bones. End of Negotium Perambulans. Recording by Rafe Ball.
Nyarlathotep by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos. I am the last. I will tell the audient void. I do not recall distinctly when it began, but it was months ago. The general tension was horrible. To a season of political and social upheaval was added a strange and brooding apprehension of hideous physical danger. A danger widespread and all-embracing. Such a danger as may be imagined only in the most terrible phantasms of the night. I recall that the people went about with pale and worried faces, and whispered warnings and prophecies which no one dared consciously repeat or acknowledge to himself that he had heard. A sense of monstrous guilt was upon the land, and out of the abysses between the stars swept chill currents that made men shiver in dark and lonely places. There was a demoniac alteration in the sequence of the seasons. The autumn heat lingered fearsomely, and everyone felt that the world and perhaps the universe had passed from the control of known gods or forces to that of gods or forces which were unknown. And it was then that Nyarlathotep came out of Egypt. Who he was, none could tell, but he was of the old native blood and looked like a pharaoh. The fellaheen knelt when they saw him, yet could not say why. He said he had risen up out of the blackness of 27 centuries, and that he had heard messages from places not on this planet. Into the lands of civilization came Nyarlathotep, swarthy, slender, and sinister, always buying strange instruments of glass and metal and combining them into instruments yet stranger. He spoke much of the sciences of electricity and psychology, and gave exhibitions of power which sent his spectators away speechless, yet which swelled his fame to exceeding magnitude. Men advised one another to see Nyarlathotep, and shuddered, and where Nyarlathotep went, rest vanished, for the small hours were rent with the screams of nightmare. Never before had the screams of nightmare been such a public problem. Now the wise men almost wished they could forbid sleep in the small hours, that the shrieks of cities might less horribly disturb the pale, pitying moon as it glimmered on green waters gliding under bridges, and old steeples crumbling against a sickly sky. I remember when Nyarlathotep came to my city, the great, the old, the terrible city of unnumbered crimes. My friend had told me of him, and of the impelling fascination and allurement of his revelations, and I burned with eagerness to explore his uttermost mysteries. My friend said they were horrible and impressive beyond my most fevered imaginings, and what was thrown on a screen in the darkened room prophesied things none but Nyarlathotep dared prophesy, and in the sputter of his sparks there was taken from men that which had never been taken before, yet which showed only in the eyes. And I heard it hinted abroad that those who knew Nyarlathotep looked on sights which others saw not. It was in the hot autumn that I went through the night with the restless crowds to see Nyarlathotep. Through the stifling night and up the endless stairs into the choking room, and shadowed on a screen, I saw hooded forms amidst ruins, and yellow evil faces peering from behind fallen monuments. And I saw the world battling against blackness, against the waves of destruction from ultimate space, whirling, churning, and struggling around the dimming, cooling sun. Then the sparks played amazingly around the heads of the spectators, and hair stood up on end, whilst shadows more grotesque than I can tell came out and squatted on the heads. And when I, who was colder and more scientific than the rest, mumbled the trembling protest about imposture and static electricity, Nyarlathotep drove us all out, down the dizzy stairs into the damp, hot, deserted midnight streets. I screamed aloud that I was not afraid, that I never could be afraid, and others screamed with me for solace. We swore to one another that the city was exactly the same, and still alive, and when the electric lights began to fade, we cursed the company over and over again, and laughed at the queer faces we made. I believe we felt something coming down from the greenish moon, for when we began to depend on its light, we drifted into curious involuntary marching formations, and seemed to know our destinations, though we dared not think of them. Once, we looked at the pavement and found the blocks loose and displaced by grass, with scarce a line of rusted metal to show where the tramways had run. And again we saw a tramcar, lone, windowless, dilapidated, and almost on its side. When we gazed around the horizon, we could not find the third tower by the river, and noticed that the silhouette of the second tower was ragged at the top. Then we split up into narrow columns, each of which seemed drawn in a different direction. One disappeared in a narrow alley to the left, leaving only the echo of a shocking moan. Another filed down a weed-choked subway entrance, howling with a laughter that was mad. My own column was sucked toward the open country, and presently I felt a chill which was not of the hot autumn, for as we stalked out on the dark moor, we beheld around us the hellish moon glitter of evil snows. Trackless, inexplicable snows, swept asunder in one direction only, where lay a gulf all the blacker for its glittering walls. The column seemed thin indeed as it plodded dreamily into the gulf. I lingered behind, for the black rift in the green-litten snow was frightful, and I thought I had heard the reverberations of a disquieting wail as my companions vanished. But my power to linger was slight. As if beckoned by those who had gone before, I half floated between the titanic snowdrifts, quivering and afraid, into the sightless vortex of the unimaginable. Screamingly sentient, dumbly delirious, only the gods that were can tell. A sickened, sensitive shadow writhed in hands that are not hands, and whirled blindly past ghastly midnights of rotting creation. Corpses of dead worlds with sores that were cities. Charnel winds that brush the pallid stars and make them flicker low. Beyond the world's vague ghosts of monstrous things, half-seen columns of unsanctified temples that rest on nameless rocks beneath space, and reach up to dizzy vacua above the spheres of light and darkness. And through this revolting graveyard of the universe, the muffled, maddening beating of drums, and thin, monotonous whine of blasphemous flutes from inconceivable, unlighted chambers beyond time, the detestable pounding and piping whereon to dance slowly, awkwardly, and absurdly the gigantic, tenebrous, ultimate gods, the blind, voiceless, mindless gargoyles, whose soul is Nyarlathotep. End of Nyarlathotep.
Pledge to the Dead by Seabury Quinn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterrowd. Pledge to the Dead by Seabury Quinn. The autumn dust had stained the sky with shadows, and orange oblongs traced the windows in my neighbors' homes as Jules de Grandon and I sat sipping Kaisermarsch and coffee in the study after dinner. Mon Dieu, the little Frenchman sighed. I have the mal de paix, my friend. The little children run and play along the roadways at St. Cloud, and on the Ile-de-France the pastry cooks set up their booths. Corbleu, it takes a strength of character not to stop and buy those cakes of so much taste and fancy. The Napoleon, they are crisp and fragile as a coquette's promise. The eclairs filled with cool, sweet cream. The cream puffs all aglow with cherries. Just to see them is to love life better. The shrilling of the doorbell startled me. The pressure on the button must have been that of one who leaned against it. "Dr. Trowbridge, I must see him right away," a woman's voice demanded, as Nora McGinnis, my household factotum, grudgingly responded to the hail. The doctor's office hours is over, ma'am, Nora answered frigidly. 9:30 to 11 in the morning, and 2 to 4 in the afternoon is when he sees his patients. If it's an urgent case you have, there's lots of good doctors in the neighborhood, but Dr. Trowbridge—" "Is he here?" the visitor demanded sharply. "He is, and he's after digesting his dinner, and an elegant dinner it was, though I do say so it shouldn't, and he can't be disturbed." "He'll see me all right. Tell him it's Nella Bentley, and I've got to talk to him." De Grandon raised an eyebrow eloquently. "The fish of the aquarium have better privacy than we, my friend," he murmured, but broke off as the visitor came clacking down the hall on high French heels, and rushed into the study a half-dozen paces in advance of my thoroughly disapproving and more than semi-scandalized Nora. "Dr. Trowbridge, won't you help me?" cried the girl as she fairly leaped across the study and flung her arms around my shoulders. "I can't tell Dad or Mother, they wouldn't understand. So you're the only one— Oh, excuse me, I thought you were alone." Her face went crimson as she saw de Grandon standing by the fire. "It's all right, my dear," I soothed, freeing myself from her almost hysterical clutch. "This is Dr. de Grandon, with whom I've been associated many times. I'd be glad to have the benefit of his advice, if you don't mind." She gave him her hand and a wan smile as I performed the introduction, but her eyes warmed quickly as he raised her fingers to his lips with a soft "Enchanté, mademoiselle." Women, animals, and children took instinctively to Jules de Grandon. Nella dropped her coat of silky shaven lamb and sat down on the sturdy couch, her slim young figure molded in her knitted dress of coral rayon as revealingly as though she had been cased in plastic cellulose. She has long violet eyes and a long mouth, smooth dark hair parted in the middle, a small straight nose, and a small pointed chin. Every line of her is long but definitely feminine. Breast and hips and throat and legs all delicately curved without a hint of angularity. "I've come to see you about Ned," she volunteered as de Grandon lit her cigarette and she sent a nervous smoke stream gushing from between red, trembling lips. He's trying to run out on me." "You mean Ned Minton?" I asked, wondering what a middle-aged physician could prescribe for wandering Romeos. "I certainly do mean Ned Minton," she replied, "and I mean business too, the darn romantic fool." De Grandon's slender brows arched upward till they nearly met under the beige blonde hair that slanted sleekly backwards from his forehead. "Pardonnez-moi," he murmured. "Do I understand correctly, mademoiselle? Your amoureuse, how do you say, him, sweetheart, has shown a disposition towards unfaithfulness, yet you accuse him of romanticism?" "He's not unfaithful, that's the worst of it. He's faithful as Tristan and the Chevalier Bayard lumped together. Sans peur et sans reproche, you know. Says we can't get married 'cause—" "Just a moment, dear," I interrupted as I felt my indignation mounting. "Do you mean the miserable young puppy cheated and now wants to welch?" Her blue eyes widened, then the little laughter wrinkles formed round them. "You dear old mid-Victorian," she broke in. "No, he ain't done wrong by our Nell, and I'm not asking you to take your shotgun down and force him to make me an honest woman. Suppose we start at the beginning, then we'll get things straight. You assisted at both our debuts, I've been told. You've known Ned and me since we were a second old apiece, haven't you?" I nodded. "No, we've always been crazy about each other, too. In grammar school, high school, and college, don't you?" "Yes," I agreed. "All right. We've been engaged ever since our freshman year at Beaver. Ned just had his frat pin long enough to pin it on my shoulder strap at the first freshman dance. Everything was set up for us to stand up in the chancel and say, 'I do,' this June. Then Ned's company sent him to New Orleans last December." She paused, drew deeply at her cigarette, crushing its fire out in an ashtray, and set a fresh one glowing. "That started it. While he was down there, it seemed that he got playful, mixed up with some glamorous Creole gal." Once more she lapsed into silence, and I could see the heartbreak showing through the armor of her flippant manner. "You mean he fell in love?" "I certainly do not. If he had, I'd have handed back his ring and said, 'Bless you, me children,' even if I had to bite my heart in two to do it. But this is no case of new love crowding out the old. Ned still loves me, never stopped loving me. That's what makes it all seem crazy as a hashish eater's dream. He was on the loose in New Orleans, doing the town with a crowd of local boys, and probably had too many Ramos fizzes. Then he barged into this Creole dame's place, and—" She broke off with a gallant effort at a smile. "I guess young fellows aren't so different nowadays than they were when you were growing up, sir. Only today we don't believe in sprinkling perfume in the family cesspool. Ned cheated, that's the bald truth of it. He didn't stop loving me, and he hasn't stopped now, but I wasn't there and that other girl was, and there was no conventions to be recognized. Now he's fairly melting with remorse, says he's not worthy of me, wants to break off our engagement, while he spends a lifetime doing penance for a moment's folly." "But good heavens," I expostulated, "if you're willing to forgive—" "You're telling me," she answered bitterly. "We've been over it 100 times. This isn't 1892. Even nice girls know the facts of life today. And while I'm no more anxious than the next one to put through a deal in shop-worn goods, I still love Ned, and I don't intend to let a single indiscretion rob us of our happiness. The hard exterior veneer of modernism melted from her like an autumn ice glaze melting in the warm October sun, and the tears coursed down her cheeks, cutting little valleys in her carefully applied makeup. "He's my man, Doctor," she sobbed bitterly. "I loved him since we made mud pies together. I'm hungry, thirsty for him. He's everything to me, and if he follows out this fool renunciation he seems set on, it'll kill me." The Grand Dame tweaked a waxed mustache end thoughtfully. "You exemplify the practicality of woman, mademoiselle. I applaud your sound, hard common sense," he told her. "Bring this silly young romantic foolish one to me. I will tell him." "But he won't come," I interrupted. "I know these hard-headed young asses. When a lad is set on being stubborn—" "Will you go to work on him if I can get him here?" interjected Nella. "Of a certitude, mademoiselle." "You won't think me forwardly or unmaidenly?" "This is a medical consultation, mademoiselle." "All right. Be in the office this time tomorrow night. I'll have my wandering boyfriend here if I have to bring him in an ambulance." Her performance matched her promise almost too closely for our comfort. We had just finished dinner next night when the frenzied shriek of torture brakes, followed by a crash and the tinkling spatter of smashed glass, sounded in the street before the house, and in a moment feet dragged heavily across the porch. We were at the door before the bell could buzz, and in the disk of brightness sent down by the porch light saw Nella bent half double, stumbling forward with a man's arm draped across her shoulders. His feet scuffed blindly on the boards as though they had forgotten the trick of walking, or as if all strength had left his knees. His head hung forward, lolling drunkenly. A spate of blood ran down his face and smeared his collar. "Good Lord!" I gasped. "What—" "Get him in the surgery, quick!" the girl commanded in a whisper. "I'm afraid I rather overdid it." Examination showed the cut across Ned's forehead was more bloody than extensive, while the scalp wound which plowed backwards from his hairline needed but a few quick stitches. Nella whispered to us as we worked. "I got him to go riding with me in my roundabout. Just as we got here, I let out a scream and swung the wheel hard over to the right. I was braced for it, but Ned was unprepared and went right through the windshield when I ran the car into the curb. Lord, I thought I'd killed him when I saw the blood. You do think he'll come through all right, don't you, Doctor?" "No thanks to you if he does, you little ninny," I retorted angrily. "You might have cut his jugular with your confounded foolishness. If—" "Shh! He's coming out of it," she warned. "Start talking to him like a Dutch uncle. I'll be waiting in the study if you want me." And with a tattoo of high heels, she left us with our patient. "Nella, is she all right?" Ned cried as he half roused from the surgery table. "We had an accident." "But certainly, monsieur," the Grand Dame soothed. "You were driving past our house when a child ran before your car, and mademoiselle was forced to swerve aside to keep from hitting it. You were cut about the face, but she escaped all injury. Here." He raised a glass of brandy to the patient's lips. "Drink this. Ah, so that is better, n'est-ce pas?" For a moment he regarded Ned in silence, then abruptly, "You are distrait, monsieur. When we brought you in, we were forced to give you a small whiff of ether while we patched your cuts, and in your delirium you said—" The color which had come into Ned's cheeks as the fiery cognac warmed his veins drained out again, leaving him as ghastly as a corpse. "Did Nella hear me?" he asked hoarsely. "Did I blab?" "Compose yourself, monsieur," de Grandon bade. "She heard nothing, but it would be well if we heard more. I think I understand your difficulty. I am a physician and a Frenchman and no prude. This renunciation which you make is but the noble gesture. You have been unfortunate, and now you fear. Have courage. No infection is so bad there is no remedy." Ned's laugh was hard and brittle as the tinkle of a breaking glass. "I only wish it were the thing you think," he interrupted. "I'd have you give me Salvarsan and see what happened. But there isn't any treatment I can take for this. I'm not delirious, and I'm not crazy, gentlemen. I know just what I'm saying. Insane as it may sound, I'm pledged to the dead, and there isn't any way to bail me out." "Eh? What is it you say?" De Grandon's small blue eyes were gleaming with the light of battle as he caught the occult implication in Ned's declaration. "Pledged to the dead? Comment cela?" Ned raised himself unsteadily and balanced on the table's edge. "It happened in New Orleans last winter," he answered. "I'd finished up my business and was on the loose and thought I'd walk alone to the Vieux Carré, the old French quarter. I'd had dinner at Antoine's and stopped around at the old Absinthe House for a few drinks, then strolled down to the French market for a cup of chicory coffee and some doughnuts. Finally, I walked down Royal Street to look at Madame Lelore's old mansion. That's the famous haunted house, you know. I wanted to see if I could find a ghost. Good Lord, I wanted to. The moon was full that night, but the house was as still as old St. Denis Cemetery, so after peering through the iron grills that shut the courtyard from the street for half an hour or so, I started back towards Canal Street. I'd almost reached Bienville Street, when just as I passed one of those funny two-storied iron-grilled balconies so many of the old houses have, I heard something drop on the sidewalk at my feet. It was a japonica, one of those rose-like flowers they grow in the courtyard gardens down there. When I looked up, a girl was laughing at me from the second story of the balcony. "Mon fleuron, monsieur, s'il vous plaît?" she called, stretching down a white arm for the bloom. The moonlight hung about her like a veil of silver tissue, and I could see her plainly as though it had been noon. Most New Orleans girls are dark. She was fair. Her hair was very fine and silky and about the color of a frosted chestnut burr. She wore it in a long bob with curls around her face and neck, and I knew without being told that those ringlets weren't put in with a hot iron. Her face was pale, colorless, and fine-textured as a magnolia petal, but her lips were brilliant crimson. There was something reminiscent of those ladies you see in pictures in directoire prints about her. Small, regular features, straight, white, high-waisted gown tied with a wide girdle underneath her bosom, low, round-cut neck, and tiny, puffball sleeves that left her lovely arms uncovered to the shoulder. She was like Rose Beauharnais or Madame de Fontenay, except for her fair hair and her eyes. Her eyes were like an Eastern slave's, languishing and passionate, even when she laughed, and she was laughing then, with a throaty, almost caressing laugh, as I tossed the flower up to her, and she leant across the iron railing, snatching at it futilely as it fell just short of reach. "C'est sans profit," she laughed at last. "Your skill is too small, or my arm is too short, monsieur. Bring it up to me." "You mean for me to come up there?" I asked. "But certainly. I have teeth, but I will not bite you, maybe." The street door to the house was open. I pushed it back, groped my way along a narrow hall, and climbed a flight of winding stairs. She was waiting for me on the balcony, lovelier close up, if that were possible, than when I'd seen her from the sidewalk. Her gown was china silk, so sheer and clinging that the shadow of her charming figure showed against its rippling folds like a lovely silhouette. The sash which bound it was a 6-foot length of rainbow ribbon tied coquettishly beneath her shoulders and trailing in fringed ends almost to her dress hem at the back. Her feet were stockingless, and shod with sandals fastened with cross straps of purple grosgrain laced about the ankles. Save for the small gold rings that scintillated in her ears, she wore no ornaments of any kind. "Mon fleur, monsieur," she ordered haughtily, stretching out her hand. Then her eyes lighted with sudden laughter, and she turned her back to me, bending her head forward. "But no, it fell into your hands. It is that you must put it in its place," she ordered, pointing to a curl where she wished the flower set. "Come, monsieur, I wait upon you." On the settee by the wall a guitar lay. She picked it up and ran her slim, pale fingers twice across the strings, sounding a soft, melancholy chord. When she began to sing, her words were slurred and languorous, and I had trouble understanding them, for the song was ancient when Bienville turned the first spadeful of earth that marked the ramparts of New Orleans. O nights of gay Toulouse and sweet Beaucaire, bring me my own true love and speak him fair. Her voice had the throaty, velvety quality one hears in people of the southern countries, and the words of the song seemed fairly to yearn with the sadness and passionate longing of the love-bereft. But she smiled as she put by her instrument, a curious smile, which heightened the mystery of her face, and her wide eyes seemed suddenly half questing, half drowsy, as she asked, "Would you ride off upon your grim, pale horse, and leave poor little Julie Dienne famishing for love, monsieur?" "Ride off from you?" I answered gallantly. "How can you ask?" A verse from Burns came to me. "Then fare thee well, my bonny lass, and fare thee well a while, and I will come to thee again, and it were 10,000 mile." There was something avid in the look she gave me, something more than mere gratified vanity shone in her eyes as she turned her face up to me in the moonlight. "You mean it?" she demanded in a quivering, breathless voice. "Of course," I bantered. "How could you doubt it?" "Then swear it. Seal the oath with blood." Her eyes were almost closed, and her lips were lightly parted as she leaned towards me. I could see the thin white line of tiny gleaming teeth beyond the lush red of her lips. The tip of a pink tongue swept across her mouth, leaving it warmer, moister, redder than before. In her throat a small pulse throbbed palpitatingly. Her lips were smooth and soft as the flower petals in her hair, but as they crushed on mine, they seemed to creep about them as though endowed with a volition of their own. I could feel them gliding almost stealthily, searching greedily, it seemed, until they covered my entire mouth. Then came a sudden, searing burn of pain, which passed as quickly as it flashed across my lips, and she seemed inhaling deeply, desperately, as though to pump the last faint gasp of breath up from my lungs. A humming sounded in my ears. Everything went dark around me as if I had been plunged in some abysmal flood. A spell of dreamy lassitude was stealing over me, when she pushed me from her so abruptly that I staggered back against the iron railing of the gallery. I gasped and fought for breath like a wounded swimmer coming up from the water. But the half-recaptured breath seemed suddenly to catch itself unbidden in my throat, and a tingling chill went rippling up my spine. The girl had dropped down to her knees, staring at the door which led into the house, and as I looked I saw a shadow writhe across the little pool of moonlight which lay upon the sill. 3 feet or so in length it was, as thick as a man's wrist, the faint light shining dully on its scaly armor and disclosing the forked lightning of its darting tongue. It was a cottonmouth, a water moccasin, deadly as a rattlesnake but more dangerous, for it sounds no warning before striking, and can strike when only half coiled. How it came there on the second-story gallery of a house so far from any swampland, I had no means of knowing, but there it lay, bent in the design of a double S, its wedge-shaped head swaying on upreared neck a scant 6 inches from the girl's soft bosom, its forked tongue darting deathly menace. Half paralyzed with fear and loathing, I stood there in a perfect ecstasy of horror, not daring to move hand or foot, lest I aggravate the reptile into striking. But my terror changed to stark amazement as my senses slowly registered the scene. The girl was talking to the snake, and it listened as a person might have done. "Non, non, grand-tante, halte-la," she whispered. "Cela est à moi, il est dévoué." The serpent seemed to pause uncertainly, grudgingly, as though but half convinced, then shook its head from side to side, much as an aged person might when only half persuaded by a youngster's argument. Finally, silently as a shadow, it slithered back again into the darkness of the house. Julie bounded to her feet and put her hands upon my shoulders. "You must go, my friend," she whispered fiercely. "Quickly, ere she comes again. It was not easy to convince her. She is old and very doubting. Oh, I am afraid, afraid." She hid her face against my arm, and I could feel the throbbing of her heart against me. Her hands stole upwards to my cheeks, and pressed them between palms as cold as graveyard clay, as she whispered, "Look at me, mon beau." Her eyes were closed, her lips were parted slightly, and beneath the arc of her long lashes I could see the glimmer of fast-forming tears. "Embrassez-moi," she commanded in a trembling breath. "Kiss me and go quickly. Oh, but oh, mon cher, do not forget poor little foolish Julie who has put her trust in you. Come to me again tomorrow night." I was reeling as from vertigo as I walked back to the Greenwald, and the bartender looked at me suspiciously when I ordered a Sarazac. They've a strict rule against serving drunken men at that hotel. The liquor stung my lips like liquid flame, and I put the cocktail down half finished. When I set the fan to going and switched the light on in my room, I looked into the mirror and saw 2 little beads of fresh, bright blood upon my lips. "Good Lord!" I murmured stupidly as I brushed the blood away. "She bit me!" It all seemed so incredible that if I had not seen the blood upon my mouth, I'd have thought I suffered from some lunatic hallucination, or one too many frappés at the Absinthe House. Julie was as quaint and out of time as a directoire print, even in a city where time stands still as it does in old New Orleans. Her costume, her half-shy boldness, this was simply madness, nothing less. Her conversation with that snake. What was it she had said? My French was none too good, and in the circumstances it was hardly possible to pay attention to her words. But if I'd understood her, she'd declared, "He's mine. He has dedicated himself to me." And she'd addressed the crawling horror as grand-tante, great-aunt. "Feller, you're as crazy as a cockroach," I admonished my reflection in the mirror. "But I know what'll cure you. You're taking the first train north tomorrow morning, and if I ever catch you in the Vieux Carré again, I'll—" A sibilating hiss, no louder than the noise made by steam escaping from a kettle spout, sounded close beside my foot. There on the rug, coiled in readiness to strike, was a 3-foot cottonmouth, head swaying viciously from side to side, wicked eyes shining in the bright light from the chandelier. I saw the muscles in the creature's forepart swell, and in a sort of horror trance I watched its head dart forward, but miraculously it stopped its stroke halfway and drew its head back, turning to glance menacingly at me first from one eye, then the other. Somehow it seemed to me the thing was playing with me as a cat might play a mouse, threatening, intimidating, letting me know it was master of the situation and could kill me at any time it wished, but deliberately refraining from the death stroke. With one leap I was in the middle of my bed, and when a squad of bellboys came running in response to the frantic call for help I telephoned, they found me crouched against the headboard, almost wild with fear. They turned the room completely inside out, rolling back the rugs, probing into chairs and sofa, emptying the bureau drawers, even taking down the towels from the bathroom rack, but nowhere was there any sign of the water moccasin that had terrified me. At the end of 15 minutes' search, they accepted $50 each and went grinning from the room. I knew it would be useless to appeal for help again, for I heard one whisper to another as they paused outside my door, "It ain't right to let them Yankees loose in N'Orleans. They don't know how to hold their liquor." I didn't take a train next morning. Somehow, I'd an idea, crazy as it seemed, that my promise to myself and the sudden inexplicable appearance of the snake beside my foot were related in some way. Just after luncheon, I thought I'd put the theory to a test. "Well," I said aloud, "I guess I might as well start packing. Don't want to let the sun go down and find me here." My theory was right. I hadn't finished speaking when I heard the warning hiss, and there, poised ready for the stroke, the snake was coiled before the door. And it was no phantom either, no figment of an overwrought imagination. It lay upon a rug the hotel management had placed before the door to take the wear of constant passage from the carpet, and I could see the pile of the rug crushed down beneath its weight. It was flesh and scales, and fangs, and it coiled and threatened me in my 12th floor room in the bright sunlight of the afternoon. Little chills of terror chased each other up my back, and I could feel the short hairs on my neck grow stiff and scratch against my collar, but I kept myself in hand. Pretending to ignore the loathsome thing, I flung myself on the bed. "Oh well," I said aloud, "there really isn't any need of hurrying. I promised Julie that I'd come to her tonight, and I mustn't disappoint her." Half a minute later, I roused myself upon my elbow and glanced towards the door. The snake was gone. "Here's a letter for you, Mr. Minton," said the desk clerk as I paused to leave my key. The note was on gray paper edged with silver gilt, and very highly scented. The penmanship was tiny, stilted, and ill-formed, as though the author were unused to writing, but I could make it out. "Adore. Meet me in St. Denis Cemetery at sunset. A vous de coeur pour l'éternité. Julie." I stuffed the note back in my pocket. The more I thought about the whole affair, the less I liked it. The flirtation had begun harmlessly enough, and Julie was as lovely and appealing as a figure in a fairy tale. But there are unpleasant aspects to most fairy tales, and this was no exception. That scene last night, when she had seemed to argue with a full-grown cottonmouth, and the mysterious appearance of the snake whenever I spoke of breaking my promise to go back to her, there was something too much like black magic in it. Now she addressed me as her adored, and signed herself for eternity. Finally named a graveyard as our rendezvous. Things had become a little bit too thick. I was standing at the corner of Canal and Baronne Streets, and crowds of office workers and late shoppers elbowed past me. "I'll be damned if I'll meet her in a cemetery or anywhere else," I muttered. "I've had enough of this nonsense." A woman's shrill scream, echoed by a man's hoarse shout of terror, interrupted me. On the marble pavement of Canal Street, with 1,000 people bustling by, lay coiled a 3-foot water moccasin. Here was proof. I'd seen it twice in my room at the hotel, but I'd been alone each time. Some form of weird hypnosis might have made me think I saw it, but the screaming woman and the shouting man, these panic-stricken people in Canal Street, couldn't all be victims of a spell which had been cast on me. "All right, I'll go!" I almost shouted, and instantly, as though it had been but a puff of smoke, the snake was gone, the half-fainting woman and a crowd of curious bystanders asking what was wrong, left to prove I had not been the victim of some strange delusion. Old St. Denis Cemetery lay drowsing in the blue, faint twilight. It has no graves as we know them, for when the city was laid out it was below sea level, and bodies were stored away in crypts, set row on row, like lines of pigeonholes in walls as thick as those of medieval castles. Grass-grown aisles run between the rows of vaults, and the effect is a true city of the dead, with narrow streets shut in by close-set houses. The rattle of a trolley car in Rampart Street came to me faintly as I walked between the rows of tombs. From the river came the mellow-throated bellow of a steamer's whistle, but both sounds were muted as though heard from a great distance. The tomb-lined bastions of St. Denis hold the present out as firmly as they hold the memories of the past within. Down one aisle and up another I walked, the close-clipped turf deadening my footfalls, so I might have been a ghost come back to haunt the ancient burial ground. But nowhere was there sign or trace of Julie. I made the circuit of the labyrinth, and finally paused before one of the more pretentious tombs. "Looks as if she stood me up," I murmured. "If she has, I have a good excuse to—" "But no, mon coeur, I have not disappointed you." A soft voice whispered in my ear. "See, I am here." I think I must have jumped at sound of her greeting, for she clapped her hands delightedly before she put them on my shoulders and turned her face up for a kiss. "Silly one," she chided. "Did you think your Julie was unfaithful?" I put her hands away as gently as I could, for her utter self-surrender was embarrassing. "Where were you?" I asked, striving to make neutral conversation. "I've been prowling around this graveyard for the last half-hour, and came through this aisle not a minute ago, but I didn't see you." "Ah, but I saw you, chérie. I have watched you as you made your solemn rounds, like a watchman of the night. Oh, but it was hard to wait until the sun went down to greet you, mon petit." She laughed again, and her mirth was mellowly musical as the gurgle of cold water poured from a silver vase. "How could you have seen me?" I demanded. "Where were you all this time?" "But here, of course," she answered naively, resting one hand against the grey stone slab that sealed the tomb. I shook my head bewilderedly. The tomb, like all the others in the deeply recessed wall, was of rough cement encrusted with small seashells, and its sides were straight and blank without a spear of ivy clinging to them. A sparrow could not have found cover there, yet— Julie raised herself on tiptoe, and stretched her arms out right and left while she looked at me through half-closed, smiling eyes. "Je suis engourdie. I am stiff with sleep," she told me, stifling a yawn. "But now that you are come, mon cher, I am wakeful as the pussy-cat that rouses at the scampering of the mouse. Come, let us walk in this garden of mine." She linked her arm through mine and started down the grassy, grave-lined path. Tiny shivers, not of cold, were flickering through my cheeks and down my neck beneath my ears. I had to have an explanation. The snake, her declaration that she watched me as I searched the cemetery, and from a tomb where a beetle could not have found a hiding place. Her announcement she was still stiff from sleeping, now her reference to a half-forgotten graveyard as her garden. "See here, I want to know—" I started, but she laid her hand across my lips. "Do not ask to know too soon, mon coeur," she bade. "Look at me. Am I not veritably elegant?" She stood back a step, gathered up her skirts, and swept me a deep curtsy. There was no denying she was beautiful. Her tightly curling hair had been combed high and tied back with a fillet of bright violet tissue, which bound her brows like a diadem, and at the front of which an aigrette plume was set. In her ears were hung two beautifully matched cameos, outlined in gold and seed pearls, and almost as large as silver dollars. A necklace of antique, dull gold hung around her throat, and its pendant was a duplicate of her ear cameos, while a bracelet of matte gold, set with a fourth matched anaglyph, was clasped around her left arm just above the elbow. Her gown was sheer white muslin, low cut at the front and back, with little puff sleeves at the shoulders, fitted tightly at the bodice, and flaring sharply from a high-set waist. Over it she wore a narrow scarf of violet silk, hung behind her neck, and dropping down on either side in front like a clergyman's stole. Her sandals were gilt leather, heelless as a ballet dancer's shoes, and laced with violet ribbons. Her lovely pearl-white hands were bare of rings, but on the second toe of her right foot there showed a little cameo which matched the others which she wore. I could feel my heart begin to pound, and my breath come quicker as I looked at her, but— "You look as if you're going to a masquerade," I said. A look of surprise showed in her eyes. "A masquerade?" she echoed. "But no, it is my best, my very finest that I wear for you tonight, mon adore. Do you not like it? Do you not love me, Edouard?" "No," I answered shortly. "I do not. We might as well understand each other, Julie. I'm not in love with you, and I never was. It's been a pretty flirtation, nothing more. I'm going home tomorrow, and—" "But you will come again? Surely you will come again?" she pleaded. "You cannot mean it when you say you do not love me, Edouard. Tell me that you spoke so but to tease me." A warning hiss sounded in the grass beside my foot, but I was too angry to be frightened. "Go ahead, set your devilish snake on me," I taunted. "Let it bite me. I'd as soon be dead as—" The snake was quick, but Julie quicker. In the split second required for the thing to drive at me, she leaped across the grass-grown aisle and pushed me back. So violent was the shove she gave me that I fell against a tomb, struck my head against a small projecting stone, and stumbled to my knees. As I fought for footing on the slippery grass, I saw the deadly wedge-shaped head strike full against the girl's bare ankle and heard her gasp with pain. The snake recoiled and swung its head towards me, but Julie dropped down to her knees and spread her arms protectingly about me. "No, no, grand-tante," she screamed. "Not this one. Let me—" Her voice broke on a little gasp, and with a retching hiccup she sank limply to the grass. I tried to rise, but my foot slipped on the grass and I fell back heavily against the tomb, crashing my brow against its shell-set cement wall. I saw Julie lying in a little huddled heap of white against the blackness of the sward, and, shadowy but clearly visible, an aged, wrinkled negress with turbaned head and cambric apron bending over her, nursing her head against her bosom and rocking back and forth grotesquely while she crooned a wordless threnody. Where had she come from, I wondered idly? Where had the snake gone? Why did the moonlight seem to fade and flicker like a dying lamp? Once more I tried to rise, but slipped back to the grass before the tomb as everything went black before me. The lavender light of early morning was streaming over the tomb walls of the cemetery when I waked. I lay quiet for a little while, wondering sleepily how I came there. Then, just as the first rays of the sun shot through the thinning shadows, I remembered. Julie! The snake had bitten her when she flung herself before me. She was gone. The old negress, where had she come from? Was gone too, and I was utterly alone in the old graveyard. Stiff from lying on the ground, I got myself up awkwardly, grasping at the flower shelf projecting from the tomb. As my eyes came level with the slab that sealed the crypt, I felt the breath catch in my throat. The crypt, like all its fellows, looked for all the world like an old oven let into a brick wall overlaid with peeling plaster. The ceiling stone was probably once white, but years had stained it to a dirty gray, and time had all but rubbed its legend out. Still I could see the faint inscription carved in quaint, old-fashioned letters, and disbelief gave way to incredulity, which was replaced by panic terror as I read: Ici repose malheureusement Julie Amélie Marie Dagon, nationale de Paris, France, née le 29 août 1788, décédée à la N.O. le 2 juillet 1807. Julie, little Julie who I'd held in my arms, whose mouth had lain on mine in eager kisses, was a corpse, dead and in her grave more than a century. The silence lengthened. Ned stared miserably before him, his outward eyes unseeing, but his mind's eye turned upon that scene in old St. Denis Cemetery. The Grandon tugged and tugged again at the ends of his mustache, till I thought he dragged the hairs out by the roots. I could think of nothing which might ease the tension till... Of course, the name cut on the tombstone was a piece of pure coincidence, I hazarded. Most likely the young woman deliberately assumed it to mislead you. And the snake which threatened our young friend, he was an assumption also, one infers? The Grandon interrupted. No, but it could have been a trick. Ned saw an aged negress in the cemetery, and those old southern darkies have strange powers. I damn think that you hit the thumb upon the nail that time, my friend. The little Frenchman nodded, though you do not realize how accurate your diagnosis is. To Ned, have you seen this snake again since coming north? Yes, Ned replied, I have. I was too stunned to speak when I read the epitaph, and I wandered back to the hotel in a sort of daze and packed my bags in silence. Possibly that's why there was no further visitation there. I don't know. I do know nothing further happened, though, and when several months had passed with nothing but my memories to remind me of the incident, I began to think I'd suffered from some sort of walking nightmare. Nella and I went ahead with preparations for our wedding, but 3 weeks ago the postman brought me this. He reached into an inner pocket and drew out an envelope. It was of soft gray paper, edged with silver gilt, and the address was in tiny, almost unreadable script. Monsieur Edouard Menton, 30 Rue Cartelet, 30, Harrisonville, New Jersey. Oh, the Grandon commented as he inspected it. It is addressed à la Française, and the letter, one may read it? Of course, Ned answered. I'd like you to. Across the Grandon's shoulder I made out the hastily scrawled missive. Adore, remember your promise and the kiss of blood that sealed it. Soon I shall call, and you must come. Pour le temps et pour l'éternité. Julie. You recognize the writing? The Grandon asked. It is... Oh, yes, Ned answered bitterly. I recognize it. It's the same the other note was written in. And then? The boy smiled bleakly. I crushed the thing into a ball and threw it on the floor and stamped on it. Swore I'd die before I'd keep another rendezvous with her, and... He broke off and put trembling hands up to his face. The so mysterious serpent came again, one may assume? The Grandon prompted. But it's only a phantom snake, I interjected. At worst, it's nothing more than a terrifying vision. Think so? Ned broke in. Do you remember Rowdy, my Airedale terrier? I nodded. He was in the room when I opened this letter, and when the cottonmouth appeared beside me on the floor he made a dash for it. Whether it would have struck me I don't know, but it struck at him as he leaped and caught him squarely in the throat. He thrashed and fought, and the thing held on with locked jaws till I grabbed a fire shovel and made for it. Then before I could strike, it vanished. But its venom didn't. Poor old Rowdy was dead before I could get him out of the house, but I took his corpse to Dr. Kirchhoff, the veterinary, and told him Rowdy died suddenly, and I wanted him to make an autopsy. He went back to his operating room and stayed there half an hour. When he came back to the office, he was wiping his glasses and wore the most astonished look I'd ever seen on a human face. "You say your dog died suddenly, in the house?" he asked. "Yes," I told him. "Just rolled over and died." "Well, bless my soul, that's the most amazing thing I ever heard," he answered. "I can't account for it. That dog died from snake bite, copperhead I'd say, and the marks of the fangs showed plainly on his throat." "But I thought you said it was a water moccasin," I objected. "Now Dr. Kirchhoff says it was a copperhead." "Ha ha!" de Grandon laughed the thought unpleasantly. "Did no one ever tell you that the copperhead and moccasin are of close kind, my friend? Have you not heard some ophiologists maintain the moccasin is but a dark variety of copperhead?" He did not pause for my reply, but turned again to Ned. "One understands your chivalry, monsieur. For yourself you have no fear, since after all at times life can be bought too dearly, but the death of your small dog has put a different aspect on the matter. If this never to be sufficiently anathematized serpent, which comes and goes like the boite, à se please, the, how do you call him, jack-in-the-box, is enough a ghost thing to appear at any time and place at wills, but sufficiently physical to exude venom, which can kill a strong and healthy terrier, you have the fear for Mademoiselle Nella, n'est-ce pas?" "Precisely, and you are well advised to have the caution, my young friend. We face a serious condition." "What do you advise?" The Frenchman teased his needlepoint mustache tip with a thoughtful thumb and forefinger. "For the present, nothing," he replied at length. "Let me look this situation over. Let me view it from all angles. Whatever I might tell you now would probably be wrong. Suppose we meet again 1 week from now. By that time I should have my data well in hand." "And in the meantime?" "Continue to be coy with Mademoiselle Nella. Perhaps it would be well if you recalled important business which requires that you leave town until you hear from me again. There is no need to put her life in peril at this time." "If it weren't for Kirchhoff's testimony, I'd say Ned Minton had gone raving crazy," I declared, as the door closed on our visitors. "The whole thing's wilder than an opium smoker's dream. That meeting with the girl in New Orleans, the snake that comes and disappears, the assignation in the cemetery, it's all too preposterous. But I know Kirchhoff. He's as unimaginative as a side of sole leather, and as efficient as he is unimaginative. If he says Minton's dog died of snake bite, that's what it died of. But the whole affair is so utterly fantastic." "Agreed," de Grandon nodded. "But what is fantasy but the appearance of mental images as such, severed from ordinary relations? The ordinary relations of images are those to which we are accustomed, which conform to our experience. The wider that experience, the more ordinary will we find extraordinary relations. By example, take yourself. You sit in a dark auditorium and see a railway train coming rushing at you. Now, it is not at all an ordinary experience for a locomotive to come dashing in a theatre filled with people. It is quite otherwise. But you keep your seat. You do not flinch. You are not frightened. It is nothing but a motion picture which you understand. But if you were a savage from New Guinea, you would rise and fly in panic from this steaming, shrieking iron monster which bears down on you. Tiens, it is a matter of experience, you see. To you it is an everyday event. To the savage it will be a new and terrifying thing. Or perhaps you are at the hospital. You place a patient between you and the Crookes tube of an X-ray. You turn on the current, you observe him through the fluoroscope, and poof! His flesh all melts away, and his bones spring out in sharp relief. 300 years ago you would have howled like a stone dog at the sight, and prayed to be delivered from the witchcraft which produced it. Today you curse and swear like 20 drunken pirates if the rentgenologist is but 30 seconds late in setting up the apparatus. These things are scientific. You understand their underlying formulae. Therefore they seem natural. But mention what you please to call the occult, and you scoff, and that is but admitting that you are opposed to something which you do not understand. The credible and believable is that to which we are accustomed. The fantastic and incredible is what we cannot explain in terms of previous experience. Voilà. C'est très simple, n'est-ce pas? You mean to say you understand all this? Not at all, by any means. I am clever, me, but not that clever. No, my friend. I am as much in the dark as you, only I do not refuse to credit what our young friend tells us. I believe the things he has related happened exactly as he has recounted them. I do not understand, but I believe. Accordingly, I must probe, I must sift, I must examine this matter. We see it now as a group of unrelated and irrelevant occurrences, but somewhere lies the key which will enable us to make harmony from this discord, to gather these stray, tangled threads into an ordered pattern. I go to seek that key. Where? To New Orleans, of course. Tonight I pack my portmanteau. Tomorrow I entrain. Just now. He smothered a tremendous yawn. Now I do what every wise man does as often as he can. I take a drink. 7 evenings later we gathered in my study, the Grandon, Ned, and I, and from the little Frenchman's shining eyes I knew his quest had been productive of results. My friends, he told us solemnly, I am a clever person, and a lucky one as well. The morning after my arrival at New Orleans, I enjoyed 3 Ramon fizzes, then went to sit in City Park by the old dueling oak and wished with all my heart that I had taken 4. And while I sat in self-reproachful thought, sorrowing for the drink that I had missed, behold, one passed by whom I recognized. He was my old schoolfellow, Paul Dubois, now a priest in holy orders and attached to the Cathedral of Saint Louis. He took me to his quarters, that good pious man, and gave me luncheon. It was Friday and a fast day, so we fasted. Mon Dieu, but we did fast, on Creole gumbo and oysters a la Rockefeller, and baked pompano, and little shrimp fried crisp in olive oil, and chicory salad, and 7 different kinds of cheese and wine. When we were so filled with fasting we could not eat another morsel, my old friend took me to another priest, a native of New Orleans whose stock of local lore was second only to his marvelous capacity for fine champagne. Morbleu, how I admire that one! And now, attend me very carefully, my friends. What he disclosed to me makes many hidden mysteries all clear. In New Orleans there lived a wealthy family named Dagon. They possessed much gold and land, 1,000 slaves or more, and one fair daughter by the name of Julie. When this country bought the Louisiana territory from Napoleon, and your army came to occupy the forts, this young girl fell in love with a young officer, a Lieutenant Philip Merriwell. Tenez, army love in those days was no different than it is today, it seems. This gay young lieutenant, he came, he wooed, he won, he rode away, and little Julie wept and sighed, and finally died of heartbreak. In her lovesick illness she had for constant company a slave, an old mulatress known to most as Maman Dragon, but to Julie simply as Grand-Tante, great-aunt. She had nursed our little Julie at the breast, and all her life she fostered and attended her. To her little white mamselle she was all gentleness and kindness, but to others she was fierce and frightful, because she was a Conjon woman, adept at Obeah, the black magic of the Congo, and among the blacks she ruled as queen by force of fear, while the whites were wont to treat her with respect, and, it was more than merely whispered, retain her services on occasion. She could sell protection to the duelist, and he who bore her charm would surely conquer on the field of honor. She brewed love draughts which turned the hearts and heads of the most capricious coquettes or the most constant wives, as occasion warranted. By merely staring fixedly at someone, she could cause him to take sick and die, and, here we commenced to tread upon our own terrain, she was said to have the power of changing to a snake at will. Very good, you follow? When poor young Julie died of heartbreak, it was old Maman Dragon, the little white one's grand-tante, who watched beside her bed. It is said she stood beside her mistress's coffin and called a curse upon the fickle lover, swore he would come back and die beside the body of the sweetheart he deserted. She also made a prophecy. Julie should have many loves, but her body should not know corruption, nor her spirit rest, until she could find one to keep his promise, and return to her with words of love upon his lips. Those who failed her should die horribly, but he who kept his pledge would bring her rest and peace. The augury she made while she stood behind her mistress's coffin, just before they sealed it in the tomb in old St. Denis Cemetery. Then she disappeared. You mean she ran away? I asked. I mean she disappeared, vanished, evanesced, evaporated. She was never seen again, not even by the people who stood next to her when she pronounced her prophecy. But, no buts, my friend, if you will be so kind. Years later, when the British stormed New Orleans, Lieutenant Merriwell was there with General Andrew Jackson. He survived the battle like a man whose life is charmed, though all around him comrades fell, and 3 horses were shot under him. Then, when the strife was done, he went to the grand banquet tendered to the victors. While gaiety was at its height, he abruptly left the table. Next morning he was found upon the grass before the tomb of Julie Dayen. He was dead. He died from snake bite. The years marched on, and stories spread about the town, stories of a strange and lovely belle dame sans merci, a modern Circe who lured young gallants to their doom. Time and again some gay young blade of New Orleans would boast a conquest. Passing late at night through Royal Street, he would have a flower dropped to him as he walked underneath a balcony. He would meet a lovely girl dressed in the early Empire style, and be surprised at the ease with which he pushed his suit. Then, upon the trees in Chartres Street, appeared his funeral notices. He was dead. Invariably he was dead of snake-bite. Parbleu! It got to be a saying that he who died mysteriously must have met the Lady of the Moonlight as he walked through Royal Street. He paused and poured a thimbleful of brandy in his coffee. "You see?" he asked. "No, I'm shot if I do," I answered. "I can't see the connection between—" "Night and breaking dawn, perhaps?" he asked sarcastically. "If 2 and 2 make 4, my friend, and even you will not deny they do, then these things I have told you give an explanation of our young friend's trouble. This girl he met was most indubitably Julie, poor little Julie Dayen, on whose tombstone it is carved, Ici repose malheureusement. Here lies unhappily. The so mysterious snake which menaces young Monsieur Minton is none other than the aged Maman Dragon, Grand-Tante, as Julie called her." "But Ned's already failed to keep his tryst," I objected. "Why didn't this snake woman sting him at the hotel? Or, do you recall what Julie said when the snake first appeared?" He interrupted. "Not this one, Grand-Tante." And again in the old cemetery, when the serpent actually struck at him, she threw herself before him and received the blow. It could not permanently injure her. To earthly injuries the dead are proof, but the shock of it caused her to swoon, it seems. Monsieur," he bowed to Ned, "you are more fortunate than any of those others. Several times you have been close to death, but each time you escaped. You have been given chance and chance again to keep your pledged word to the dead, a thing no other faithless lover of little Julie ever had. It seems, monsieur, this dead girl truly loves you." "How horrible," I muttered. "You said it, Dr. Trowbridge," Ned seconded. "It looks as if I'm in a spot, all right." "Mais non," the Grand Don contradicted. "Escape is obvious, my friend." "How, in heaven's name?" "Keep your promised word. Go back to her." "Good Lord, I can't do that. Go back to a corpse? Take her in my arms? Kiss her? Certainement, why not?" Why, she's dead." "Is she not beautiful?" "She's lovely and alluring as a siren song. I think she's the most exquisite thing I've ever seen, but—" He rose and walked unsteadily across the room. "If it weren't for Nella," he said slowly, "I might not find it hard to follow your advice. Julie's sweet and beautiful, and artless and affectionate as a child. Kind, too, the way she stood between me and that awful snake thing. But, oh, it's out of the question." "Then we must expand the question to accommodate it, my friend. For the sake of the living, for Mademoiselle Nella's sake, and for the repose of the dead, you must keep the oath you swore to little Julie Dayen. You must go back to New Orleans and keep your rendezvous." The dead of old St. Denis lay in dreamless sleep beneath the palely argent rays of the fast waxing moon. The oven-like tombs were gay with hardly wilted flowers, for 2 days before was All Saints' Day, and no grave in all New Orleans is so lowly, no dead so long interred, that pious hands do not bear blossoms of remembrance to them on that feast of memories. The Grand Don had been busily engaged all afternoon, making mysterious trips to the old Negro quarter in company with a patriarchal scion of Indian and Negro ancestry, who professed ability to guide him to the city's foremost practitioner of voodoo. Returning to the hotel only to dash out again to consult his friend at the cathedral. Coming back to stare with thoughtful eyes upon the changing panorama of Canal Street, while Ned, nervous as a racehorse at the barrier, tramped up and down the room, lighting cigarette from cigarette, and drinking absinthe frappés alternating with sharp bitter Sarrazac cocktails, until I wondered he did not fall in utter alcoholic collapse. By evening I had that eerie feeling that the sane experience when alone with mad folk. I was ready to shriek at any unexpected noise, or turn and run at sight of a strange shadow. "My friend," the Grandant ordered as we reached the grass-paved corridor of tombs where Ned had told us the Dagon vaults were, "I suggest that you drink this." From an inner pocket he drew out a tiny flask of ruby glass and snapped its stopper loose. A strong and slightly acrid scent came to me, sweet and spicy, faintly reminiscent of the odor of aromatic herbs one smells about a mummy's wrappings. "Thanks, I've had enough to drink already," Ned said shortly. "You are informing me, mon vieux?" the little Frenchman answered with a smile. "It is for that I brought this draught along. It will help you draw yourself together. You have need of all your faculties this time, believe me." Ned put the bottle to his lips, drained its contents, hiccuped lightly, then braced his shoulders. "That is a pickup," he complimented. "Too bad you didn't let me have it sooner, sir. I think I can go through the ordeal now." "One is sure you can," the Frenchman answered confidently. "Walk slowly towards the spot where you last saw Julie, if you please. We shall await you here, in easy call if we are needed." The Isle of Tombs was empty as Ned left us. The turf had been fresh mown for the day of visitation, and was as smooth and short as a lawn tennis court. A field mouse could not have run across the pathway without our seeing it. This much I noticed idly as Ned trudged away from us, walking more like a man on his way to the gallows than one who went to keep a lover's rendezvous. And suddenly he was not alone. There was another with him, a girl dressed in a clinging robe of sheer white muslin cut in the charming fashion of the First Empire, girdled high beneath the bosom with a sash of light blue ribbon. A wreath of pale gardenias lay upon her bright fair hair. Her slender arms were pearl white in the moonlight. As she stepped towards Ned, I thought involuntarily of a line from Sir John Suckling. Her feet, like little mice, stole in and out. "Edouard, chérie! Oh, coeur de mon coeur! C'est véritablement toi? Thou hast come willingly, unasked, petit amant." "I'm here," Ned answered steadily. "But only—" He paused and drew a sudden gasping breath, as though a hand had been laid on his throat. "Chérie," the girl asked in a trembling voice, "you are cold to me. Do you not love me then? You are not here because your heart heard my heart calling? Oh, heart of my heart's heart, if you but knew how I have longed and waited. It has been triste, mon Edouard, lying in my narrow bed, alone while winter rains and summer suns beat down, listening for your footfall. I could have gone out at my pleasure whenever moonlight made the nights all bright with silver. I could have sought for other lovers, but I would not. You held release for me within your hands, and if I might not have it from you, I would forfeit it forever. Do you not bring release for me, my Edouard? Say that it is so." An odd look came into the boy's face. He might have seen her for the first time, and been dazzled by her beauty and the winsome sweetness of her voice. "Julie," he whispered softly, "poor, patient, faithful little Julie." In a single stride he crossed the intervening turf and was on his knees before her, kissing her hands, the hem of her gown, her sandaled feet, and babbling half-coherent broken words of love. She put her hands upon his head as if in benediction, then turned them, holding them palm forward to his lips, finally crooked her fingers underneath his chin and raised his face. "Nay, love, sweet love, art thou a worshipper, and I a saint, that thou should kneel to me?" she asked him tenderly. "See, my lips are famishing for thine, and wilt thou waste thy kisses on my hand and feet and garment? Make haste, my heart, we have but little time, and I would know the kisses of redemption ere—" They clung together in the moonlight. Her white-robed, lissome form and his somberly clad body seemed to melt and merge in one, while her hands reached up to clasp his cheeks and draw his face down to her yearning scarlet mouth. The Grandant was reciting something in a mumbling monotone. His words were scarcely audible, but I caught a phrase occasionally. "Rest eternal grant to her, O Lord. Let light eternal shine upon her. From the gates of hell her soul deliver. Kyrie eleison." "Julie!" We heard Ned's despairing cry, and, "Ha! It comes! It has begun! It finishes!" The Grandon whispered gratingly. The girl had sunk down to the grass, as though she swooned. One arm had fallen limply from Ned's shoulder, but the other still was clasped around his neck as we raced towards them. "Adieu, mon amoureux! Adieu pour ce monde! Adieu pour l'autre! Adieu pour l'éternité!" we heard her sob. When we reached him, Ned knelt empty-armed before the tomb. Of Julie there was neither sign nor trace. "So assist him if you will, my friend," the Grandon bade, motioning me to take Ned's elbow. "Help him to the gate. I follow quickly, but first I have a task to do." As I led Ned, staggering like a drunken man, toward the cemetery exit, I heard the clang of metal striking metal at the tomb behind us. "What did you stop behind to do?" I asked as we prepared for bed at the hotel. He flashed his quick, infectious smile at me, and tweaked his mustache ends, for all the world like a self-satisfied tomcat, furbishing his whiskers after finishing a bowl of cream. "There was an alteration to that epitaph I had to make. You recall it read, 'Ici repose malheureusement. Here lies unhappily Julie Dayen.' That is no longer true. I chiseled off the malheureusement. Thanks to Monsieur Edouard's courage and my cleverness, the old one's prophecy was fulfilled tonight, and poor small Julie has found rest at last. Tomorrow morning they celebrate the first of a series of masses I have arranged for her at the cathedral." "What was that drink you gave Ned just before he left us?" I asked curiously. "It smelled like—" "Le bon Dieu and the devil know, not I," he answered with a grin. "It was a voodoo love potion. I found the realization that she had been dead a century and more so greatly troubled our young friend that he swore he could not be affectionate to our poor Julie. So I went down to the Negro quarter in the afternoon and arranged to have a philtre brewed. En bien, that aged black one who concocted it assured me that she could inspire love for the image of a crocodile in the heart of anyone who looked upon it after taking but a drop of her decoction, and she charged me $20 for it. But I think I had my money's worth. Did it not work marvelously?" "Then Julie's really gone? Ned's coming back released her from the spell?" "Not wholly gone," he corrected. "Her little body now is but a small handful of dust. Her spirit is no longer earthbound, and the familiar demon who in life was old Maman Dragon has left the earth with her as well. No longer will she metamorphose into a snake and kill the faithless ones who kiss her little mistress and then forswear their troth. No, my friend, Julie is not gone entirely, I think. In the years to come, when Ned and Nella have long been joined in wedded bliss, there will be minutes when Julie's face and Julie's voice and the touch of Julie's little hands will haunt his memory. There will always be one little corner of his heart which will never belong to Madame Nella Minton. For it will be forever Julie's. Yes, I think it is so." Slowly, deliberately, almost ritualistically, he poured a glass of wine and raised it. "To you, my little poor one," he said softly as he looked across the sleeping city toward old St. Denis Cemetery. "You quit earth with a kiss upon your lips. May you sleep serene in paradise until another kiss shall waken you." End of Pledge to the Dead by Seabury Quinn. Recording by Alan Winterrowd. Audio.boomcoach.com.
Polaris by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Polaris by H.P. Lovecraft. In the north window of my chamber glows the pole star with uncanny light. All through the long hellish hours of blackness it shines there, and in the autumn of the year, when the winds from the north curse and whine, and the red-leaved trees of the swamp mutter things to one another in the small hours of the morning under the horned waning moon, I sit by the casement and watch that star. Down from the heights reels the glittering Cassiopeia as the hours wear on. while Charles Wayne lumbers up from behind the vapor-soaked swamp trees that sway in the night wind. Just before dawn, Arcturus winks readily from above the cemetery on the low hillock, and Coma Berenices shimmers weirdly afar off in the mysterious east. But still the pole star leers down from the same place in the black vault, winking hideously like an insane watching eye which strives to convey some strange message, yet recalls none save that it once had a message to convey. Sometimes, when it is cloudy, I can sleep. Well do I remember the night of the great aurora, when over the swamp played the shocking chorisations of the demon light. After the beam came clouds, and then I slept, and it was under a horned waning moon that I saw the city for the first time. Still and somnolent did it lie, on a strange plateau in a hollow between strange peaks. Of ghastly marble were its walls and its towers, its columns, domes, and pavements. In the marble streets were marble pillars, the upper parts of which were carven into the images of grave, bearded men. The air was warm and stirred not, and overhead, scarce 10 degrees from the zenith, glowed that watching pole star. Long did I gaze on the city, but the day came not. When the red Aldebaran, which blinked low in the sky but never set, had crawled a quarter of the way around the horizon, I saw light and motion in the houses and the streets. Forms strangely robed, but at once noble and familiar, walked abroad, and under the horned waning moon men talked wisdom in a tongue which I understood, though it was unlike any language which I had ever known. And when the red Aldebaran had crawled more than halfway around the horizon, there were again darkness and silence. When I awaked, I was not as I had been. Upon my memory was graven the vision of the city, and within my soul had arisen another and vaguer recollection, of whose nature I was not then certain. Thereafter, on the cloudy nights when I could not sleep, I saw the city often, sometimes under the hot, yellow rays of a sun which did not set, but which wheeled low in the horizon. And on the clear nights, the pole star leered as never before. Gradually I came to wonder what might be my place in that city on the strange plateau betwixt strange peaks. At first content to view the scene as an all-observant, uncorporeal presence, I now desired to define my relation to it, and to speak my mind amongst the grave men who conversed each day in the public squares. I said to myself, "This is no dream, for by what means can I prove the greater reality of that other life in the house of stone and brick, south of the sinister swamp and the cemetery on the low hillock, where the pole star peeps into my window each night?" One night, as I listened to the discourses in the large square containing many statues, I felt a change, and perceived that I had at last a bodily form. Nor was I a stranger in the streets of Olatho, which lies on the plateau of Sarkia, betwixt the peaks of Noton and Cataphonek. It was my friend Alos who spoke, and his speech was one that pleased my soul, for it was the speech of a true man and patriot. That night had the news come of Dikos' fall, and of the advance of the Unutos, squat, hellish yellow fiends who 5 years ago had appeared out of the unknown west to ravage the confines of our kingdom, and to besiege many of our towns. Having taken the fortified places at the foot of the mountains, their way now lay open to the plateau, unless every citizen could resist with the strength of 10 men, for the squat creatures were mighty in the arts of war, and knew not the scruples of honor which held back our tall, grey-eyed men of Lamar from ruthless conquest. Alos, my friend, was commander of all the forces on the plateau, and in him lay the last hope of our country. On this occasion he spoke of the perils to be faced, and exhorted the men of Olatho, bravest of the Lamarians, to sustain the traditions of their ancestors, who, when forced to move southward from Zobna before the advance of the great ice sheet, even as our descendants must someday flee from the land of Lamar, valiantly and victoriously swept aside the hairy, long-armed cannibal Nufkes who stood in their way. To me Alos denied the warrior's part, for I was feeble and given to strange faintings when subjected to stress and hardships. But my eyes were the keenest in the city, despite the long hours I gave each day to the study of the Nicotic manuscripts and the wisdom of the Zibnarian fathers. So my friend, desiring not to doom me to inaction, rewarded me with that duty which was second to none in importance. To the watchtower of Thapnin he sent me, there to serve as the eyes of our army. Should the Unutos attempt to gain the citadel by the narrow pass behind the Peak Noton, and thereby surprise the garrison, I was to give the signal of fire which would warn the waiting soldiers and save the town from immediate disaster. Alone I mounted the tower, for every man of stout body was needed in the passes below. My brain was sore, dazed with excitement and fatigue, for I had not slept in many days, yet was my purpose firm, for I loved my native land of Lamar, and the marble city Olatho that lies betwixt the peaks Noton and Cataphonac. But as I stood in the tower's topmost chamber, I beheld the horned waning moon, red and sinister, quivering through the vapors that hovered over the distant valley of Banif, and through an opening in the roof glittered the pale pole star, fluttering as if alive, and leering like a fiend and tempter. Methought its spirit whispered evil counsel, soothing me to traitorous somnolence with a damnable rhythmical promise which it repeated over and over. Slumber, watcher, till the spheres, 26,000 years, have revolved, and I return to the spot where now I burn. Other stars anon shall rise to the axis of the skies, stars that soothe and stars that bless, with a sweet forgetfulness. Only when my round is o'er shall the past disturb thy door. Vainly did I struggle with my drowsiness, seeking to connect these strange words with some lore of the skies which I had learned from the Nicotic manuscripts. My head, heavy and reeling, drooped to my breast, and when next I looked up, it was in a dream, with the pole star grinning at me through a window from over the horrible and swaying trees of a dream swamp. And I am still dreaming. In my shame and despair I sometimes scream frantically, begging the dream creatures around me to waken me ere the Unutos steal up the pass behind the Peak Noton and take the citadel by surprise. But these creatures are demons, for they laugh at me and tell me I am not dreaming. They mock me whilst I sleep, and whilst the squat yellow foe may be creeping silently upon us. I have failed in my duties and betrayed the marble city of Olatho. I have proven false to Aelos, my friend and commander, but still these shadows of my dreams deride me. They say there is no land of Lamar, save in my nocturnal imaginings, that in these realms where the pole star shines high, and red Aldebaran crawls low around the horizon, there has been naught save ice and snow for thousands of years, and never a man save squat yellow creatures, blighted by the cold, called Eskimo. And as I writhe in my guilty agony, frantic to save the city whose peril every moment grows, and vainly striving to shake off this unnatural dream of a house of stone and brick south of a sinister swamp and a cemetery on the low hillock, the pole star, evil and monstrous, leers down from the black vault, winking hideously like an insane watching eye which strives to convey some message, yet recalls nothing save that it once had a message to convey. End of Polaris.
The Room in the Tower by E.F. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gerzinski. The Room in the Tower by E.F. Benson. It is probable that everybody who is at all a constant dreamer has had at least one experience of an event or a sequence of circumstances which have come to his mind in sleep, being subsequently realized in the material world. But in my opinion so far, from this being a strange thing, it would be far odder if this fulfillment did not occasionally happen, since our dreams are, as a rule, concerned with people whom we know and places with which we are familiar, such as might very naturally occur in the awakened daylit world. True, these dreams are often broken into by some absurd and fantastic incident which puts them out of court in regard to their subsequent fulfillment. But on the mere calculation of chances, it does not appear in the least unlikely that a dream imagined by anyone who dreams constantly should occasionally come true. Not long ago, for instance, I experienced such a fulfillment of a dream which seems to me in no way remarkable and to have no kind of psychical significance. The manner of it was as follows. A certain friend of mine, living abroad, is amiable enough to write to me about once in a fortnight. Thus, when 14 days or thereabouts have elapsed since I have last heard from him, my mind probably, either consciously or subconsciously, is expectant of a letter from him. One night last week, I dreamed that as I was going upstairs to dress for dinner, I heard, as I often heard, the sound of the postman's knock on my front door, and diverted my direction downstairs instead. There, among other correspondence, was a letter from him. Thereafter, the fantastic entered. For on opening it, I found inside the ace of diamonds, and scribbled across it in his well-known handwriting, "I am sending you this for safe custody, as you know it is running an unreasonable risk to keep aces in Italy." The next evening, I was just preparing to go upstairs to dress when I heard the postman's knock, and did precisely as I had done in my dream. There, among other letters, was one from my friend, only it did not contain the ace of diamonds. Had it done so, I should have attached more weight to the matter, which, as it stands, seems to me a perfectly ordinary coincidence. No doubt I consciously or subconsciously expected a letter from him, and this suggested to me my dream. Similarly, the fact that my friend had not written to me for a fortnight suggested to him that he should do so. But occasionally it is not so easy to find such an explanation, and for the following story, I can find no explanation at all. It came out of the dark, and into the dark it is gone again. All of my life I have been a habitual dreamer. The nights are few, that is to say, when I do not find on awaking in the morning that some mental experience has been mine, and sometimes all night long, apparently, a series of the most dazzling adventures befall me. Almost without exception, these adventures are pleasant, though often merely trivial. It is an exception that I am going to speak. It was when I was about 16 that a certain dream first came to me, and this is how it befell. It opened with my being set down at the door of a big red brick house, where I understood I was going to stay. The servant who opened the door told me that tea was being served in the garden, and led me through a low, dark paneled hall, with a large open fireplace, onto a cheerful green lawn set round with flower beds. There were grouped about the tea table a small party of people, but they were all strangers to me except one, who was a schoolfellow called Jack Stone, clearly the son of the house, and he introduced me to his mother and father and a couple of sisters. I was, I remember, somewhat astonished to find myself here, for the boy in question was scarcely known to me, and I rather disliked what I knew of him. Moreover, he had left school nearly a year before. The afternoon was very hot, and an intolerable oppression reigned. On the far side of the lawn ran a red brick wall, with an iron gate in its center, outside which stood a walnut tree. We sat in the shadow of the house, opposite a row of long windows, inside which I could see a table with cloth laid, glimmering with glass and silver. This garden front of the house was very long, and at one end of it stood a tower of 3 stories, which looked to me much older than the rest of the building. Before long, Mrs. Stone, who, like the rest of the party, had sat in absolute silence, said to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." Quite inexplicably, my heart sank at her words. I felt as if I had known that I should have the room in the tower, and that it contained something dreadful and significant. Jack instantly got up, and I understood that I had to follow him. In silence we passed through the hall, and mounted a great oak staircase with many corners, and arrived at a small landing with 2 doors set in it. He pushed one of these open for me to enter, and without coming in himself, closed it after me. Then I knew that my conjecture had been right. There was something awful in the room, and with the terror of nightmare growing swiftly and enveloping me, I awoke in a spasm of terror. Now that dream, or variations on it, occurred to me intermittently for 15 years. Most often it came in exactly this form: the arrival, the tea laid out on the lawn, the deadly silence succeeded by that one deadly sentence, the mounting with Jack Stone up to the room in the tower where horror dwelt, and it always came to a close in the nightmare of terror at that which was in the room, though I never saw what it was. At other times I experienced variations on the same theme. Occasionally, for instance, we would be sitting at dinner in the dining room, into the windows of which I had looked on the first night when the dream of this house visited me. But wherever we were, there was the same silence, the same sense of dreadful oppression and foreboding, and the silence I knew would always be broken by Mrs. Stone saying to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." Upon which, this was invariable, I had to follow him up the oak staircase with many corners and enter the place that I dreaded more and more each time that I visited it in sleep. Or again, I would find myself playing cards, still in silence, in a drawing room lit with immense chandeliers that gave a blinding illumination. What the game was, I have no idea. What I remember with a sense of miserable anticipation was that soon Mrs. Stone would get up and say to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." This drawing room where we played cards was next to the dining room, and as I have said, was always brilliantly illuminated, whereas the rest of the house was full of dusk and shadows. And yet, how often, in spite of those bouquets of lights, have I not pored over the cards that were dealt me, scarcely able, for some reason, to see them. Their designs, too, were strange. There were no red suits, but all were black, and among them were certain cards which were black all over. I hated and dreaded those. As this dream continued to recur, I got to know the greater part of the house. There was a smoking room beyond the drawing room at the end of a passage with a green baize door. It was always very dark there, and as often as I went there, I passed somebody whom I could not see in the doorway coming out. Curious developments, too, took place in the characters that peopled the dream, as might happen to living persons. Mrs. Stone, for instance, who, when I first saw her, had been black-haired, became gray, and instead of rising briskly as she had done at first, when she said, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower," got up very feebly, as if the strength was leaving her limbs. Jack also grew up, and became a rather ill-looking young man, with a brown mustache, while one of the sisters ceased to appear, and I understood she was married. Then it so happened that I was not visited by this dream for 6 months or more, and I began to hope. In such an inexplicable dread did I hold it, that it had passed away for good. But one night, after this interval, I again found myself being shown out onto the lawn for tea, and Mrs. Stone was not there, while the others were all dressed in black. At once I guessed the reason, and my heart leapt at the thought that perhaps this time I should not have to sleep in the room in the tower. And though we usually all sat in silence, on this occasion the sense of relief made me talk and laugh as I had never yet done. But even then matters were not altogether comfortable, for no one else spoke, but they all looked secretly at each other, and soon the foolish stream of my talk ran dry. And gradually an apprehension, worse than anything I had previously known, gained on me as the light slowly faded. Suddenly a voice which I knew well broke the stillness. The voice of Mrs. Stone saying, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." It seemed to come from near the gate in the red brick wall that bounded the lawn, and looking up, I saw that the grass outside was sown thick with gravestones. A curious grayish light shone from them, and I could read the lettering on the grave nearest me, and it was, "In evil memory of Julia Stone." And as usual, Jack got up, and again I followed him through the hall and up the staircase with many corners. On this occasion, it was darker than usual, and when I passed into the room in the tower, I could only just see the furniture, the position of which was already familiar to me. Also, there was a dreadful odor of decay in the room, and I woke screaming. The dream, with such variations and developments as I have mentioned, went on at intervals for 15 years. Sometimes I would dream it 2 or 3 nights in succession. Once, as I have said, there was an intermission of 6 months. But taking a reasonable average, I should say that I dreamed it quite as often as once in a month. It had, as is plain, something of nightmare about it, since it always ended in the same appalling terror, which, so far from getting less, seemed to me to gather fresh fear every time that I experienced it. There was, too, a strange and dreadful consistency about it. The characters in it, as I have mentioned, got regularly older. Death and marriage visited this silent family, and I never, in the dream, after Mrs. Stone had died, set eyes on her again. But it was always her voice that told me that the room in the tower was prepared for me, and whether we had tea out on the lawn, or the scene was laid in one of the rooms overlooking it, I could always see her gravestone standing just outside the iron gate. It was the same, too, with the married daughter. Usually she was not present, but once or twice she returned again, in company with a man whom I took to be her husband. He, too, like the rest of them, was always silent. But owing to the constant repetition of the dream, I had ceased to attach, in my waking hours, any significance to it. I never met Jack Stone again during all those years, nor did I ever see a house that resembled this dark house of my dream. And then something happened. I had been in London in this year, up till the end of July, and during the first week in August went down to stay with a friend in a house he had taken for the summer months, in the Ashdown Forest district of Sussex. I left London early, for John Clinton was to meet me at Forest Row Station, and we were going to spend the day golfing and go to his house in the evening. He had his motor with him, and we set off about 5 of the afternoon, after a thoroughly delightful day for the drive, the distance being some 10 miles. As it was still so early, we did not have tea at the clubhouse, but waited till we should get home. As we drove, the weather, which up till then had been, though hot, deliciously fresh, seemed to me to alter in quality and become very stagnant and oppressive, and I felt that indefinable sense of ominous apprehension that I am accustomed to before thunder. John, however, did not share my views, attributing my loss of lightness to the fact that I had lost both my matches. Events proved, however, that I was right, though I did not think that the thunderstorm that broke that night was the sole cause of my depression. Our way lay through deep, high-banked lanes, and before we had gone very far I fell asleep, and was only awakened by the stopping of the motor. And with a sudden thrill, partly of fear, but chiefly of curiosity, I found myself standing in the doorway of my house of dream. We went, I half wondering whether or not I was dreaming still, through a low oak-paneled hall, and out onto the lawn, where tea was laid in the shadow of the house. It was set in flower beds, a red brick wall with a gate in it, bounded one side, and out beyond that was a space of rough grass with a walnut tree. The facade of the house was very long, and at one end stood a 3-storied tower, markedly older than the rest. Here, for the moment, all resemblance to the repeated dreams ceased. There was no silent and somehow terrible family, but a large assembly of exceedingly cheerful persons, all of whom were known to me. And in spite of the horror with which the dream itself had always filled me, I felt nothing of it now that the scene of it was thus reproduced before me, but I felt intensest curiosity as to what was going to happen. Tea pursued its cheerful course, and before long Mrs. Clinton got up, and at that moment I think I knew what she was going to say. She spoke to me, and what she said was, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." At that, for half a second, the horror of the dream took hold of me again. But it quickly passed, and again I felt nothing more than the most intense curiosity. It was not very long before it was amply satisfied. John turned to me. "Right up at the top of the house," he said, "but I think you'll be comfortable. We're absolutely full up. Would you like to go and see it now? By Jove, I believe that you are right, and that we are going to have a thunderstorm. How dark it has become!" I got up and followed him. We passed through the hall and up the perfectly familiar staircase. Then he opened the door and I went in. And at that moment, sheer unreasoning terror again possessed me. I did not know what I feared. I simply feared. Then, like a sudden recollection when one remembers a name which has long escaped the memory, I knew what I feared. I feared Mrs. Stone, whose grave with the sinister inscription, "In evil memory," I had so often seen in my dream, just beyond the lawn which lay below my window. And then once more the fear passed so completely that I wondered what there was to fear, and I found myself sober and quiet and sane in the room in the tower, the name of which I had so often heard in my dream, and the scene of which was so familiar. I looked around it with a certain sense of proprietorship, and found that nothing had been changed from the dreaming nights in which I knew it so well. Just to the left of the door was the bed, lengthwise along the wall with the head of it in the angle. In a line with it was the fireplace and a small bookcase. Opposite the door, the outer wall was pierced by two lattice-paned windows, between which stood the dressing table, while ranged along the fourth wall was the washing-stand and a big cupboard. My luggage had already been unpacked, for the furniture of dressing and undressing lay orderly on the washstand and toilet table, while my dinner clothes were spread out on the coverlet of the bed. And then, with a sudden start of unexplained dismay, I saw that there were two rather conspicuous objects which I had not seen before in my dreams. One, a life-sized oil painting of Mrs. Stone. The other, a black and white sketch of Jack Stone, representing him as he had appeared to me only a week before in the last of the series of these repeated dreams. A rather secret and evil-looking man of about 30. His picture hung between the windows, looking straight across the room to the other portrait, which hung at the side of the bed. At that I looked next, and as I looked I felt once more the horror of nightmare seize me. It represented Mrs. Stone as I had seen her last in my dreams, old and withered, white-haired, but in spite of the evident feebleness of body, a dreadful exuberance and vitality shone through the envelope of flesh, an exuberance wholly malign, a vitality that foamed and frothed with unimaginable evil. Evil beamed from the narrow leering eyes. It laughed in the demon-like mouth. The whole face was instinct with some secret and appalling mirth. The hands clasped together on the knee seemed shaking with suppressed and nameless glee. Then I saw also that it was signed in the left-hand bottom corner, and wondering who the artist could be, I looked more closely and read the inscription, "Julia Stone, by Julia Stone." There came a tap at the door, and John Clinton entered. "Got everything you want?" he asked. "Rather more than I want," said I, pointing to the picture. He laughed. "Hard-featured old lady," he said. "By herself, too, I remember. Anyhow, she can't have flattered herself much." "But don't you see?" said I. "It's scarcely a human face at all. It's the face of some witch, of some devil." He looked at it more closely. "Yes, it isn't very pleasant," he said. "Scarcely a bedside manner, eh?" "Yes, I can imagine getting the nightmare if I went to sleep with that close by my bed. I'll have it taken down if you like." "I really wish you would," I said. He rang the bell, and with the help of a servant we detached the picture and carried it out onto the landing, and put it with its face to the wall. "By Jove, the old lady is a weight," said John, mopping his forehead. "I wonder if she had something on her mind." The extraordinary weight of the picture had struck me too. I was about to reply when I caught sight of my own hand. There was blood on it, in considerable quantities, covering the whole palm. "I've cut myself somehow," said I. John gave a little startled exclamation. "Why, I have too," he said. Simultaneously, the footman took out his handkerchief and wiped his hand with it. I saw that there was blood also on his handkerchief. John and I went back into the tower room and washed the blood off, but neither on his hand nor on mine was there the slightest trace of a scratch or cut. It seemed to me that, having ascertained this, we both, by a sort of tacit consent, did not allude to it again. Something in my case had dimly occurred to me that I did not wish to think about. It was but a conjecture, but I fancied that I knew the same thing had occurred to him. The heat and oppression of the air, for the storm we had expected was still undischarged, increased very much after dinner, and for some time most of the party, among whom were John Clinton and myself, sat outside on the path bounding the lawn, where we had had tea. The night was absolutely dark, and no twinkle of star or moon ray could penetrate the pall of cloud that overset the sky. By degrees our assembly thinned. The women went up to bed, men dispersed to the smoking or billiard room, and by 11 o'clock my host and I were the only two left. All the evening I thought that he had something on his mind, and as soon as we were alone he spoke. "The man who helped us with the picture had blood on his hand too, did you notice?" he said. "I asked him just now if he had cut himself, and he said he supposed he had, but that he could find no mark of it. Now, where did that blood come from?" By dint of telling myself that I was not going to think about it, I had succeeded in not doing so, and I did not want, especially just at bedtime, to be reminded of it. "I don't know," said I, "and I don't really care so long as the picture of Mrs. Stone is not by my bed." He got up. "But it's odd," he said. "Ha! Now you'll see another odd thing." A dog of his, an Irish terrier by breed, had come out of the house as we talked. The door behind us into the hall was open, and a bright oblong of light shone across the lawn to the iron gate which led on to the rough grass outside where the walnut tree stood. I saw that the dog had all his hackles up, bristling with rage and fright. His lips were curled back from his teeth, as if he was ready to spring at something, and he was growling to himself. He took not the slightest notice of his master or me, but stiffly and tensely walked across the grass to the iron gate. There he stood for a moment, looking through the bars and still growling. Then, of a sudden, his courage seemed to desert him. He gave one long howl and scuttled back to the house with a curious crouching sort of movement. "He does that half a dozen times a day," said John. "He sees something which he both hates and fears." I walked to the gate and looked over it. Something was moving on the grass outside, and soon a sound, which I could not instantly identify, came to my ears. Then I remembered what it was. It was the purring of a cat. I lit a match and saw the purr, a big blue Persian, walking round and round in a little circle just outside the gate, stepping high and ecstatically, with tail carried aloft like a banner. Its eyes were bright and shining, and every now and then it put its head down and sniffed at the grass. I laughed. "The end of that mystery, I am afraid," I said. "Here's a large cat having Walpurgis night all alone." "Yes, that's Darius," said John. "He spends half the day and all night there. But that's not the end of the dog mystery. For Toby and he are the best of friends. But the beginning of the cat mystery. What's the cat doing there? And why is Darius pleased, while Toby is terror-stricken?" At that moment I remembered the rather horrible detail of my dreams, when I saw through the gate, just where the cat was now, the white tombstone with the sinister inscription. But before I could answer, the rain began, as suddenly and heavily as if a tap had been turned on, and simultaneously the big cat squeezed through the bars of the gate and came leaping across the lawn to the house for shelter. Then it sat in the doorway, looking out eagerly into the dark. It spat and struck at John with its paw as he pushed it in order to close the door. Somehow, with the portrait of Julia Stone in the passage outside, the room in the tower had absolutely no alarm for me. And as I went to bed, feeling very sleepy and heavy, I had nothing more than interest for the curious incident about our bleeding hands and the conduct of the cat and dog. The last thing I looked at before I put out my light was the square empty space by my bed where the portrait had been. Here the paper was of its original full tint of dark red. Over the rest of the walls it had faded. Then I blew out my candle and instantly fell asleep. My waking was equally instantaneous, and I sat bolt upright in bed under the impression that some bright light had been flashed in my face, though it was now absolutely pitch dark. I knew exactly where I was, in the room which I had dreaded in dreams, but no horror that I ever felt when asleep approached the fear that now invaded and froze my brain. Immediately after a peal of thunder crackled just above the house, but the probability that it was only a flash of lightning which awoke me gave no reassurance to my galloping heart. Something I knew was in the room with me, and instinctively I put out my right hand, which was nearest the wall, to keep it away, and my hand touched the edge of a picture frame hanging close to me. I sprang out of bed, upsetting the small table that stood by it, and I heard my watch, candle, and matches clatter onto the floor. But for the moment there was no need of light, for a blinding flash leapt out of the clouds and showed me that by my bed again hung the picture of Mrs. Stone. And instantly the room went into blackness again. But in that flash I saw another thing also, namely a figure that leaned over the end of my bed watching me. It was dressed in some close-clinging white garment, spotted and stained with mold, and the face was that of the portrait. Overhead the thunder cracked and roared, and when it ceased and the deathly stillness succeeded, I heard the rustle of movement coming nearer me, and, more horrible yet, perceived an odor of corruption and decay. And then a hand was laid on the side of my neck, and close beside my ear I heard quick-taken, eager breathing. Yet I knew that this thing, though it could be perceived by touch, by smell, by eye, and by ear, was still not of this earth, but something that had passed out of the body and had power to make itself manifest. Then a voice, already familiar to me, spoke. "I knew you would come to the room in the tower," it said. "I have been long waiting for you. At last you have come. Tonight I shall feast. Before long we will feast together." And the quick breathing came closer to me. I could feel it on my neck. At that, the terror which I think had paralyzed me for the moment gave way to the wild instinct of self-preservation. I hit wildly with both arms, kicking out at the same moment, and heard a little animal squeal, and something soft dropped with a thud beside me. I took a couple of steps forward, nearly tripping up over whatever it was that lay there, and by the merest good luck found the handle of the door. In another second, I ran out on the landing and had banged the door behind me. Almost at the same moment, I heard a door open somewhere below, and John Clinton, candle in hand, came running upstairs. "What is it?" he said. "I sleep just below you and heard a noise as if... Good heavens, there's blood on your shoulder." I stood there, so he told me afterwards, swaying from side to side, white as a sheet, with the mark on my shoulder as if a hand covered with blood had been laid there. "It's in there," I said, pointing. "She, you know, the portrait is in there too, hanging up on the place we took it from." At that he laughed. "My dear fellow, this is mere nightmare," he said. He pushed by me and opened the door. I, standing there, simply inert with terror, unable to stop him, unable to move. "Phew, what an awful smell," he said. Then there was silence. He had passed out of my sight behind the open door. Next moment he came out again, as white as myself, and instantly shut it. "Yes, the portrait's there," he said, "and on the floor is a thing spotted with earth, like what they bury people in. Come away, quick, come away." How I got downstairs, I hardly know. An awful shuddering and nausea of the spirit rather than of the flesh had seized me, and more than once he had to place my feet upon the steps, while every now and then he cast glances of terror and apprehension up the stairs. But in time we came to his dressing room on the floor below, and there I told him what I have here described. The sequel can be made short. Indeed, some of my readers have perhaps already guessed what it was, if they remember that inexplicable affair of the churchyard at West Folly some 8 years ago, where an attempt was made 3 times to bury the body of a certain woman who had committed suicide. On each occasion, the coffin was found in the course of a few days, again protruding from the ground. After the 3rd attempt, in order that the thing should not be talked about, the body was buried elsewhere in unconsecrated ground. Where it was buried was just outside the iron gate of the garden belonging to the house where this woman had lived. She had committed suicide in a room at the top of the tower in that house. Her name was Julia Stone. Subsequently, the body was again secretly dug up, and the coffin was found to be full of blood. End of The Room in the Tower by E.F. Benson.
A School Story by M.R. James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A School Story by M.R. James. 2 men in a smoking room were talking of their private school days.
"At our school," said A, "we had a ghost footmark on the staircase."
"What was it like?"
"Oh, very unconvincing. Just the shape of a shoe with a square toe, if I remember right. The staircase was a stone one. I never heard any story about the thing. That seems odd when you come to think of it. Why didn't somebody invent one, I wonder?"
"You never can tell with little boys. They have a mythology of their own.
There's a subject for you, by the way.
The folklore of private schools."
"Yes, the crop is rather scanty, though. I imagine if you were to investigate the cycle of ghost stories, for instance, which the boys at private schools tell each other, they would all turn out to be highly compressed versions of stories out of books."
"Nowadays, the Strand and Pearsons and so on would be extensively drawn upon."
"No doubt. They weren't born or thought of in my time. Let's see. I wonder if I can remember the staple ones that I was told. First, there was the house with a room in which a series of people insisted on passing a night, and each of them in the morning was found kneeling in a corner and had just time to say, 'I've seen it,' and died."
"Wasn't that the house in Berkeley Square?"
"I dare say it was. Then there was the man who heard a noise in the passage at night, opened his door and saw someone crawling towards him on all fours with his eye hanging out on his cheek. There was besides, let me think. Yes, the room where a man was found dead in bed, with a horseshoe mark on his forehead, and the floor under the bed was covered with marks of horseshoes also. I don't know why. Also, there was the lady who, unlocking her bedroom door in a strange house, heard a thin voice among the bed curtains say, 'Now we're shut in for the night.' None of those had any explanation or sequel. I wonder if they go on still, those stories."
"Oh, likely enough, with additions from the magazines, as I said."
"You never heard, did you, of a real ghost at a private school?"
"I thought not. Nobody has ever, that I came across."
"From the way in which you said that, I gather that you have."
"I really don't know, but this is what was in my mind. It happened at my private school 30-odd years ago, and I haven't any explanation of it. The school, I mean, was near London. It was established in a large and fairly old house, a great white building with very fine grounds about it.
There were large cedars in the garden, as there are in so many of the older gardens in the Thames Valley, and ancient elms in the 3 or 4 fields which we used for our games. I think probably it was quite an attractive place, but boys seldom allow that their schools possess any tolerable features. I came to the school in a September, soon after the year 1870, and among the boys who arrived on the same day was one whom I took to, a Highland boy, whom I will call McLeod. I needn't spend time in describing him. The main thing is that I got to know him very well. He was not an exceptional boy in any way, not particularly good at books or games, but he suited me. The school was a large one. There must have been from 120 to 130 boys there as a rule, and so a considerable staff of masters was required, and there were rather frequent changes among them. One term, perhaps it was my 3rd or 4th, a new master made his appearance. His name was Samson. He was a tallish, stoutish, pale, black-bearded man. I think we liked him. He had travelled a good deal and had stories which amused us on our school walks, so that there was some competition among us to get within earshot of him. I remember, too, dear me, I've hardly thought of it since then, that he had a charm on his watch chain that attracted my attention one day, and he let me examine it. It was, I now suppose, a gold Byzantine coin. There was an effigy of some absurd emperor on one side. The other side had been worn practically smooth, and he had cut on it, rather barbarously, his own initials, GWS, and a date, 24 July 1865. Yes, I can see it now. He told me he had picked it up in Constantinople. It was about the size of a florin, perhaps rather smaller. Well, the first odd thing that happened was this. Samson was doing Latin grammar with us. One of his favorite methods, perhaps it is rather a good one, was to make us construct sentences out of our own heads to illustrate the rules he was trying to make us learn. Of course, that is a thing which gives a silly boy a chance of being impertinent. There are lots of school stories in which that happens, or anyhow, there might be. But Samson was too good a disciplinarian for us to think of trying that on with him. Now, on this occasion, he was telling us how to express remembering in Latin, and he ordered us each to make a sentence bringing in the verb memini, I remember. While most of us made up some ordinary sentence, such as, I remember my father, or he remembers his book, or something equally uninteresting, and I dare say a good many put down memino librum meum, and so forth. But the boy I mentioned, McLeod, was evidently thinking of something more elaborate than that. The rest of us wanted to have our sentences passed, and to get on to something else, so some kicked him under the desk, and I, who was next to him, poked him and whispered to him to look sharp, but he didn't seem to attend. I looked at his paper and saw he had put down nothing at all, so I jogged him again, harder than before, and upbraided him sharply for keeping us all waiting. That did have some effect. He started and seemed to wake up, and then very quickly he scribbled about a couple of lines on his paper, and showed it up with the rest. As it was the last or nearly the last to come in, and as Samson had a good deal to say to the boys who had written Memeniscimus patri meo and the rest of it, it turned out that the clock struck 12 before he had got to McLeod, and McLeod had to wait afterwards to have his sentence corrected. There was nothing much going on outside when I got out, so I waited for him to come. He came very slowly when he did arrive, and I guessed there had been some sort of trouble. Well, I said, what did you get? Oh, I don't know, said McLeod. Nothing much, but I think Samson's rather sick with me. Why? Did you show him up some rot? No fear, he said. It was all right as far as I could see. It was like this. Memento. That's right enough for remember, and it takes a genitive. Memento pute inter quator taxos. What silly rot, I said. What made you shove that down? What does it mean? That's the funny part, said McLeod. I'm not quite sure what it does mean. All I know is, it just came into my head and I corked it down. I know what I think it means, because just before I wrote it down, I had a sort of picture of it in my head. I believe it means, remember the well among the 4... What are those dark sort of trees that have red berries on them? Mountain ashes, I suppose you mean. I never heard of them, said McLeod. No, I'll tell you. Yews. Well, and what did Samson say? Why, he was jolly odd about it. When he read it, he got up and went to the mantelpiece and stopped quite a long time without saying anything, with his back to me. And then he said, without turning round, and rather quiet, what do you suppose that means? I told him what I thought, only I couldn't remember the name of the silly tree. And then he wanted to know why I put it down, and I had to say something or other. And after that he left off talking about it, and he asked me how long I'd been here, and where my people lived, and things like that, and then I came away, but he wasn't looking a bit well. I don't remember any more that was said by either of us about this. Next day, McLeod took to his bed with a chill or something of the kind, and it was a week or more before he was in school again, and as much as a month went by without anything happening that was noticeable. Whether or not Mr. Sampson was really startled, as McLeod had thought, he didn't show it. I'm pretty sure, of course, now that there was something very curious in his past history, but I'm not going to pretend that we boys were sharp enough to guess any such thing. There was one other incident of the same kind as the last which I told you. Several times since that day we had had to make up examples in school to illustrate different rules, but there'd never been any row except when we did them wrong. At last, there came a day when we were going through those dismal things which people call conditional sentences, and we were told to make a conditional sentence expressing a future consequence. We did it, right or wrong, and showed up our bits of paper, and Samson began looking through them. All at once he got up, made some sort of noise in his throat, and rushed out by a door that was just by his desk. We sat there for a minute or two, and then, I suppose it was incorrect, but we went up, I and one or two others, to look at the papers on his desk. Of course I thought someone must have put down some nonsense or other, and Samson had gone off to report him. All the same, I noticed that he hadn't taken any of the papers with him when he ran out. Well, the top paper on the desk was written in red ink, which no one used, and it wasn't in anyone's hand who was in the class. They all looked at it, McLeod and all, and took their dying oaths that it wasn't theirs. Then I thought of counting the bits of paper, and of this I made quite certain, that there were 17 bits of paper on the desk, and 16 boys in the form. Well, I bagged the extra paper, and kept it, and I believe I have it now. And now you will want to know what was written on it. It was simple enough, and harmless enough, I should have said. Si tu non veneris ad me, ego veniam ad te. Which means, I suppose, if you don't come to me, I'll come to you. Could you show me the paper? Interrupted the listener. Yes, I could, but there's another odd thing about it. That same afternoon, I took it out of my locker. I know for certain it was the same bit, for I made a finger mark on it, and no single trace of writing of any kind was there on it. I kept it, as I said, and since that time I have tried various experiments to see whether sympathetic ink had been used, but absolutely without result. So much for that. After about half an hour, Samson looked in again, said he had felt very unwell, and told us we might go. He came rather gingerly to his desk and gave just one look at the uppermost paper, and I suppose he thought he must have been dreaming. Anyhow, he asked no questions. That day was a half-holiday, and next day Samson was in school again, much as usual. That night the third and last incident in my story happened. We, McLeod and I, slept in a dormitory at right angles to the main building. Samson slept in the main building on the first floor. There was a very bright full moon, at an hour which I can't tell exactly, but sometime between 1 and 2, I was woken up by somebody shaking me. It was McLeod, and a nice state of mind he seemed to be in. "Come," he said, "come, there's a burglar getting in through Samson's window." As soon as I could speak, I said, "Well, why not call out and wake everybody up?" No, he said, "I'm not sure who it is. Don't make a row. Come and look." Naturally, I came and looked, and naturally there was no one there. I was cross enough and should have called McLeod plenty of names. Only, I couldn't tell why. It seemed to me that there was something wrong, something that made me very glad I wasn't alone to face it. We were still at the window looking out, and as soon as I could, I asked him what he had heard or seen. "I didn't hear anything at all," he said, "but about 5 minutes before I woke you, I found myself looking out of this window here, and there was a man sitting or kneeling on Samson's windowsill and looking in, and I thought he was beckoning." "What sort of man?" McLeod wriggled. "I don't know," he said, "but I can tell you one thing. He was beastly thin, and he looked as if he was wet all over. And," he said, looking round and whispering as if he hardly liked to hear himself, "I'm not at all sure that he was alive." We went on talking in whispers some time longer and eventually crept back to bed. No one else in the room woke or stirred the whole time. I believe we did sleep a bit afterwards, but we were very cheap next day. And next day Mr. Sampson was gone, not to be found, and I believe no trace of him has ever come to light since. In thinking it over, one of the oddest things about it all has seemed to me to be the fact that neither McLeod nor I ever mentioned what we had seen to any third person whatever. Of course, no questions were asked on the subject, and if they had been, I'm inclined to believe that we could not have made any answer. We seemed unable to speak about it. "That is my story," said the narrator. "The only approach to a ghost story connected with a school that I know, but still, I think, an approach to such a thing." The sequel to this may perhaps be reckoned highly conventional, but a sequel there is, and so it must be produced. There had been more than one listener to the story, and in the latter part of that same year, or of the next, one such listener was staying at a country house in Ireland. One evening his host was turning over a drawer full of odds and ends in the smoking room. Suddenly he put his hand upon a little box. "Now," he said, "you know about old things. Tell me what that is." My friend opened the little box, and found in it a thin gold chain with an object attached to it. He glanced at the object, and then took off his spectacles to examine it more narrowly. "What's the history of this?" he asked. "Odd enough," was the answer. "You know the yew thicket in the shrubbery? Well, a year or two back we were cleaning out the old well that used to be in the clearing here, and what do you suppose we found?" "Is it possible that you found a body?" said the visitor, with an odd feeling of nervousness. "We did that, but what's more, in every sense of the word we found two." "Good heavens! Two? Was there anything to show how they got there? Was this thing found with them?" "It was, amongst the rags of the clothes that were on one of the bodies. A bad business, whatever the story of it may have been. One body had the arms tight round the other. They must have been there 30 years or more, long enough before we came to this place. You may judge we filled the well up fast enough. Do you make anything of what's cut on that gold chain you have there?" "I think I can," said my friend, holding it to the light, but he read it without much difficulty. "It seems to be GWS, 24 July 1865.
End of A School Story by M.R. James.
The Story of the Siren by E.M. Forster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of the Siren by E.M. Forster. Few things have been more beautiful than my notebook on the Diaz controversy as it fell downward through the waters of the Mediterranean. It dived like a piece of black slate, but opened soon, disclosing leaves of pale green, which quivered into blue. Now it had vanished. Now it was a piece of magical India rubber stretching out to infinity. Now it was a book again, but bigger than the book of all knowledge. It grew more fantastic as it reached the bottom, where a puff of sand welcomed it and obscured it from view. But it reappeared, quite sane, though a little tremulous, lying decently open on its back, while unseen fingers fidgeted among its leaves. "It is such a pity," said my aunt, "that you will not finish your work in the hotel. Then you would be free to enjoy yourself, and this would never have happened." "Nothing of it but will change into something rich and strange," warbled the chaplain, while his sister said, "Why, it's gone into the water." As for the boatmen, one of them laughed, while the other, without a word of warning, stood up and began to take his clothes off. "Holy Moses!" cried the colonel. "Is the fellow mad?" "Yes, thank him, dear," said my aunt. "That is to say, tell him he is very kind, but perhaps another time." "All the same, I do want my book back," I complained. "It's for my fellowship dissertation. There won't be much left of it by another time." "I have an idea," said some woman or other through her parasol. Let us leave this child of nature to dive for the book while we go on to the other grotto. We can land him either on this rock or on the ledge inside, and he will be ready when we return. The idea seemed good, and I improved it by saying I would be left behind too to lighten the boat. So the two of us were deposited outside the little grotto on a great sunlit rock that guarded the harmonies within. Let us call them blue, though they suggest rather the spirit of what is clean. Cleanliness passed from the domestic to the sublime, the cleanliness of all the sea gathered together and radiating light. The blue grotto at Capri contains only more blue water, not bluer water. That color and that spirit is the heritage of every cave in the Mediterranean, into which the sun can shine and the sea flow. As soon as the boat left, I realized how imprudent I had been to trust myself on a sloping rock with an unknown Sicilian. With a jerk he became alive, seizing my arm and saying, "Go to the end of the grotto, and I will show you something beautiful." He made me jump off the rock onto the ledge over a dazzling crack of sea. He drew me away from the light till I was standing on the tiny beach of sand, which emerged like powdered turquoise at the further end. There he left me with his clothes, and returned swiftly to the summit of the entrance rock. For a moment he stood naked in the brilliant sun, looking down at the spot where the book lay. Then he crossed himself, raised his hands above his head, and dived. If the book was wonderful, the man is past all description. His effect was that of a silver statue, alive beneath the sea, through whom life throbbed in blue and green. Something infinitely happy, infinitely wise. But it was impossible that it should emerge from the depths, sunburnt and dripping, holding the notebook on the deist controversy between its teeth. A gratuity is generally expected by those who bathe. Whatever I offered, he was sure to want more, and I was disinclined for an argument in a place so beautiful and also so solitary. It was a relief that he should say in conversational tones, "In a place like this, one might see the Siren." I was delighted with him for thus falling into the key of his surroundings. We had been left together in a magic world, apart from all commonplaces that are called reality, a world of blue whose floor was the sea, and whose wall and roof of rock trembled with the sea's reflections. Here only the fantastic would be tolerable, and it was in that spirit that I echoed his words. One might easily see the Siren. He watched me curiously while he dressed. I was parting the sticky leaves of the notebook as I sat on the strip of sand. "Ah," he said at last, "you may have read the little book that was printed last year. Who would have thought that our Siren would have given foreigners pleasure?" I read it afterwards. Its account is not unnaturally incomplete, in spite of there being a woodcut of the young person and the words of her song. "She comes out of this blue water, doesn't she?" I suggested, "and sits on the rock at the entrance, combing her hair." I wanted to draw him out, for I was interested in his sudden gravity, and there was a suggestion of irony in his last remark that puzzled me. "Have you ever seen her?" "Often and often." "I never." "But you have heard her sing." He put on his coat and said impatiently, "How can she sing under the water? Who could? She sometimes tries, but nothing comes from her but great bubbles." "She should climb onto the rock, then." "How can she?" he cried again, quite angry. "The priests have blessed the air, so she cannot breathe it, and blessed the rocks, so that she cannot sit on them. But the sea no man can bless, because it is too big, and always changing. Therefore she lives in the sea." I was silent. At this his face took a gentler expression. He looked at me as though something was on his mind, and going out to the entrance rock, gazed at the external blue. Then returning into our twilight, he said, "As a rule, only good people see the Siren." I made no comment. There was a pause, and he continued, "That is a very strange thing, and the priests do not know how to account for it. For she, of course, is wicked. Not only those who fast and go to Mass are in danger, but even those who are merely good in daily life. No one in the village had seen her for 2 generations. I am not surprised. We all crossed ourselves before we entered the water, but it is unnecessary. Giuseppe, we thought, was safer than most. We loved him, and many of us he loved, but that is a different thing to being good. I asked who Giuseppe was. That day, I was 17, and my brother was 20, and a great deal stronger than I was. And it was the year when the visitors, who have brought such prosperity and so many alterations into the village, first began to come. One English lady in particular, of very high birth, came, and had written a book about the place, and it was through her that the Improvement Syndicate was formed, which is about to connect the hotels with the station by means of a funicular railway.
Don't tell me about that lady in here, I observed.
That day we took her and her friends to see the grottos. As we rode close under the cliffs, I put out my hand, as one does, and caught a little crab, and having pulled off its claws, offered it as a curiosity. The ladies groaned, but the gentleman was pleased and held out money. Being inexperienced, I refused it, saying that his pleasure was sufficient reward. Giuseppe, who was rowing behind, was very angry with me, and reached out with his hand and hit me on the side of the mouth, so that the tooth cut my lip, and I bled. I tried to hit him back, but he was always too quick for me, and as I stretched round he kicked me under the armpit, so that for a moment I could not even row. There was a great noise among the ladies, and I heard afterwards that they were planning to take me away from my brother and train me as a waiter. That, at all events, never came to pass. When we reached the grotto, not here, but the larger one, the gentleman was very anxious that one of us should die for money, and the ladies consented, as they sometimes do. Giuseppe, who had discovered how much pleasure it gives foreigners to see us in the water, refused to die for anything but silver, and the gentleman threw in a 2-lira piece. Just before my brother sprang off, he caught sight of me holding my bruise and crying, for I could not help it. He laughed and said, "This time, at all events, I shall not see the Siren," and went into the blue water without crossing himself. But he saw her.
He broke off and accepted a cigarette. I watched the golden entrance rock and the quivering walls and the magic water through which great bubbles constantly rose. At last he dropped his hot ash into the ripples and turned his head away and said,
"He came up without the coin. We pulled him into the boat, and he was so large that he seemed to fill it, and so wet that we could not dress him. I have never seen a man so wet. I and the gentleman rowed back, and we covered Giuseppe with sacking and propped him up in the stern."
"He was drowned, then," I murmured, supposing that to be the point.
"He was not," he cried angrily. "He saw the Siren, I told you."
I was silenced again.
We put him to bed, though he was not ill. The doctor came and took money, and the priest came and took more and smothered him with incense and spattered him with holy water. But it was no good. He was too big, like a piece of the sea. He kissed the thumb bones of San Biagio, and they never dried till evening.
"What did he look like?" I ventured.
"Like anyone who has seen the Siren. If you have seen her often and often, how is it you do not know? Unhappy, 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 because he knew everything. Every living thing made him unhappy, because he knew it would die. And all he cared to do was sleep."
I bent over my notebook.
"He did no work. He forgot to eat. He forgot whether he had his clothes on. All the work fell on me, and my sister had to go out to service. We tried to make him into a beggar, but he was too robust to inspire pity. And as for an idiot, he had not the right look in his eyes. He would stand in the street looking at people, and the more he looked at them, the more unhappy he became. When a child was born, he would cover his face with his hands. If anyone was married, he was terrible then, and would frighten them as they came out of church. Who would have believed he would marry himself? I caused that. I was reading out of the paper how a girl at Ragusa had gone mad through bathing in the sea. Giuseppe got up, and in a week he and that girl came in together. He never told me anything, but it seems he went straight to her house, broke into her room, and carried her off. She was the daughter of a rich mine owner, so you may imagine our peril. Her father came down with a clever lawyer, but they could do no more than I. They argued and threatened, but at last they had to go back, and we lost nothing, that is to say, no money. We took Giuseppe and Maria to the church and had them married. Ugh, that wedding. The priest made no jokes afterwards, and coming out the children threw stones. I think I would have died to make her happy, but as always, one could do nothing.
Were they unhappy together then?
They loved each other, but love is not happiness. We can all get love. Love is nothing. Love is everywhere since the death of Jesus Christ. I had 2 people to work for now, for she was like him in everything. One never knew which of them was speaking. I had to sell our own boat and work under the battled man you have today. Worst of all, people began to hate us. The children first. Everything begins with them. And then the women, and last of all the men. For the cause of every misfortune was, you will not betray me?
I promised good faith, and immediately he burst into the frantic blasphemy of one who has escaped from supervision, cursing the priests, the lying, filthy, cheating, immoral priests who had ruined his life, who had murdered his brother and the girl, whom he dared not murder back because they held the key of heaven, and could not ruin him in the next life too.
Thus we are tricked,
was his cry, and he stood up and kicked at the azure ripples with his feet, till he had obscured them with a cloud of sand. I too was moved. The story of Giuseppe, for all its absurdity and superstition, came nearer to reality than anything I had known before. I don't know why, but it filled me with desire to help others, the greatest of all our desires, I suppose, and the most fruitless. The desire soon passed.
She was about to have a child. That was the end of everything. People said to me, "When will your charming nephew be born? What a cheerful, attractive child he will be, with such a father and mother." I kept my face steady, and replied, "I think he may be. Out of sadness shall come gladness. It is one of our proverbs." And my answer frightened them very much, and they told the priests, who were frightened too. Then the whisper started that the child would be Antichrist. You need not be afraid. He was never born. An old witch began to prophesy, and no one stopped her. Giuseppe and the girl, she said, had silent devils, who could do little harm. But the child would always be speaking and laughing and perverting, and last of all he would go into the sea and fetch up the Siren into the air, and all the world would see her and hear her sing. As soon as she sang, the 7 vials would be opened, and the Pope would die, and Mongebello flame, and the veil of Santa Agata would be burnt. Then the boy and the Siren would marry, and together they would rule the world for ever and ever. The whole village was in tumult, and the hotel keepers became alarmed, for the tourist season was just beginning. They met together and decided that Giuseppe and the girl must be sent inland until the child was born, and they subscribed the money. The night before they were to start, there was a full moon and wind from the east, and all along the coast the sea shot up over the cliffs in silver clouds. It is a wonderful sight, and Maria said she must see it once more. "Do not go," I said. "I saw the priest go by, and someone with him, and the hotel keepers do not like you to be seen, and if we displease them, also we shall starve." "I want to go," she replied. "The sea is stormy, and I may never feel it again." "No, he is right," said Giuseppe. "Do not go, or let one of us go with you." "I want to go alone," she said, and she went alone. I tied up their luggage in a piece of cloth, and then I was so unhappy at thinking that I should lose them that I went and sat down by my brother and put my arm around his neck, and he put his arm round me, which he had not done for more than a year. And we remained thus, I don't remember how long. Suddenly, the door flew open, and moonlight and wind came in together, and a child's voice said, laughing, "They have pushed her over the cliffs into the sea." I stepped to the drawer where I keep my knives, and the child ran away. "Sit down again," said Giuseppe. Giuseppe of all people. "If she is dead, why should others die too?" "I guess who it is," I cried, "and I will kill him." I was almost out of the door, but he tripped me up, and kneeling upon me, took hold of both my hands, and sprained my wrists, first my right one, then my left. No one but Giuseppe would have thought of such a thing. It hurt more than you would suppose, and I fainted. When I woke up, he was gone, and I have never seen him again. But Giuseppe disgusted me. "I told you he was wicked," he said. "No one would have expected him to see the Siren." "How do you know he did see her, then?" "Because he did not see her often and often, but once." "Why do you love him if he is wicked?" He laughed for the first time. That was his only reply. "Is that the end?" I asked, feeling curiously ashamed. "I never killed her murderer, for by the time my wrists were well, he was in America, and one cannot kill a priest. As for Giuseppe, he went all over the world too, looking for someone else who has seen the Siren, either a man, or better still, a woman, for then the child might still have been born. At last he came to Liverpool. Is the district probable? And there he began to cough and spat blood until he died. I do not suppose there is anyone living now who has seen her. There has seldom been more than one in a generation, and never in my life will there be both a man and a woman from whom that child can be born, who will fetch up the Siren from the sea, and destroy silence, and save the world." "Save the world?" I cried. Did the prophecy end like that? He leaned back against the rock, breathing deeply. Through all the blue-green reflections, I saw him color. I heard him say, "Silence and loneliness cannot last forever. It may be 100 or 1,000 years, but the sea lasts longer, and she shall come out of it and sing." I would have asked him more, but at that moment the whole cave darkened, and there rode through its narrow entrance the returning boat. End of The Story of the Siren.
One Summer Night by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One Summer Night by Ambrose Bierce. The fact that Henry Armstrong was buried did not seem to him to prove that he was dead. He had always been a hard man to convince. That he really was buried, the testimony of his senses compelled him to admit. His posture, flat on his back, with his hands crossed upon his stomach, and tied with something that he easily broke without profitably altering the situation, the strict confinement of his entire person, the black darkness and profound silence, made a body of evidence impossible to controvert, and he accepted it without cavil. But dead? No. He was only very, very ill. He had withal the invalid's apathy, and did not greatly concern himself about the uncommon fate that had been allotted to him. No philosopher was he, just a plain, commonplace person, gifted, for the time being, with a pathological indifference. The organ that he feared consequences with was torpid. So, with no particular apprehension for his immediate future, he fell asleep, and all was peace with Henry Armstrong. But something was going on overhead. It was a dark summer night, shot through with infrequent shimmers of lightning silently firing a cloud lying low in the west and portending a storm. These brief, Stammering illuminations brought out with ghastly distinctness the monuments and headstones of the cemetery and seemed to set them dancing. It was not a night in which any credible witness was likely to be straying about a cemetery, so the 3 men who were there, digging into the grave of Henry Armstrong, felt reasonably secure. 2 of them were young students from a medical college a few miles away. The third was a gigantic Negro known as Jess. For many years, Jess had been employed about the cemetery as a man of all work, and it was his favorite pleasantry that he knew every soul in the place. From the nature of what he was now doing, it was inferable that the place was not so populous as its register may have shown it to be. Outside the wall, at the part of the grounds farthest from the public road, were a horse and a light wagon, waiting. The work of excavation was not difficult. The earth with which the grave had been loosely filled a few hours before offered little resistance and was soon thrown out. Removal of the casket from its box was less easy, but it was taken out, for it was a perquisite of Jess, who carefully unscrewed the cover and laid it aside, exposing the body in black trousers and white shirt. At that instant, the air sprang to flame. A cracking shock of thunder shook the stunned world, and Henry Armstrong tranquilly sat up. With inarticulate cries, the men fled in terror, each in a different direction. For nothing on earth could 2 of them have been persuaded to return, but Jess was of another breed. In the gray of the morning, the 2 students, pallid and haggard from anxiety, and with the terror of their adventure still beating tumultuously in their blood, met at the medical college.
"You saw it?"
cried one.
"God, yes! What are we to do?"
They went around to the rear of the building, where they saw a horse attached to a light wagon, hitched to a gatepost near the door of the dissecting room. Mechanically, they entered the room. On a bench, in the obscurity, sat the Negro Jess. He rose, grinning, all eyes and teeth. "I'm waiting for my pay," he said. Stretched naked on a long table lay the body of Henry Armstrong, the head defiled with blood and clay from a blow with a spade. End of One Summer Night by Ambrose Bierce.
The Summons by Henry Altimus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Summons by Henry Altimus. It was Elsa Lloyd's first experience with death as a nurse at St. Luke's. She was the youngest graduate at the hospital, slender and frail, with blue eyes that betrayed the strain she had been under, despite her brave effort to appear self-possessed. The older nurses had been extremely helpful, not at all resentful that she had been chosen for so important a case, but she had pursued her duties to the very end courageously and competently, without requiring any assistance. It was nearly over now. Schofield Carrington was dead. His body would soon be removed to his home, and she was studying the carefully kept chart of her patient, preparatory to turning it over to the head nurse. She was seated at a little table in the floor office, the chart before her, using this brief respite after the trying experience of the preceding night to collect herself, when the bell rang softly and the indicator clicked over her head. Elsa Lloyd did not look up. As Carrington's private nurse, she was expected to answer only his summons, but presently she was aware that a floor nurse had entered in answer to the bell, and pausing a moment before the indicator, had come up close to her. "It's 42 calling," said the nurse. "Isn't that Carrington?" Elsa Lloyd came to her feet quickly, her eyes lifting to the indicator, a little tinge of color coming to her cheeks. "Yes," she said weakly. Her lips fell apart. Her hand caught the back of the chair from which she had just risen, her eyes still fixed on the little plate showing the numerals 42 on the indicator. Her tired brain could not grapple with the strange situation. Carrington had passed away in the early hours of the morning, and only half an hour before she had left his room, her duties over, and now the bell. She turned at last, question in her eyes. "Perhaps it's Dr. Stockbridge," the nurse ventured. "He's in the operating room," said Elsa quickly. "Or someone else." And seeing the weariness on the young girl's face, she added, "Shall I answer for you?" "Thank you, I'll go." She hurried down the long, silent corridor. She paused at the door, hesitated, then knocked lightly. There was no response. Her hand lowered to the knob. She turned it, and the door yielded. There was no one in the room. Everything was exactly as she had left it half an hour before. The drawn shades, through which the morning sunlight filtered, pale and warm. The stillness of death, and, in the far corner of the huge room, the bed, with its rigid, silent occupant. Elsa's first impulse was to turn and escape, but she checked herself, waited, her back to the door, while the rapid beating of her heart subsided. Presently she moved toward the bed, slowly, her feet scarcely lifting from the floor. Nothing had been altered. Not a wrinkle in the sheet that covered the dead man's body had been changed. She looked down into his face, observed the strong features, immobile in death, the thick lips firmly locked, the square chin thrust forward, defiant, challenging, even now. Schofield Carrington had not wanted to die. The great financier, who had feared nothing, had not feared death. But he had not been ready to let go. He had wanted to hold off the hand of death only a little while longer, but it had come relentlessly. And his features still showed the marks of the dead man's struggle, the unhappiness of his last moments, which had come without the fulfillment of his cherished hope. Elsa's eyes lifted to the bell that hung from the back of the bed, corded wire with a button at the end, the pressure of which had summoned her so often in the past few weeks to the side of her patient, had summoned her even now to his side. Some hand had touched it within the last few minutes. Whose? She lingered a while, baffled, immobile in the presence of the inexplicable circumstance. "It must be some mistake," she said at last. She spoke aloud, to reassure herself and to reassure anyone who might hear her. Somehow she felt a vague presence in the room. She dared not look about her, and having spoken, she turned and hurried out of the room. The nurse was waiting for her at the office door. She noted the pallor in Elsa's face, the agitation which her strained features did not conceal. Elsa took the hand she extended, leaning heavily on it. "Someone has been and gone," she said in a soothing voice. "You're unstrung. You ought to—" She stopped abruptly. Their eyes met, and they stood close, neither daring to turn. For the indicator had clicked again. It was the elder nurse who first summoned the courage to look, and when their eyes met again, Elsa knew what she had seen. "It's 42, said the elder nurse in a hoarse voice. Elsa's head lowered, a shudder running down her frame, and her companion led her to a chair, into which the girl dropped heavily. "Sometimes the indicator gets out of order," muttered the elder nurse. "It may be that, though I don't recall it ever happening before. The wires may get crossed, or something." Her voice trailed away. She knew that her assurances were unconvincing to Elsa. They were unconvincing to herself. She realized that her usual presence of mind was not at her command. Disciplined in the shadow of suffering and death, she was aware that for the first time in her experience she was confronted by the intrusion of an intangible element which eluded her understanding. Carrington was dead. There was no one in his room, yet his bell was ringing. "We ought to report it," she said at last. "Someone ought to be in the room. It's—" She paused as a young intern entered the office. Her face lighted up hopefully. "Doctor," she said, coming toward him, 42 is calling. Won't you— "That's Carrington's room, isn't it?" asked the intern. "Yes." "Well, it's Miss Lloyd's case. Why doesn't she go?" "She's just been there, and there's no one in the room." "What?" stammered the intern. "And that's the second time the bell has rung." More from the crumpled attitude of Elsa Lloyd in her chair than from the words of the elder nurse, the intern gathered the meaning of the strange situation. His eyes were wide with amazement. He looked to the indicator and then turned to the nurse. His lips moved, stirred mutely a moment. "Does Dr. Stockbridge know?" he asked at last. "No." "I'll tell him." And he spun about on his heel and was gone. The nurse moved toward the indicator mechanically, her hands lifting slowly and pressing the knob that released the number. The indicator was bare, but scarcely had her arm lowered to her side than a bell tinkled. It was 42 again. Elsa Lloyd, her elbows on the little desk, her face buried in her hands, did not look up. She knew from the touch of her companion's hand on her shoulder what the bell meant. The nurse slipped into a chair beside the younger woman. For a long time she was silent, then, "I can't understand it," she muttered, half to herself. "I've never had such an experience before. I've seen so many deaths, and death was always so final, so completely the end. Of course, there's the soul, the spirit. It's called by so many names, and I've heard so much nonsense about it. I never believed. Few of us do. But every now and then something happens like this. What can it mean?" Despite herself, a tremor, half of doubt, half of awe, shook her. She turned to Elsa. "What do you know about Carrington?" she asked. "You were with him for weeks. Can you think of anything that—" She did not complete her question, her thought too unformed for words. "Was there anything," she resumed in a moment, "before he died, anything that might explain this?" Elsa sat up, but her head was averted as she spoke. "I don't understand," she said, her voice low and frail. "But when I was in the room just now, I seemed to be aware of—" "Of what?" prompted the elder nurse. "Something. I don't know what. As though someone were in the room besides myself and it." "The corpse?" Elsa nodded. "He didn't want to die," the girl went on after a while. "There was something between him and his son. You know how unhappy he was about him. He loved him, his only son, and he didn't want to die feeling that young Carrington hadn't redeemed himself. You know what a black sheep he's been. Once I came into the room just after his son had left. The old man had been crying. I think it was that kept him alive long after we knew his case was hopeless. He told me once he couldn't die until his son had made good, that his spirit would never rest. His spirit! Did he say that?" "Yes." The elder nurse's eyes closed slowly, and her hands met in her lap. "Do you think—" began Elsa, leaning forward. "I don't know," muttered the elder woman, her voice scarcely audible. Both women came to their feet as they heard hurried footsteps approaching. The intern entered, a coat flung over his arm. "He's coming," he announced. Dr. Stockbridge entered the office, visibly annoyed and angry, his long fingers busy with the laces of his operating apron, which he was removing. Behind him came, unhurried and calm, Carrington's lifelong friend and the executor of his will, Madison Dodd. "What's this silly nonsense I hear about bells?" the surgeon demanded, slipping into the coat the intern held, and advancing toward the women. "Why didn't you notify me sooner? And why aren't you in the room to find out what it means, Miss Lloyd?" "She just came from the room, Dr. Stockbridge," explained the elder nurse, defending the girl. "There was no one there." "This is too absurd," exploded the surgeon. "I've never heard of such a thing. Miss Lloyd should be in that room." "She's had no sleep, doctor, and she's very tired." "Then why don't you go?" "You're afraid. How ridiculous. Well, we'll have—" He turned, but the intern was gone. Dr. Stockbridge frowned. His eyes went toward the indicator. "When did that bell ring?" he demanded. "About 10 minutes ago, and—" A bell rang, and a faint click came from the indicator. The number 42, which had not been lowered, vibrated. "It's been ringing every 10 minutes, just like that," said the elder nurse, edging away from the instrument. Dr. Stockbridge frowned. Then, striding across the room, he pressed the knob, releasing the number. He turned to the nurse. "I'm going into that room myself," he said severely, "and we'll have this nonsense over with. Someone is ringing that bell, and we'll know who it is. If it rings while I'm there, let me know." He stepped toward the door. "I'll go with you, doctor," said Carrington's friend, speaking for the first time. The men walked down the corridor side by side. The door of room 42 was closed. Dr. Stockbridge pushed it open impatiently and allowed Dodd to enter first. "I hope you'll forgive this nonsense, Mr. Dodd," he said, closing the door. "These women, they're—" But Dodd, paying no heed to the doctor, was advancing toward the bed, his face grave. He stopped within a foot of it, looking down on the still form beneath him, his hands clasped behind his back. Dr. Stockbridge looked about the room. Its hospital bareness made it manifest at once that no one could be concealed in it. It seemed to him absurd and undignified that he should be engaged in such a futile and meaningless undertaking. He paced up and down, pausing every now and then to observe the immobile figure of Carrington's friend, wondering what he could be thinking of the whole ridiculous episode. He was a little disturbed that Dodd should take the thing so seriously, treat the matter with silent respect. Once he paused beside him. "I'm a man of science, Mr. Dodd," he began. "To me, there's no such thing." There was a light tap on the door, and he stopped. He strode to the door and opened it. The intern's head showed. "It rang," the young man said. Dr. Stockbridge's lips parted in astonishment. His hand on the knob, he paused, undecided, looking toward Dodd for some intimation the course to pursue. But Dodd had not stirred, and Stockbridge turned to the youth. "Thank you," he said, and closed the door. For a moment he was at a loss, but when he tried to speak he was silenced by Dodd's beckoning hand. He approached, stopping at Dodd's side, his eyes following the other man's finger. "I want you to tell me what you see in his face," said Dodd. The request seemed so strange to Dr. Stockbridge that he glanced up quickly to see if Dodd were in earnest. What could he see in a dead man's face but death? However, a glance was sufficient to assure him of his companion's earnestness, and he lowered his eyes. A long moment of silent scrutiny, and then the surgeon bent lower, his eyes narrowing. "Yes," he muttered, awed by his discovery. "I see what you mean. It's amazing. It wasn't that way when he died." "What do you see?" interrupted Dodd. "The mouth," said Dr. Stockbridge. "The corners seem to droop more, and the eyelids look more strained. His whole face seems to have changed, as though he were—" "Dissatisfied?" prompted Dodd as the surgeon hesitated. "Yes, as though he were restless and unhappy about something." "Ah," muttered Dodd, "I noticed that when I first came into the room, and I have been held by it. Dr. Stockbridge," he added, looking up for the first time, "my old friend is restless, dissatisfied. His spirit is not at peace, and that is why the bell is ringing." "Then you think—" "I am certain, and I have been standing here wondering what he was distressed about, what message he was trying to convey. He is trying to say something to us, Doctor. He's trying to direct our attention to something he wants done. And he will not rest, Doctor, until it is done. I must try to understand him. I must find out what he wants." "Have you any idea?" "Perhaps, but I'm not sure." He turned. "Shall we go back to the office?" he asked. When they re-entered the office, they found a group of interns and nurses gathered in a corner of the room. The report of the mysterious calls from room 42 had spread throughout the building, and an awed, silent circle of men and women in hospital uniform were watching the indicator for the call that was momentarily expected. An intern came forward as Dodd and the surgeon entered. "It rang twice while you were out," he said, "and young Carrington is here in the inner office. He was told, and when he heard the bell ring and how the number came up, he fainted. He's lying down in there." Dr. Stockbridge, followed by Dodd, hurried to the inner office. Elsa Lloyd was bending over a couch on which lay Edward Carrington, his back to the door. The girl came forward as the men entered. "He's better now," she said. Dr. Stockbridge approached the couch, caught Carrington's wrist, and touched 2 fingers to his pulse. The youth did not stir, his arm hanging limp in the surgeon's grasp. Dr. Stockbridge looked up at last and nodded reassuringly to Dodd. Then he turned to the girl. "I'll look after him," he said. "We won't need you." The girl withdrew. Madison Dodd retired to the window, and he stood there, his eyes fixed on the horizon in deep thought. The surgeon came up to him. "Poor fellow," he muttered. "I can understand how he'd feel about it." Dodd did not reply. Once more the bell in the outer office rang. The indicator clicked. Dr. Stockbridge turned to observe the effect on the youth. He lay there very still, as though he had not heard, but his eyes, turned to the wall, were wide open. He seemed too stunned for any sensation. As the moments fled by, the surgeon grew more and more ill at ease under the strain of the silence and the unsolved mystery. He wondered why they were waiting there, inactive, undecided, and yet, when he tried to think what they could do, he was at a loss. He could not wait there all day, however, obedient to a vague call, an intangible summons from the dead. If only he could persuade Dodd of the absurdity of the whole situation. But how could he convince Dodd when he was himself so completely at sea? He had never believed in these things, had always waved aside any testimony concerning spirits as the invention of gullible minds, yet here before him there was evidence that he could not thrust aside so easily. He paced the room restlessly, finally pausing beside Carrington's friend. "What can we do?" he asked. "I am thinking," said Dodd quietly, his eyes still on the horizon. "But," persisted the surgeon, "do you still believe?" "I am sure that the bell is a summons to someone. If you do not understand its message, it is because it is not for you. Perhaps it is not even for me, for I do not seem to grasp the meaning of it. But it is calling to someone here, or it would not ring. And that one will understand if he is here." "Still," pursued the surgeon, encouraged, "even granting the existence of a spirit that exists after death, is it conceivable that a spirit can assert itself in this way? As a man of science, it seems too fanciful to me." "What," replied Dodd, "can be more fanciful than science itself? It is dumb before the mysteries which it pretends to understand. Can you, as a scientist, explain to me why, when a bell is pressed in room 42, a bell should ring in this room?" "Electricity," began the surgeon. "And what is electricity? Even science does not pretend to know. Is it not inconceivable that it should be able to flow through a solid copper wire? And yet it does. Man's soul, his spirit, is more mysterious than electricity. Why can it not flow through the ether and create a disturbance in its environment? Released from the body which it inhabited, why can it not hover nearby and make its will known to those it wishes to reach? Schofield Carrington's body died, but his spirit, refusing to die unsatisfied, is still alive, restless, insistent, urging the fulfillment of its desire that it may be set at peace. And it will not give up until it is satisfied. There," he added as the bell rang, "it is still calling. It will continue until he for whom it is meant obeys the call." "But who is it for?" asked the surgeon weakly. Madison Dodd turned slowly, but his eyes did not meet the surgeon's. They made a circuit of the room and came to pause on the figure of young Carrington, who had stirred for the first time and was now sitting up, his elbows on his knees, his face buried in his hands. The surgeon followed his companion's gaze. It suddenly came to him that perhaps young Carrington, who had not uttered a word, understood, for he could see that beneath the surface of his immobility there was a great struggle going on, that a difficult resolve was forming. He turned to Dodd, expecting some revelation from him, but the man's face was a mask. His fingers were twined in the cord hanging from the window shade, and his eyes were fixed on the youth. The surgeon observed the youth once more. Slowly, Edward Carrington's hands lowered from his face. Slowly, he rose and turned. His eyes were clear, his features were firm, and he came forward with decision in his whole bearing. "Mr. Dodd," he said in a low, level voice, pausing before his father's friend, "that bell was for me." Dr. Stockbridge's eyes grew wide with amazement at this simple avowal. But Madison Dodd's expression did not change. "Well?" he prompted calmly, his fingers still toying with the window shade cord. "I've been fighting it out with myself," said young Carrington, "all morning, ever since father—" He paused, and his lips were unsteady. "You know how unhappy he was over me, my failure to live up to his name. And he died, feeling that he had failed to redeem me. But all morning I felt his nearness, and when I came in here, and they told me, when I heard the bell and saw the call from his room, I knew. The call was for me. I understood what he wanted me to do. I obey." He came forward a step, and his hand went to his breast pocket. When it came forth, it held a long envelope. "This is it," he said, handing the envelope to Dodd. "It is father's will. It leaves me without a penny, as he said it would. I deserve nothing better." The shade flew up with a bang as Madison Dodd released the cord and extended his hand for the envelope, heavily sealed and addressed to him. Slowly he put on his gold-rimmed pince-nez to his nose, and then he thrust his finger under the flap of the envelope to tear it open. But he paused and looked up as he heard a low murmur in the outer office. Dr. Stockbridge looked up, too. Nurses and interns were whispering excitedly to each other, their eyes on the clock. The surgeon followed their glance, and then he understood the meaning of their agitation. The minute hand was pointing to the half hour. The bell should have rung, as it had rung every 10 minutes all morning with an unfailing precision. It had not rung. The hushed excitement of the uniformed men and women grew in intensity as a minute passed, and still the bell was not heard. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes. Dr. Stockbridge turned to Madison Dodd. Carrington's friend stood near the window, a sheaf of legal papers, evidently the will, in one hand, a typewritten sheet in the other. He was reading this, and he looked up as the surgeon came toward him. He waved his arm in the direction of the outer office. "Send them away, doctor," he said quietly. "Carrington's summons has been answered." One by one the nurses and interns filed out of the office in obedience to Dr. Stockbridge's gesture of dismissal. When they were gone, the surgeon returned to the side of Madison Dodd. "You'll understand when I read this," said Dodd. He adjusted his glasses and brought the typewritten sheet closer. "This is my last test for Ed," he read. "If he gives this envelope to you as I instructed him, then my original will stands as it is, leaving all to him. When I gave my boy this envelope, I told him it contained a new will, disowning him and leaving him without a penny. If he has enough manhood to give this to you, then I shall know that he has repented, and that he has the courage to take his punishment manfully. In that case, he will prove himself a true Carrington and will deserve the fortune that comes to him. This is exactly as we planned it, old friend. My prayer is that he will make good. My spirit shall not rest until he does. And I trust that my everlasting peace will not be disturbed by my boy's craven failure to deliver this message to you. Schofield Carrington." Madison Dodd looked up, his fingers folding the sheet he had just read. "Schofield Carrington's spirit is at peace now," he said in a solemn voice. The men's hands met at the door. It was a silent clasp. Dr. Stockbridge's lips pursed and his eyes lowered. "Mr. Dodd," he said, "this is the first experience of the kind I've ever had. As a man of science—" "My dear doctor," broke in his companion, "science is still in its infancy. Some day it may be able to explain many things that are still beyond understanding." He nodded and turned on his heel. There was a smile on his face, but Dr. Stockbridge did not see this. "Basement," said Dodd to the elevator man as the car shot downward. Emerging from the cage, Dodd hurried down the dimly lighted corridor. He paused before a door over which there was a neatly printed sign, "Electrician." A man in overalls rose as Dodd entered, touching his cap. "Did I get that shade signal right?" he asked with a smile. "Perfectly," said Dodd, drawing a banknote from his wallet and crushing it into the man's hand. "And now you may rearrange those wires. You did splendidly. Thank you." The man touched his cap, and Madison Dodd, nodding, passed out of the room. End of The Summons by Henry Altimus. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Tell-Tale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Z.Z. Turner. The Tell-Tale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. True, nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken, and observe how healthily, how calmly, I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived it haunted me day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing, but you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight, but I found the eye always closed. And so it was impossible to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he has passed the night. So you see he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night just at 12 I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now, you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened through fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh, no! It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor. Or it is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a simple dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the sense? Now, I say there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If still you think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. Ha ha. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room, and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long I felt myself getting pale, and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears. But still they sat, and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued, and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued, and gained definiteness, until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently, and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, no! They heard. They suspected. They knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now again, hark! Louder, 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 louder. Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, here. It is the beating of his hideous heart. End of the Telltale Heart.
The Terrible Old Man by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Terrible Old Man by H.P. Lovecraft. It was the design of Angelo Ricci and Joe Channick and Manuel Silva to call on the Terrible Old Man. This old man dwells all alone in a very ancient house on Water Street near the sea, and is reputed to be both exceedingly rich and exceedingly feeble, which forms a situation very attractive to men of the profession of Messrs. Ricci, Channick, and Silva, for that profession was nothing less dignified than robbery. The inhabitants of Kingsport say and think many things about the Terrible Old Man which generally keep him safe from the attention of gentlemen like Ricci and his colleagues, despite the almost certain fact that he hides a fortune of indefinite magnitude somewhere about his musty and venerable abode. He is, in truth, a very strange person, believed to have been a captain of East India clipper ships in his day, so old no one can remember when he was young, and so taciturn that few know his real name. Among the gnarled trees in the front yard of his aged and neglected place, he maintains a strange collection of large stones, oddly grouped and painted so that they resemble the idols in some obscure Eastern temple. This collection frightens away most of the small boys who love to taunt the Terrible Old Man about his long white hair and beard, or to break the small paned windows of his dwelling with wicked missiles. But there are other things which frighten the older and more curious folk who sometimes steal up to the house to peer in through the dusty panes. These folk say that on a table in a bare room on the ground floor are many peculiar bottles, in each a small piece of lead suspended pendulum-wise from a string. And they say that the Terrible Old Man talks to these bottles, addressing them by such names as Jack, Scarface, Long Tom, Spanish Joe, Peters, and Mate Ellis, and that whenever he speaks to a bottle, the little lead pendulum within makes certain definite vibrations as if in answer. Those who have watched the tall, lean, terrible old man in these peculiar conversations do not watch him again. But Angelo Ricci and Joe Chanik and Manuel Silva were not of Kingsport blood. They were of that new and heterogeneous alien stock which lies outside the charmed circle of New England life and traditions. And they saw in the terrible old man merely a tottering, almost helpless graybeard, who could not walk without the aid of his knotted cane, and whose thin, weak hands shook pitifully. They were really quite sorry in their way for the lonely, unpopular old fellow, whom everybody shunned, and at whom all the dogs barked singularly. But business is business, and to a robber whose soul is in his profession, there is a lure and a challenge about a very old and very feeble man who has no account at the bank, and who pays for his few necessities at the village store with Spanish gold and silver minted 2 centuries ago. Messrs. Ricci, Chanik, and Silva selected the night of April 11th for their call. Mr. Ricci and Mr. Silva were to interview the poor old gentleman, whilst Mr. Chanik waited for them and their presumably metallic burden with a covered motor car in Ship Street, by the gate in the tall rear wall of their host's grounds. Desire to avoid needless explanations in case of unexpected police intrusions prompted these plans for a quiet and unostentatious departure. As prearranged, the 3 adventurers started out separately in order to prevent any evil-minded suspicions afterward. Messrs. Ricci and Silva met in Water Street by the old man's front gate, and though they did not like the way the moon shone down upon the painted stones through the budding branches of the gnarled trees, they had more important things to think about than mere idle superstition. They feared it might be unpleasant work, making the old man loquacious regarding his hoarded gold and silver, for aged sea captains are notably stubborn and perverse. Still, he was very old and very feeble, and there were 2 visitors. Messrs. Ricci and Silva were experienced in the art of making unwilling persons voluble, and the screams of a weak and exceptionally venerable man can be easily muffled. So, they moved up to the one-lighted window and heard the terrible old man talking childishly to his bottles with pendulums. Then they donned masks and knocked politely at the weather-stained oaken door. Waiting seemed very long to Mr. Chanik as he fidgeted relentlessly in the covered motor car by the terrible old man's back gate in Ship Street. He was more than ordinarily tender-hearted, and he did not like the hideous screams he had heard in the ancient house just after the hour appointed for the deed. Had he not told his colleagues to be as gentle as possible with the pathetic old sea captain? Very nervously, he watched that narrow oaken gate in the high and ivy-clad stone wall. Frequently, he consulted his watch, and wondered at the delay. Had the old man died before revealing where his treasure was hidden, and had a thorough search become necessary? Mr. Chanik did not like to wait so long in the dark in such a place. Then he sensed a soft tread or tapping on the walk inside the gate, heard a gentle fumbling at the rusty latch, and saw the narrow, heavy door swing inward. And in the pallid glow of the single dim street lamp, he strained his eyes to see what his colleagues had brought out of that sinister house which loomed so close behind. But when he looked, he did not see what he had expected, for his colleagues were not there at all, but only the terrible old man leaning quietly on his knotted cane and smiling hideously. Mr. Chanik had never before noticed the color of that man's eyes. Now he saw that they were yellow. Little things make considerable excitement in little towns, which is the reason that Kingsport people talked all that spring and summer about the 3 unidentifiable bodies, horribly slashed as with many cutlasses, and horribly mangled as by the tread of many cruel boot heels, which the tide washed in. And some people even spoke of things as trivial as the deserted motor car found in Ship Street, or certain especially inhuman cries, probably of a stray animal or migratory bird, heard in the night by wakeful citizens. But in this idle village gossip, the terrible old man took no interest at all. He was by nature reserved, and when one is aged and feeble, one's reserve is doubly strong. Besides, so ancient a sea captain must have witnessed scores of things much more stirring in the far-off days of his unremembered youth. End of The Terrible Old Man. The Tree by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a verdant slope of Mount Menelaus in Arcadia, there stands an olive grove about the ruins of a villa. Close by is a tomb, once beautiful with the sublimest sculptures, but now fallen into as great decay as the house. At one end of that tomb, its curious roots displacing the time-stained blocks of Panhellenic marble, grows an unnaturally large olive tree of oddly repellent shape, so like to some grotesque man or death-distorted body of a man that the country folk fear to pass it at night when the moon shines faintly through the crooked boughs. Mount Menelaus is a chosen haunt of dreaded Pan, whose queer companions are many, and simple swains believe that the tree must have some hideous kinship to these weird Panisi. But an old beekeeper who lives in the neighboring cottage told me a different story. Many years ago, when the hillside villa was new and resplendent, there dwelt within it the two sculptors Kalos and Musides. From Lydia to Neapolis, the beauty of their work was praised, and none dared say that the one excelled the other in skill. The Hermes of Kalos stood in a marble shrine in Corinth, and the palace of Musides surmounted a pillar in Athens near the Parthenon. All men paid homage to Kalos and Musides, and marveled that no shadow of artistic jealousy cooled the warmth of their brotherly friendship. But though Kalos and Musides dwelt in unbroken harmony, their natures were not alike. Whilst Musides reveled by night amidst the urban gaieties of Tegea, Seos would remain at home, stealing away from the sight of his slaves into the cool recesses of the olive grove. There he would meditate upon the visions that filled his mind, and there devise the forms of beauty which later became immortal in breathing marble. Idle folk, indeed, said that Kalos conversed with the spirits of the grove, and that his statues were but images of the fauns and dryads he met there, for he patterned his work after no living model. So famous were Kalos and Musides, that none wondered when the tyrant of Syracuse sent them to deputies to speak of the costly statue of Tish which he had planned for his city. Of great size and cunning workmanship the statue must be, for it was to form a wonder of nations and a goal of travelers. Exalted beyond thought would be he whose work should gain acceptance, and for this honor Kalos and Musides were invited to compete. Their brotherly love was well known, and the crafty tyrant surmised that each, instead of concealing his work from the other, would offer aid and advice, this charity producing two images of unheard-of beauty, the lovelier of which would eclipse even the dreams of poets. With joy the sculptors hailed the tyrant's offer, so that in the days that followed their slaves heard the ceaseless blows of chisels. Not from each other did Kalos and Musides conceal their work, but the sight was for them alone. Saving theirs, no eyes beheld the two divine figures, released by skillful blows from the rough blocks that had imprisoned them since the world began. At night, as of yore, Musides sought the banquet halls of Tegea, whilst Kalos wandered alone in the olive grove. But as time passed, men observed a want of gaiety in the once sparkling Musides. It was strange, they said amongst themselves, that depression should thus seize one with so great a chance to win art's loftiest reward. Many months passed, yet in the sour face of Musides came nothing of the sharp expectancy which the situation should arouse. Then one day Musides spoke of the illness of Kalos, after which none marveled again at his sadness, since the sculptor's attachment was known to be deep and sacred. Subsequently, many went to visit Kalos, and indeed noticed the pallor of his face, but there was about him a happy serenity which made his glance more magical than the glance of Musides, who was clearly distracted with anxiety, and who pushed aside all the slaves in his eagerness to feed and wait upon his friend with his own hands. Hidden behind heavy curtains stood the two unfinished figures of Tish, little touched of late by the sick man and his faithful attendant. As Kalos grew inexplicably weaker and weaker despite the ministrations of puzzled physicians and of his assiduous friend, he desired to be carried oft into the grove which he so loved. There he would ask to be left alone, as if wishing to speak with unseen things. Musides ever granted his requests, though his eyes filled with visible tears at the thought that Kalos should care more for the fauns and the dryads than for him. At last the end drew near, and Kalos discoursed of things beyond this life. Musides, weeping, promised him a sepulchre more lovely than the tomb of Mausolus, but Kalos bade him speak no more of marble glories. Only one wish now haunted the mind of the dying man, that twigs from certain olive trees in the grove be buried by his resting place, close to his head. And one night, sitting alone in the darkness of the olive grove, Kalos died. Beautiful beyond words was the marble sepulchre which stricken Musides carved for his beloved friend. None but Kalos himself could have fashioned such bas-reliefs, wherein were displayed all the splendors of Elysium. Nor did Musides fail to bury close to Kalos's head the olive twigs from the grove. As the first violence of Musides' grief gave place to resignation, he labored with diligence upon his figure of Tish. All honor was now his, since the tyrant of Syracuse would have the work of none save him or Kalos. His task proved a vent for his emotion, and he toiled more steadily each day, shunning the gaieties he once had relished. Meanwhile, his evenings were spent beside the tomb of his friend, where a young olive tree had sprung up near the sleeper's head. So swift was the growth of this tree, and so strange was its form, that all who beheld it exclaimed in surprise, and Musides seemed at once fascinated and repelled. 3 years after the death of Kalos, Musides dispatched a messenger to the tyrant, and it was whispered in the agora at Tegea that the mighty statue was finished. By this time the tree by the tomb had attained amazing proportions, exceeding all other trees of its kind, and sending out a singularly heavy branch above the apartment in which Musides labored. As many visitors came to view the prodigious tree as to admire the art of the sculptor, so that Musides was seldom alone. But he did not mind his multitude of guests. Indeed, he seemed to dread being alone now that his absorbing work was done. The bleak mountain wind, sighing through the olive grove and the tomb tree, had an uncanny way of forming vaguely articulate sounds. The sky was dark on the evening that the tyrant's emissaries came to Tegea. It was definitely known that they had come to bear away the great image of Tish and bring eternal honor to Musides, so their reception by the proxenoi was of great warmth. As the night wore on, a violent storm of wind broke over the crest of Menelaus, and the men from far Syracuse were glad that they rested snugly in the town. They talked of their illustrious tyrant, and of the splendor of his capital, and exulted in the glory of the statue which Musides had wrought for him. And then the men of Tegea spoke of the goodness of Musides, and of his heavy grief for his friend, and how not even the coming laurels of art could console him in the absence of Kalos, who might have worn those laurels instead. Of the tree which grew by the tomb, near the head of Kalos, they also spoke, and both the Syracusans and the Arcadians prayed to Iolos. In the sunshine of the morning, the proxenoi led the tyrant's messengers up the slope to the abode of the sculptor, but the night wind had done strange things. Slaves' cries ascended from a scene of desolation, and no more amidst the olive grove rose the gleaming colonnades of that vast hall wherein Musides had dreamed and toiled. Lone and shaken mourned the humble courts and the lower walls, for upon the sumptuous greater peristyle had fallen squarely the heavy overhanging bough of the strange new tree, reducing the stately poem in marble with odd completeness to a mound of unsightly ruins. Strangers and Tegeans stood aghast, looking from the wreckage to the great sinister tree whose aspect was so weirdly human, and whose roots reached so queerly into the sculptured sepulchre of Kalos. And their fear and dismay increased when they searched the fallen apartment, for of the gentle Musides, and of the marvelously fashioned image of Tish, no trace could be discovered. Amidst such stupendous ruin only chaos dwelt, and the representatives of the two cities left disappointed. Syracusans that they had no statue to bear home, Tegeans that they had no artist to crown. However, the Syracusans obtained after a while a very splendid statue in Athens, and the Tegeans consoled themselves by erecting in the agora a marble temple commemorating the gifts, virtues, and brotherly piety of Musides. But the olive grove still stands, as does the tree growing out of the tomb of Kalos, and the old beekeeper told me that sometimes the boughs whisper to one another in the night wind, saying over again, "Oida, oida, I know, I know." End of The Tree